mercenaries and guides from the Qin kingdom. The adventurers' destination was Qingwan Mountain, where they sought an ancient relic left behind from a bygone era. The adventurers knew little of this relic, but Keenan Mather knew a great deal. 3 years ago, Keenan led space pirates to plunder a cargo vessel belonging to the Blue Rose family, stealing the travel journal of the late explorer Stain. As everyone knew, Stain spent the last 10 years of his life searching for a prehistoric relic on the Egyptian ancient land, the City of Dusk. The harsh environment of the Egyptian ancient land broke Stain's health. He fell ill from overwork and eventually died on his journey back to the Star River world. Thus his expedition notes were left behind, eventually falling into the hands of space pirates. Evidence suggested that Stain had already located the City of Dusk and even entered it. Some unknown accident occurred during the expedition. Nearly all of Stain's companions perished. Stain himself was gravely wounded and forced to retreat from the City of Dusk. He could not hold on during the return journey and eventually died from his injuries. Keenan Mather treasured the journal like a priceless gem. But as a space pirate, he had no talent for exploration and treasure hunting. So he spread the word and put the journal up for sale. Naturally, many were interested in the notebook that recorded Stain's search for the City of Dusk. Even if the journal did not contain the exact location of the City of Dusk, countless buyers would still be tempted. With it, many explorers could avoid countless detours. However, Keenan Mather was shameless in business. He hired forgers to produce a batch of fake journals and sold them at the original price, making a huge fortune. If it had only been that, the buyers might have swallowed their anger. After all, even a forgery could serve as reference material. As long as the content was accurate, getting a head start in finding the City of Dusk was what mattered. But buyers of Stain's journal soon discovered that the notebook lacked the corresponding map. The content was secondary. Soon buyers received another message: Keenan Mather had a map drawn by Stain for sale. Old Keenan had no idea what a huge disaster he was inviting. Explorers in the Star River world are no pushovers. Not everyone can be an explorer. Besides possessing great personal strength, they must have a fearless spirit to find new routes, planets suitable for mining or colonization in the vast star sea, and priceless treasures in the most perilous ancient ruins. What's worse, most explorers of some strength and fame were backed by powerful families or even star nations. After being fooled once, these people would not let Keenan succeed again. Soon Keenan, who had roamed the stars for countless years, tasted bitterness. His days as a free pirate were gone forever. First, his hidden base on an uninhabited planet was destroyed by the army of the Holy Allied Nations. His flagship was relentlessly chased by privateers from countless families. His old brothers betrayed him one by one. Finally, he fled alone to the giant ocean port, bought a floating boat, and escaped to the Egyptian ancient land. But in his hasty escape, old Keenan was ill-prepared. He didn't understand the primal power suppression of the Egyptian ancient land. His floating boat eventually crashed. Fortunately, his strong physique and expensive tactical suit allowed him to survive. Exhausted and at the end of his rope, he was knocked out by Qin Shi with a brick and eventually fell into Insa's hands. Insa was just one of the expedition teams hunting Keenan. Hunting Keenan was secondary. The most important thing was the map he carried. Based on the journal and other materials Insa had obtained earlier, the relic could only be roughly confirmed to be on Qingwan Mountain. Qin Shi knew exactly what place Qingwan Mountain was. It was one of the many secret realms on the Egyptian ancient land, and also the most dangerous. It was perpetually shrouded in mist. Even the best wasteland hunters dared not easily venture inside. But now that he was in Insa's hands, leaving was not easy. Insa politely said she had invited Qin Shi as a guide. In reality, Qin Shi was as much a prisoner as old Keenan, only treated better. The steam locomotive grew increasingly bumpy. Old Keenan, lying in the cart, was constantly thrown up and then fell back. Seeing this, Qin Shi couldn't bear it, so he helped him sit up and lean against the wall. Old Keenan didn't appreciate it. Instead, he glared fiercely at Qin Shi. If not for Qin Shi, how could he have fallen to this state? The locomotive slowly came to a stop. The roaring steam engine stopped belching black smoke, and the sound gradually died away. The wasteland had reached its end. Ahead lay crisscrossing ravines and rolling mountains. The bare mountains merged with the dim environment, bleak and profound. Ahead is Qingwan Mountain. Before the locomotive had fully stopped, Qin Shi stood up, exhaled a heavy breath, and pointed forward, saying, "Everything we see and don't see belongs to Qingwan Mountain." He had an unspoken thought: since I brought you here, can I go back now? But before he could say it, he swallowed the words. Qingwan Mountain was a vast area. Even the natives who hunted and mined around it had no idea exactly how large it was. The natives only dared to act on the periphery. The so-called periphery was the edge not covered by thick fog. It sounded small, but in reality, it was a range of mountains spanning over 100 miles. This range of mountains was the area where the natives operated. As for the mist-covered region, only the bold and skilled dared to enter. The expedition team dismounted from the locomotive and began unloading supplies in an orderly manner. Then they covered the locomotive with camouflage tarpaulin to hide it. The locomotive also carried several horses which would be used to haul goods. Get off. Insa's voice was a little hoarse, but inexplicably gentle. Qin had no room to resist. He followed Insa off the vehicle. Two adventurers went up and dragged Keenan Mather down. The wire rope on Keenan Mather had been removed, but his situation didn't improve much. Instead, he was fitted with a pair of primal force shackles linking his left hand and right foot. Normal movement was fine, but if he tried to escape, the inconvenience would be fatal. This is mistreatment of prisoners. Keenan Mather protested loudly. A bald adventurer kicked him in the butt and sneered, "I'd love to mistreat a prisoner. Want to try?" Old Keenan shrank back and said no more. Qin looked at the bald man with some fear in his heart. Insa had introduced him. This guy was Kong, who formerly a boxer in the underground black market, extremely fierce. Although his primal force was not outstanding, he had never lost a fight against opponents of the same level. Old Keenan had been threatened by Kong, who many times. He knew this guy was a bit crazy and dared not utter a word. Insa was determined to reach the City of Dusk, but behind her more expedition teams, and even some ancient families from the Star Nations were also stirring. Her team did not have an advantage. She had beaten others only because of timely intelligence. But this advantage would not last long. Within a day or two, Old Keenan would become a hot potato in her hands. Old Keenan knew his trouble too well. Seeing Insa's relatively good attitude and no torture, yet he confessed everything he knew. But the map to the City of Dusk he had completely destroyed. He had memorized the specific route. He could lead the way but would never hand over the map. Time was pressing, so Insa had no choice but to acquiesce to Old Keenan's request. However, she did not truly trust him. The primal force shackles remained locked tight, leaving no possibility of escape. It's getting dark. The already dim sky grew even darker. Qin looked up and saw a huge shadow silently passing across the sky. The upper floating land world blocked the already dim light. Getting dark so soon. Insa was also. She waved at Qin and said, "Doesn't the Egyptian ancient land have 10 hours of daylight?" She had done her homework on the ancient land before departure. It's the dark season now. Qin instinctively kept his distance from Insa. Oh. Insa nodded. She slowly put on her crow mask and said in a low voice, "Find a place to camp first." The dark season on the ancient land had no pattern. Only when it arrived did people know. There was a certain criterion to judge if daylight lasted less than 5 hours for more than 5 consecutive days. The dark season had begun. When the dark season would end was also uncertain. Sometimes just a month or two, but the longest record was 30 years. It was related to the orbit of the upper floating lands. The frustrating part was that the speed of these floating lands was not fixed. Therefore, even the most powerful differential engine in the Star River world could not calculate the precise time of the dark season. The expedition found a sheltered valley and set up camp before darkness swallowed the last light. On the ancient land, nighttime, without starlight, meant total darkness. In the dark wasteland and mountains, many powerful beasts lurked. While setting up camp, Insa asked Qin in detail about the fierce animals that might appear in this area. Qin was quite unfamiliar with this area. He had been to Qingwan Mountain before, but the mountain was vast. He only hunted closer to human settlements. Qin didn't know what terrifying beasts might be active here. He could only list all the fierce animals he knew in one breath. Insa looked serious after hearing this. She thought for a moment and had Kong, who raised the camp's defense to the highest level to avoid panicking if attacked by beasts. Campfires lit up the camp, making it bright and warm. Qin tore open an oil paper packet and took small bites of the meat inside. It was the expedition's marching rations, but to Qin it was an unparalleled delicacy. He had never eaten anything so good. The ancient land was extremely barren. Qin could only wander the wilderness collecting ores, herbs, and hunting to trade for food in human settlements. What he called food was mostly smuggled, spoiled canned goods from the Star Nations with a disgusting taste. In an era where filling one's stomach was the priority, taste didn't matter. Qin didn't finish the meat. After eating a small portion, he carefully wrapped it up and put it in his backpack. Then he picked up a dog-eared book resting on his knee and began to read. At that time, the upper floating lands were occupied by alien races. Humanity struggled to survive on the bottommost land of Egypt. It was not until the 12 sages awakened their primal force and from St. Mill played the Great Exodus that the sages blazed a trail into the stars. The Dark Age came to an end and humanity revived. Qin read carefully. This book was borrowed from Insa. It was the work of the historian Mahe from over 1,000 years ago, titled Records of Miracles in the Dark Age. It was a popular work recording the Egyptian ancient land and was widely circulated. But in the old days it was regarded as mythology passed down by bards. It was not until 200 years ago when adventurers found the legendary City of No Light based on the records in Records of Miracles in the Dark Age that Mahe's work gained attention. From then on, the abandoned Egyptian ancient land gained the favor of countless explorers and adventurers. They all wanted to follow the records to find other ancient ruins and the treasures left by the 12 sages. Gradually, countless ancient relics were discovered, and people's expectations for the Egyptian ancient land grew higher. Countless explorers longed to find the City of Dusk recorded in the book. According to the book, the City of Dusk was where the 12 sages covenanted in the Dark Age, and it housed the supreme treasures from the Age of Miracles before the Dark Age. Chinshur was lost in thought. He had grown up here, but this was the first time he learned about the history of this land from words. "Hey kid." Old Keenan sneaked over to Chinshur. Chinshur saw him sit beside him, but instead moved farther away. He had hit old Keenan with 2 bricks, and this guy was a space pirate, probably very vengeful. "I have a fortune to offer you. Do you dare to take it?" Keenan Mather became anxious when he saw Chinshur trying to distance himself. He lowly urged, "Are you interested?" Even as a prisoner, he didn't forget to sell his fortune. No interest. The Egyptian ancient land was poor in resources, and survival was hard. Chinshur had known since childhood that there was no free lunch in the world. Besides, old Keenan in front of him was a notorious space pirate. Such people's words were even less trustworthy. The so-called fortune was more likely a flying disaster. Chinshur flatly refused and did not want any more interaction. To survive in this harsh world, one must be smart. Some things should never be touched. "Umph, little brat." A trace of disappointment flickered across old Keenan's face. Kong, who was monitoring old Keenan, cast a glance at him. Old Keenan had no choice but to give up. He looked up at the pitch-black sky and muttered to himself, "Time is running out." Chinshur heard, but didn't know what he meant. But with a mind of keeping out of trouble, Chinshur pretended not to know. Actually, there was one piece of news about old Keenan that he hadn't told Insa. Old Keenan had helpers on the Egyptian ancient land. When old Keenan first saw him, he mistakenly thought Chinshur was the one coming to meet him. Likewise, Chinshur understood that old Keenan's helpers on the ancient land wouldn't be too strong. Otherwise, there wouldn't have been such a misjudgment. Chinshur wrapped his tattered cloak tightly around himself. The night deepened, and the chill thickened. A faint cold mist also gathered in the air. Even sitting by the fire, the cold was hard to dispel. Seeing Chinshur shiver, Kong, who grabbed a coat from his side and threw it to Chinshur, saying, "Little stone, put on the clothes." The cold on the ancient land was nothing to an adventurer like Kong, who had 5th-level primal force. Kong, who was only wearing a vest, his greasy muscles trembling slightly. Chinshur nodded gratefully and put on Kong's coat. Kong, who was nearly 2 meters tall, so his coat on Chinshur was almost like a blanket. "Stone, tell brother who some legends around here." Kong, who performed a set of boxing moves by the fire full of vigor. After working up a sweat, Kong, who plopped down beside Chinshur, slapped his shoulder and said heartily, "Tell me stories about strange beasts, ancient ruins, or anyone who found treasure in the mountains." Kong, who had been to the Egyptian ancient land before, but this was his first time setting foot in the Qingwan Mountain area. Not only him, but the entire team had never been here. Qingwan Mountain was located in the most remote northwestern region of the ancient land. The nearest settlement was over 200 miles away. Only scattered adventurers and natives appeared here. If they hadn't been in hot pursuit of Keenan Mather, the floating boat would not have landed here. They would have chosen a town, and it would have been safer there. Besides replenishing necessary supplies, they could also hire experienced guides and hunt. After capturing Keenan Mather, Insa received a message. Several famous mercenary organizations from the Star River world had also found Keenan's trail and were on their way. Time was pressing. They had no time to rest and could only race ahead, trying to find the Sunset City before the other party. Chinshur happened to be a local native and knew the direction of Qingwan Mountain. With Canaan Maze already in their possession, Insa decided not to seek more guides. After Chinshur pointed out the way to Qingwan Mountain, they all sprinted forward. Kong, who an experienced veteran adventurer, understood the value of legends passed down by word of mouth among the natives. A local customs could also reflect the historical depth of a region. Therefore, he wanted to pry some useful information from Chinshur. This place. Chinshur felt very grateful for the kindness shown by Kong, who and the team towards him. Not all outsiders were willing to treat natives as human beings. Though he remained wary of them, Chinshur didn't mind offering help if the information he knew was valuable. Chinshur exhaled a mist of breath, thought for a moment, and said, "I haven't been there myself. But I heard from Uncle Martin in Qingming Town that deep in the fog-shrouded mountains lies an ancient castle. Starting from Qingming Town, it takes 7 days from the foot of the mountain to see that castle, but no matter how long you walk, you can never get close to it." Chinshur connected this castle with the ruins that Kong Hu and his group were seeking. After a moment, he added, "Uncle Martin is the strongest hunter in Qingming Town. Others only dare to hunt in the mountains during the bright moon season, but he goes into the wilderness during the dark night season, specifically hunting fierce beasts like the tsong bear and mammoths." Upon hearing the name, Martin, old Canaan, who was feigning sleep with eyes closed, subtly twitched his sparse lashes, but he remained indifferent and even started to snore. Able to hunt mammoths. Kong Hu's face showed surprise. Two-color bears aside, anyone with 1 or 2 levels of prime power could easily kill them. But mammoths in the ancient land were extremely ferocious with thick and tough hides, aggressive temperaments, and they lived in herds. Once they detected the scent of outsiders, the entire herd would go mad and give chase. Powerhouses below the 8th level dared not approach them easily. Warriors with prime power at level 7 or 8 were not uncommon in the Star River world. They formed the core fighting force of the elite legions of star nations. But in the ancient land it was unusual. The Egyptian ancient land seemed to repel all forms of prime power. Whether it was people who cultivated prime power or machines that used prime power as energy, they all faced strong suppression here. Here the use of prime power was limited. People could not exert prime power above the 6th level, and the stronger one's prime power, the more severe the suppression. If a powerhouse with prime power above the 12th level ventured deep into the ancient land for more than a day, their prime power would drop by 1 level. Recovering their original realm was very difficult, and they might even suffer permanent damage. The same applied to machines. Only the crude kinetic matrix engines from the early prime power steam age could function normally here. This was also the reason Canaan Maze's hovercraft crashed. Kong-Hus hovercraft fleet, on the other hand, had been equipped with low kinetic hovercraft engines in advance. Thus, in fact, this ancient land where humanity first rose was abandoned over a long period precisely because it possessed this characteristic that restricted the development of human power. Therefore, whether natives of the ancient land or outsiders from the Star River world, their power was very limited. So when Kongu heard that someone in the ancient land could actually fight fierce beasts like the mammoths, his shock was understandable. Uncle Martin was very skilled at setting traps. Qinshir's tone was full of admiration. If he had such ability, how could his life be so hard? Well, upon hearing this, Kongu felt disappointed. He forced himself to refocus on the castle Qinshir. Unfortunately, Qinshir didn't know the details about the castle. He said it was a story Uncle Martin only told when drunk, and the people of Qingming Town didn't believe it was real. Well, Kongu was speechless. Upon further questioning, he learned that Uncle Martin, whom Qinshir seemed to admire greatly, was an old drunkard. Apart from being sober enough to hunt during the dark moon season, he spent the rest of his time in a drunken stupor. More than half of the alcohol sold in Qingming Town was bought by him. Qinshir thought of Uncle Martin, and a faint smile appeared on his face. Martin was the person in Qingming Town who had the best relationship with him, so his words inevitably drifted to him every now and then. Kongu was not impatient either. The unintentional words from Qinshir carried information about the daily life of the ancient land's natives. The habits of the natives were closely related to the environment, and this was also valuable information to gather. Qinshir raised his head, preparing to change his posture, and continue speaking, but his neck seemed to be grabbed from behind, freezing still, and a look of fear appeared in his eyes. What's wrong? Kongu noticed Qinshir's abnormality. The blood moon. Damn it, how could the blood moon appear now? It only appeared 2 years ago. A look of alertness and fear appeared on Qinshir's face. He pointed towards Qingwan Mountain, and then said in a low, tense voice, "Extinguish all the campfires. Don't make any sound." Despite his panic, Qinshir's survival instinct kicked in. Hurry. Once the blood moon appears, many things that don't normally appear will emerge in the wilderness. Blood moths will fly out of their caves when they see fire. Kongu followed Qinshir's pointing direction. The distant rolling hills, the thick fog had dissipated without notice, and a dark red moon silently appeared at the horizon. Blood moon. Kongu felt a chill. He was not completely ignorant of the Egyptian ancient land. The blood moon had a special meaning in the ancient land. It signified absolute catastrophe. When the blood moon appeared, it would awaken the eerie creatures lurking in the ancient land. They were either immensely strong and ferocious or extremely venomous and numerous, leaving nothing alive in their wake. Even after the blood moon, the disaster was not over. A black storm of unknown origin would sweep across the floating continent, often reducing many human cities to nothing. Fortunately, the blood moon did not appear often, but evidence showed its frequency was increasing. In recorded history, the blood moon used to appear once every 300 to 500 years. However, in the last century, the frequency had been increasing. Initially, once every 30 years, and recently once every 3 to 5 years. Extinguish the light sources. Kongu snapped back to reality and immediately knocked over the boiling water on the campfire, dousing the flames. With a hiss, steam burst from the fire. Though the surrounding adventurers didn't know what was happening, upon seeing Kongu's action, they immediately followed suit and extinguished their campfires as quickly as possible. What's going on? Even Insa, who had gone into her tent early, was alarmed and poked half her head out to ask. Blood moon. Dangerous. Kongu stood up, his expression grave. But before he could finish, he felt a sensation like a viper watching him from behind. Having spent years walking the edge of life and death, he immediately sensed the danger. He lunged forward and pushed Qinshir to the ground with one hand. Qinshir rolled on the ground. At the moment Kongu pushed him, he suddenly felt his scalp tingle, just like when he encountered a predator eyeing him while scavenging the wilderness. Before he knew what was happening, a team member in front of Kongu, who suddenly exploded, flesh and blood scattering, filling the air with the stench of gore. A dull sound came faintly from a distance. Enemy attack. Seeing the teammate half blown apart with veins bulging on his face, Kong who shouted, "It's a prime power heavy crossbow. Take cover, organize firepower, and fight back." As the prime power heavy crossbow sounded, the camp fell into chaos. The prime power heavy crossbow was not a rare weapon among prime power arms. It was standard issue in the armies of star nations. But here its power was most devastating. The heavy crossbow could kill warriors below the 5th prime power level, heavily wound elites at levels 5 and 6, and even level 7 officers could be crippled with its assistance. The heavy crossbow only required level 3 prime power to operate barely, making it ideal for combat in places like the Egyptian ancient land. Under the unique prime power suppression of the ancient land, this low-spec, yet high-power weapon was the most popular. For this reason, star nations banned the import of prime power heavy crossbows into the ancient land. But such a ban was simply not effectively enforced, because many factions in the ancient land, when selling goods that star nations were interested in, would only accept a portion of the payment in prime power heavy crossbows. Moreover, the merchants who traded with native forces in the ancient land were mostly smugglers with no sense of Therefore, when attacked by prime power heavy crossbows, Kong, who couldn't immediately determine whether the attackers were other adventurers from the Star River world or native forces of this world, Qinshi lay still on the ground. The half-body of the team member killed by the bolt was right in front of him. At this moment, Qinshi didn't feel much fear, only a bit of nausea. Besides that, he felt more strongly that something was wrong. This exploration team, led by Insa, seemed organized, but apart from Insa and Kong, who the others were clearly inexperienced. The sentries were the worst. The accurate range of the prime power heavy crossbow was only 300 meters. At such a distance, the sentries were completely unaware before the enemy attacked. Moreover, after the attack began, the team members' reactions were amateurish. Some even jumped up and ran around in all directions, looking like a motley crew. Fortunately, the enemy didn't have many prime power heavy crossbows. Although they kept firing, they didn't kill many. Qinshi slapped his head hard. He felt he should do something. Though he didn't have any prime power himself, the best hunter in Qingning Town was Uncle Martin, and the second best was Qinshi. Qinshi's hunting skills were also learned from old Martin. Having roamed the wilderness for years, Qinshi had encountered people stronger than him with malicious intent, but those who offended him often ended up as a pile of bones in the wilderness. All right. Having made the decision, Qinshi took a deep breath, kicked away the clothes Kong who had given him, and untied his tattered cloak. On his body was only a shirt made of coarse linen, which couldn't cover him completely. From his arms onwards, wrapped tightly against his skin, were strips of cloth covered in dirty gray. Qinshi took off his shirt and trousers, but his body was not exposed. His entire body was wrapped in dirty gray cloth strips, resembling a mummy unearthed from some ancient ruins. Qinshi quickly unwrapped a layer of cloth strips from his arm. A dirty strip nearly 2 meters long appeared in his hand. He wound the strip around his neck, circling up until his entire head was covered, leaving only a slit for the eyes. Qinshi's movements were very fast. From this, it was clear that he not only did this often, but had also trained specifically in it. At this point, under Kong Hu's command and the warning of their dead companions, the team members in the camp calmed down and began to fight back with their weapons. The camp also had prime power heavy crossbows. But during the initial defense setup, they only considered wild beasts. No beasts appeared. Instead, an unknown enemy arrived. A team member rushed to the prime power heavy crossbow, quickly adjusted the position, and began to return fire. Though the bolt didn't hit the enemy, the power of its explosion made the attackers realize that the camp's defense was not lax and was not easy to crack. Qinshi lay still, carefully observing the surroundings. Insa had disappeared somewhere the moment the gunfire started. This woman was mysterious throughout the journey, and her behavior now was even more surprising. Old Canaan, as soon as the gunfire began, lay on the ground, playing dead, not moving a muscle. Kong, who had already risen from the ground and was hiding behind a large rock. He held a prime power gun and was slowly channeling prime power into it. As the prime power flowed in, the array patterns on the gun lit up, activating the prime power matrix. Qinshi showed a wry smile. Though he had never used a prime power gun, Uncle Martin had one. That ferocious-looking prime power gun. Uncle Martin had painted all the parts that would emit prime power glow with dark pigments. Not just Uncle Martin, all hunters did this. Only in this way could they fully blend into the darkness and avoid detection by enemies or beasts in the dark. Another talker who knows nothing. Qinshi silently judged Kong, who in his heart, he had little hope for the adventurers in the camp. He looked up towards Qingwan Mountain. The blood moon had already risen above the horizon. On the quiet hills, a crimson light began to shroud the earth. Qinshi grabbed the backpack thrown aside and pulled out a small bottle. He carefully opened it, dripped a drop of liquid onto himself, and then cautiously recapped the bottle. After doing this, Qinshi disappeared from where he was. Only a floating bottle remained. But soon the bottle also vanished into thin air. Interesting. Old Canaan, who was lying on the ground pretending to be dead, witnessed all this. As a veteran interstellar bandit, his eyes were sharp. He could tell at a glance that the cloth strips wrapped around Qin were actually the skin of a unique, venomous snake in the ancient land, the nightmare snake. Smearing a bit of nightmare snake venom on the skin could grant temporary invisibility. The nightmare snake cloak was a specialty of the ancient land and extremely rare. Only 3 to 5 pieces were produced each year and seldom circulated on the market. The nightmare snake skin Qin wore was enough to exchange for 10 sets of the top-tier standard battle armor. Could this kid really be the one sent to meet me? Old Kanan still lay motionless, but inwardly he was stirred. How could an ordinary child possess nightmares? At this moment old Kanan seemed to have resigned himself, but in fact everything was still under his control. This was all part of a plan he had been scheming for years. Stein's exploration journal was merely a bait he had released, drawing the attention of adventurers from the start. Old Kanan wasn't after these adventurers. His real goal was to attract the attention of the Star Dynasty's interested in the Sunset City. For explorers, the Sunset City was just an ancient ruin, discovering it meant immense wealth. But only families that had stood the test of time, with sufficient heritage, truly understood the value of the Sunset City's secrets. These families more or less possessed what old Kanan needed. Releasing Stein's exploration journal this time was meant to provoke these families into action. Once someone took the bait, those long-sealed treasures would be brought to the Egyptian ancient land. Old Kanan was not acting alone. He had powerful backing, which made him fearless. Otherwise, with his 30 years of experience roaming the stars, how could he be trapped by a group of clearly novice adventurers? Even though Qin had used the nightmare snake skin to become invisible, old Kanan's eyes never left him. Kong, who channeled prime power and unleashed a burst of bullets. He was ferocious. After firing, he stood up and swept the darkness outside the camp wildly. Though he didn't hit many, the suppressive fire successfully dampened the attacker's spirit. In the darkness, Kong, who also became a target of concentrated fire. Several prime power heavy crossbows fired at his position. Damn! Kong, who sensed danger, and dove to the ground. Behind him a rock was blasted to pieces. His prime power gun was out of ammo, so he grabbed a nearby gunpowder gun and continued to fight back against the enemy group. Though the firepower of a gunpowder gun was not as formidable as a prime power gun, under the suppression of the ancient land, the damage it could cause. The threat was no small matter. Most of the adventurers in the camp were fierce individuals. After the initial panic, they had managed to organize a defensive line. Yet by then the raiders had already gained the upper hand. Some daring strongmen, taking advantage of the suppressive fire, broke into the camp. They first swept through with firearms, then drew blades for close-quarters combat. The hard-won defensive line quickly crumbled into chaos. It was at this moment that Sa, who had been hiding somewhere, suddenly sprang into action. Gripping a force pistol in each hand, she raised her wrists and began firing in precise bursts, effortlessly taking down 4 or 5 of the intruders who had breached the camp, steadying the situation. Which brat dares to raid my camp? Sa's pretty face was hidden behind a crow-beaked mask, but her hoarse voice was dripping with murderous intent. Although the ancient land of Egypt was remote, it was nominally part of her family's domain. To be ambushed on her own turf was an insult her naturally domineering temper could not stomach. Bang, bang, bang. After depleting the energy of the 2 large-caliber force pistols, Sa unceremoniously tossed them aside. Reaching under her cloak, she produced a brand-new sniper rifle. Everyone get out of my way. Sa hoisted the sniper rifle onto her shoulder, planted one foot on a rock, and aimed ahead. Young miss, you can't use that gun like that. Kong, who was just scrambling to his feet, turned pale at the sight of the seemingly plain and even slender sniper rifle in Sa's hands. But by the time Kong, who shouted, Sa was already enveloped in a green radiance. The green light completely surrounded her before spreading forward. Many of the enemies charging into the camp were instantly caught within that glow. Bang! A sound like a spring thunderclap erupted within the area covered by the green light. The enemies trapped in the glow froze in their tracks, their faces turning a sickly green, their eyes filled with terror. The awakening of insects massacre. Old Kanan, who had been playing dead on the ground, leaped up as if stung by a scorpion, staring at Sa in horror. Having roamed the Star Sea for 30 years, he might not recognize a junior like Sa, but he knew the gun in her hand. Years ago that weapon had wrought endless calamity. The gun was named Awakening of Insects. This might have gotten too big. Old Kanan lamented bitterly in his heart. He had thrown out Stein's exploration notes as bait to catch a big fish, but to his surprise the first to bite was not a fish, but a void beast. The Awakening of Insects was a legendary firearm, forged by Luo Xingfeng, the premier matrix master of the Tang Empire, over a decade of painstaking work. After its completion, the alien sovereign Baroque offered a fully developed star system in exchange for it, but the Tang Emperor refused. This led to the 5-year War of Awakening in the Odin Star Sea, which ended only after Tang paid a heavy price to repel Baroque. The war severely drained Tang's national strength, leaving them unable to control regions like the ancient land of Egypt, which they considered their ancestral territory. That was why the ancient land teemed with adventurers. Under normal circumstances, the conservative Yin Tang would have severely punished anyone daring to dig up relics in their ancestral lands as grave robbers. The awakening of insects was imbued with many abilities by Matrix masters, one of which was mass slaughter. Any life locked by its power could not escape the strike. And such a strategic weapon capable of sparking a national war had appeared in a remote place like the foot of Green Lawn Mountain. Old Keenan's heart sank. The presence of the awakening of insects in Een Sas hands made her identity obvious, a key member of the Een Tang royal family, possibly even a princess. Such a noble figure appearing in the ancient land of Egypt would surely be accompanied by royal guards. Although the ancient land strongly suppressed the force of powerful individuals, the Een Tang royal family possessed several secret treasures that could counteract this suppression. Old Keenan realized he had to leave this place quickly. If there were truly Een Tang royal guards nearby, with his meager abilities, the longer he stayed, the lower his chances of escape. No. As the awakening of insects roared, a furious voice erupted from the rocky beach on the other side of the camp. A burly man let out a pained roar, and a streak of light shot toward Een Sas position from afar. This man was Andrew, the leader of the raiding party. Andrew had never imagined that such a one-sided raid could be so dramatically reversed. Among this seemingly amateur group of adventurers, someone had brought a legendary weapon of mass destruction. Who were these people? Shocked, Andrew knew there was no room to retreat. He had to grit his teeth and subdue Een Sa, who wielded the awakening of insects, to win the fight. After the awakening of insects unleashed its mass slaughter ability, its radiance faded, clearly showing that Een Sa couldn't fully harness its power. Unfazed, Een Sa casually thrust the gun into the ground and drew a longsword. One by one, arrays on her battle armor beneath the cloak lit up with force energy. Een Sa sneered and strode forward fearlessly to confront Andrew. Just then, Andrew stumbled and fell to the ground. In stark contrast to Een Sas' aggressive assault, Chin Shi carefully threaded his way through the rocks. Stray bullets flew everywhere, and for someone like him with no trace of force, even a gunpowder round would be fatal. The rocky beach lay to the right of the camp. Because of the pile of broken stones, the camp's defenses in this area had been somewhat neglected during setup. Chin Shi was certain the raiders would choose this route to storm the camp and break through its last line of defense. Sure enough, several figures in battle armor and gas masks crept stealthily toward Chin Shi's position. It was Andrew leading his men toward the camp's weakest point. Chin Shi clenched his hands tightly, holding a slender bone blade. The bone blade was ground from the tusk of a wasteland mammoth king, exceptionally sharp. It could easily pierce an ordinary person and even effectively wound a warrior trained in force, especially since he had coated it with nightmare serpent venom. This was Chin Shi's greatest confidence aside from the nightmare serpent skin. He quickly hid behind a rock, waiting for the group to approach. At that moment, a green glow flared as Een Sa unleashed the awakening of insects mass slaughter tech. Andrew roared and lunged toward Een Sa. Quick as lightning, Chin Shi thrust the bone blade forward, stabbing at Andrew's chest. Oomph. Andrew sensed the attack the instant Chin Shi struck. He instinctively dodged, twisting his body to avoid the fatal blow. But the bone blade was too close. Unable to see Chin Shi clearly, Andrew couldn't evade perfectly, and the blade still struck his arm. Chin Shi was sent flying by Andrew's backhand, crashing into a massive rock with a thud before hitting the ground. However, wounded in the arm, Andrew felt it go numb. His legs gave way, and he tripped over a stone, falling face first into the dirt. Despicable. Staring at the bone blade embedded in his arm, Andrew's eyes blazed with fury. He hadn't expected to nearly become the prey while playing the hunter. He then realized a greater trouble. The weapon that struck him seemed coated with a potent poison. Grab that. Andrew pointed to where Chin Shi had landed. Although Chin Shi was completely wrapped in nightmare serpent skin, he couldn't escape Andrew's perception. Chin Shi's every bone ached with unbearable pain after being slammed into the rock by Andrew's backhand. This was merely Andrew's reflexive counterattack. If he had struck with full intent, every bone in Chin Shi's body would have been broken by now. Such was the difference between a force-awakened individual and an ordinary person. After hitting the ground, Chin Shi didn't pause. Gritting through the pain, he turned and fled. Two of Andrew's men followed the trail. Andrew frowned, realizing that Chin Shi, who had attacked him, didn't seem to be a force-awakened individual. This discovery only fueled his anger. Pulling the bone blade from his arm, Andrew brought it to his nose and sniffed, identifying the venom. He circulated his force to suppress it. To him, nightmare serpent venom was merely a minor nuisance, not lethal. By then, Een Sa had charged before Andrew. A cold glint flashed in Andrew's eyes. He realized with shock that Een Sa not only wielded the devastating awakening of insects, but also a long sword of great renown. Though he couldn't name it, it was undoubtedly a force sword. Moreover, the sword's force arrays were seamlessly integrated with those on her battle armor, allowing the armor's stored force to endlessly empower the blade. In a normal environment, Andrew wouldn't have feared Een Sa with her lavish equipment. But under the ancient land's suppression, his level 12 force couldn't perform at its full potential. Een SAS battle armor, however, was mastercraft. Each force array was stable at level 6 output, amplifying her combat effectiveness at least fivefold in this environment. Damn it, Andrew cursed inwardly. Een SAS equipment alone could have hired 3 or 4 squads of mercenaries like his. Why was this woman here? Despite his curses, Andrew dared not be careless. He couldn't even face Een SAS edge Hedon. He sidestepped to avoid her direct slash. Een Sa, now in full stride, pressed on without stopping. She closed in again, thrusting her sword with agile. After Een Sa used the awakening of insects, the tide of battle had turned. With her confronting Andrew, Hedon, the camp's morale surged. Team members emerged from cover and charged at the enemies attacking under the cover of night. Kong, who however was deeply anxious. The team was hastily assembled, but he had followed Een Sa for years. He knew her identity. If anything happened to her, the consequences would be catastrophic. He quickly grabbed a weapon and rushed toward Andrew. Ouch! Qinshi wove through the rocks, trying to shake off the 2 mercenaries behind him. Both men had awakened their force. Though not exceptionally strong, they were at least level 3, and either could crush Qinshi with ease. Having revealed his presence, Qinshi found it extremely difficult to shake them off. They couldn't see Qinshi, but the noise of his flight left a trail. With a mere sweep of their blades, they forced him out of hiding to flee again. Dodging left and right, Qinshi suddenly collided with someone coming the other way. But it felt like hitting a steel plate. He was thrown back and landed hard on the ground. Looking closely, he saw it was old Keenan. The old man, taking advantage of the camp's chaos, was clearly planning. Old Keenan let out an exaggerated yelp, holding his nose. You little brat. Can't you watch where you're going? He complained to Qinshi while eyeing the 2 mercenaries who had caught up. Seeing old Keenan, the 2 paused, then grinned viciously. In their haste, they didn't notice Qinshi still invisible on the ground, mistaking old Keenan for the earlier invisible assailant. Old man. They laughed at old Keenan's ragged appearance. Having chased Qinshi all this way, they had sensed no force fluctuation from him. Mistaking old Keenan for Qinshi, they let their guard down. One raised his machete and swung it at old Keenan's neck. Watch out! Qinshi, forgetting his own concealment, shouted a warning and lunged at the mercenary. A voice suddenly sounded nearby, startling both mercenaries. They quickly realized their mistake. The invisible one was still nearby, and his voice sounded young like a ugh. As the mercenary swung his blade, old Keenan let out a pained groan from deep in his throat. A lump like a tumor bulged on his forehead, moving under the skin, then slid along the artery in his neck, roaming his body, as if trying to burst out. The mercenary didn't notice the eerie phenomenon occurring on old Keenan. Old Keenan, still holding his nose, suddenly jerked his shoulder, pressing down on the bulge that had traveled to his left arm. He sighed in pain, muttering to himself, "Can't hold it anymore." At the same time, he kicked out at the mercenary who dared swing at him. Before Qinshi could even pounce, the mercenary was sent flying by a kick to the chest. The mercenary crashed into a protruding stone pillar, which pierced through his back and out his chest. Blood and flesh sprayed everywhere, a brutal and bloody scene. Pain and terror filled the mercenary's eyes. His mouth gaped, but no words came out. He coughed up bloody foam and died in unwillingness. "You old bastard killed my brother." The other mercenary, eyes blazing with fury, roared and punched at old. "Can't worry about that now." Lost in his own agony, old Keenan barely noticed the mercenary he had killed. When the second one attacked, he instinctively threw a punch. Crack! Their fists collided. Old Keenan stood unmoving while the mercenary screamed in pain. His entire arm twisted grotesquely, clearly broken in several places. Realizing the vast gap between them, the mercenary didn't hesitate. He turned and ran. As long as he lived, he could seek revenge later. His brothers were still here, so there would be others to settle the score. Qinshi stood frozen. The 2 mercenaries had been dispatched by old Keenan in less than 3 seconds, and his combat prowess sent chills down Qinshi's spine. By then, the invisibility effect of Qinshi's nightmare serpent skin had faded as its enchantment wore off. Seeing Qinshi standing dazed before him, old Keenan's face twisted into a grimace. It was less a grin and more a distortion caused by immense pain. He panted heavily and said things Qinshi couldn't understand. "To hell with it. This damned thing is going to kill me. Kid, come here. I'll give you a stroke of fortune, haha." This was the 3rd time Qinshi had heard the word fortune from old Keenan. A sense of dread rose in Qinshi's heart. He tried to pull away, but old Keenan grabbed his wrist with his left. Though only his wrist was caught, Qinshi felt as if an invisible steel ring had clamped around his entire body. He stiffened, unable to move an inch. "What are you going to do to me? Let me go." Seeing old Keenan's ferocious expression, Qinshi's fear deepened. Kid, whether this is a blessing or a curse depends on your own luck. Damn it. I'm about to explode." Old Keenan's laugh was more painful than a cry. His whole body trembled, the skin on his face threatening to split, with countless fine blood vessels oozing out. He strained his right hand, and the bulge on his left arm vanished. In his right hand, old Keenan now held a sphere of azure blue wreathed in swirling mist. Take this fortune. His grip on Qin Shi's hand trembled violently, but he didn't let go. Amidst his hysterical screams, he slammed the sphere onto Qin Shi's arm. Sizzle. No. Like a branding iron searing into his arm, Qin Shi's skin instantly. The surface was scorched and the sphere had also submerged into Qin Shi's body. Under the excruciating pain, Qin Shi let out a scream, but in an instant a searing agony erupted in his head. Countless images exploded deep within his consciousness, and the overwhelming torrent of information threatened to burst his mind asunder. Ugh, am I about to die? Qin Shi's vision went black, and he collapsed limply to the ground. What have you done? That was the last sound Qin Shi heard. Is that Yin Sa? In his fading consciousness, the resplendent face of Yin Sa and her eerie, ornate chrome mask surfaced. Then his consciousness sank into silence. Above the void of the ancient Egyptian continent, a magnificent warship painted with a blood-red rose hovered in stillness. At the prow stood 3 figures. Flanking them were 2 middle-aged men in battle suits, their primal force surging, already surpassing the 15th level of power. Pinned to their chests was a badge of a bleeding rose, unmistakably marking them as high-ranking members of the infamous Blood Rose clan from the Sacred Alliance. In the center stood an old man with snow-white hair and eyebrows. He wore a tailored tuxedo and leaned on a walking cane, yet his body radiated not a single trace of primal force. However, his eyes were as deep as the ocean, and the 2 men beside him dared not meet his gaze. The old man gazed silently into the void below, his hand resting on the hand gripping the cane, gently stroking the 3 rings, red, green, and blue, adorned on his fingers. Your Grace, we have identified the backer behind Canaan Messer. A figure suddenly appeared behind the old man, completely shrouded in a gray robe, not even a hint of the eyes visible, veiled by a black gauze. The old man was none other than Edward II, the patriarch of the Lancaster family, known as the Blood Rose. Speak. Duke Edward did not turn around, his words succinct. The ruins, guardian Luo Martin. Is it that Luo Martin of Yintang? The Duke keenly seized upon the crucial point. Yes, so it is him. The Duke fell into silence. The name Luo Martin, after 50 years of deliberate obscuration and suppression by the Star River world, had lost much of its presence. He was a legendary figure who left an extraordinarily heavy mark on the Star River world. In its history, aside from the fabled 12 sages, no one in thousands of years could rival his brilliance shining among the stars. The Babylonian Empire was the most powerful human realm in the Star River world. 50 years ago, Babylon was merely a second-rate human nation. Due to its location bordering several powerful alien empires, it had been harassed and bullied by foreign races for millennia, until the rise of Luo Martin. Almost no one knew of Luo Martin's youth. People knew not whence he came. His first appearance before the world was the most astounding. At that time, Babylon had suffered 3 consecutive star provinces breached by the elven race, with their capital Babylon City under siege. To cling to survival, the Babylonian king was even willing to offer Princess Feline in exchange for the elven empire's retreat. The young Luo Martin chanced upon a portrait of Princess Feline and fell in love at first sight. Piloting a lowest-class airship named Songhai, accompanied by 6 young knights he had gathered from who knows where, Luo Martin staged an unprecedented act of chivalry and rescue. The solitary airship charged into the elven royal legions, sweeping all before it. Official histories never recorded the feats of these 7 youths, yet the wandering minstrels of the Star River preserved this legend in ballad. When Luo Martin drew his blade and plunged into the elven battle formation, he was said to have only 7th-level primal force. His companions at best possessed 8th-level primal force. Yet among the 7, someone advanced to become the Matrix Emperor amidst the slaughter, summoning an unprecedented legion of spirit beings to annihilate the elven royal clan's strongest army. Another piloted a never-before-seen mecha piercing through the elven royal clan's annihilation legion 1 against 10,000. Luo Martin himself forged his legend with the blood of the elven royalty. A 7th-level primal force awakener, after breaching the elven battle array and rescuing the princess, his primal force broke through, continuously reaching the 17th-level Saint Domain in 3 days, breaking the 23rd-level heavenly barrier in 7 days, and leaping into legend. A month later, having traversed the kingdom's star territories, he had become a 28th-level immortal powerhouse. By the time Luo Martin beheaded Emperor OD3 of the Elven Empire, he was said to possess a demigod body. The entire endeavor took merely 3 years. Yet even the mightiest figure cannot withstand the most vile conspiracies. Fearing that Luo Martin and his companions' overwhelming power would subvert the Babylonian royal authority, and coveting the secrets of Luo Martin's strength, the Babylonian king used Princess Feline as bait, setting a trap, demanding Luo Martin conquer the Elven Empire as a bride price for Feline. Thus Luo Martin led the Babylonians into the Elven Empire's territory, the first true expansion of Babylon's borders. 3 years later, the vast majority of the Elven Empire's lands had been annexed into Babylon. It was then that the Babylonians, believing they had grasped the weaknesses of Luo Martin and his 6 knights, staged a vile conspiracy at Luo Martin and Princess Feline's wedding involving nearly all human nations. The Babylonians could not tolerate Luo Martin and his companions because they feared these 7 were beyond control, while the other human nations refused to allow Babylon to possess such formidable figures. These rulers had considered recruiting Luo Martin's group, but knew the likelihood was slim. Thus, when Babylon indicated a desire to destroy its own pillar, they were more than willing to assist. It was a blood-soaked wedding. Those who participated and survived spoke of it with utmost secrecy. Never. How many of Luo Martin and his knights ultimately survived remained unknown to outsiders. Afterward, Luo Martin left Babylon for Intang, the only nation that had not participated in that bloody wedding, and was granted the title of Ruin's Guardian by the Intang Emperor sent to the ancient Egyptian continent to become its protector. Of course, this was merely a nominal title. In truth, Intang, under joint pressure from Babylon and other human nations, had effectively exiled Luo Martin to this place. In this land that suppressed primal force, no matter how powerful Luo Martin was, he could not withstand the long-term erosion of primal force, and would eventually fade into obscurity. In the decades that followed, the Babylonian king digested the legacy of the Elven Empire, becoming the foremost human power, while Luo Martin and the 7 Knights of Ur became dust in history, no longer mentioned. After a long silence, the Duke reached up to gently stroke his aged face. On his left cheek from forehead to jaw ran a faint but elongated scar. Kanan Messer. Luo Martin. Edward mused, a shadow of gloom crossing his face. After all these years, is Luo Martin stirred by quietude, harboring new designs, or what does he intend? As the patriarch of the Lancaster family, even his seemingly casual gestures would be magnified and interpreted by countless observers, let alone a figure like Luo Martin. Even if he plots, wouldn't it be those disgusting Babylonians who suffer? Edward let out a cold laugh before steeling his resolve. Since this matter involves him, we shall not intervene. At the Duke's declaration, the men on either side wore grim expressions. They dared not question the Duke's decision, yet the expedition to the ancient continent was a long-cherished plan of theirs, and abandoning it now was unbearable. Neither of them knew of Luo Martin's past. That might not be wise. One of them hesitated before speaking. Father, let the Sunset City be. Whatever emerges from the ruins we can buy with gold if it interests us. But the treasure on the star pirate Canaan, our family has spent over 2 decades to trace its whereabouts. To give up now would be a great pity. The speaker was the Duke's 3rd son, Nash Lancaster. Nash had limited talent, 16th level primal force was his potential ceiling. Though he could not become a powerhouse in martial arts, he was a grand calculator. In recent years, he had begun to perceive the existence of spirit beings, and becoming a matrix master was only a matter of time. His voice carried considerable weight in the family. Precisely because of his limitations, Nash coveted Kanan Messer's possession more than anyone else. It was said that Kanan carried a divine artifact forged by a divine calculator capable of easily summoning spirit beings through it. Once he obtained that artifact, he dared to dream not only of becoming a matrix master, but even a divine calculator, a position whose every move could alter the balance of power in the Star River world. If your 2 elder brothers were here, they would never utter such foolishness. The Duke sneered coldly. My mind is made up. We set course for home immediately. Send orders to the ground team, remove all family emblems, and act at their discretion. If an opportunity arises to contact Luo Martin or Kanan Messer, inform them that the Lancaster family is willing to offer any assistance. But remember this one thing, do not offend them. Do not scheme against them. The Lancaster family cannot afford to provoke such figures. Cold sweat broke out on Nash's back. His father's mention of his brothers was a direct warning. Yes. Nash drew a deep breath. He realized that his information was woefully inadequate, leading to a severe misjudgment of both Luo Martin and Kanan Messer. In the Star River nations, the Lancaster family, while not among the most elite, was not an easy target to trifle with. Yet when even the Lancaster patriarch admitted he dared not provoke such figures and was willing to humble himself to cultivate their favor, Nash knew he had no standing to challenge them. If that's the case, why not withdraw everyone to avoid offending them? No sooner had Nash spoken than he realized he had erred again. Duke Edward cast a deep glance at Nash, then waved his hand, dismissing them. Fool, he muttered under his breath once he was alone. The Lancaster family was not the only one drawn by the treasures of the Sunset City or Kanan Messer, but few families knew of Luo Martin's existence. If they withdrew hastily now, it would inevitably alert other forces. Duke Edward was keen to use Luo Martin's hand to deliver a severe blow to hostile or potentially hostile factions, and perhaps even gain Luo Martin's friendship. As for the family's Tud-Catalong scheme, it paled in comparison to the danger of offending Luo Martin. How are they ignorant or testing that terrifying man? Has 50 years on the ancient Egyptian continent worn down his power? Duke Edward remained motionless, peering through the primal force light curtain of the cabin into the deep, dark continent. Chinsher suddenly opened his eyes. Don't attack, don't attack. He heard old Canaan nervously explaining. As his vision cleared, he found himself still lying where he had fallen with Insa standing beside him aiming a primal force pistol at old Canaan. Old Canaan, unarmed, faced the dark muzzle and waved his hands frantically. Don't misunderstand. It's not my fault. He was just knocked out. See, he's waking up. Old Canaan pointed at Qin Shi, who was blinking in confusion. Qin Shi, still dazed, could barely follow their conversation. He had thought he had been unconscious for a long time, but it seemed only a moment had passed. Seeing Qin Shi awake, Insa's expression finally softened. After defeating Andrew, she had followed the sounds of old Canaan and Qin Shi, but had missed the crucial moment. She had arrived only after Qin Shi had fallen and had not witnessed what old Canaan had done to him. Insa took a step closer, about to ask if Qin Shi was all right, when her brow furrowed. She spun and fired her gun behind her without warning. Bang! The gunshot was accompanied by a pained grunt. Andrew, whom she had repelled, had somehow circled back and was Insa's shot struck him square in the chest, shattering his battle armor. Andrew staggered back several steps, fury blazing in his eyes. Insa's personal strength was not particularly formidable, but her arsenal of weapons was endless and devastating. Bitched! Andrew was now thoroughly enraged. His muscles quivered continuously as if he were about to unleash his latent potential to overpower Ines. Just as he took a step forward, a chill ran down his back. His features contorted in agony as a blade pierced through his chest. Ugh! Andrew turned his head with difficulty, only to see a bald skull, a face twisted in savagery, twisting the weapon to shred his heart. Andrew clutched the blade with both hands, but his strength ebbed away and his life faded. He collapsed to his knees and died. The chaos in the camp did not end with Andrew's death. Leaderless, the attackers shifted to defense, surrounded and cut off by the organized adventurers, plunging into a melee. A woo! At that moment, a high, desolate beast roar drowned out the sounds of battle. At the sound, everyone fell silent instantly. Beast tied. Qin Shi's already sallow face turned even paler at the thunderous roar. The beast tide was merely an appetizer. The sound resembled that of hyena wolves, which greatly relieved Qin Shi. Hyena wolves were common beasts of the wasteland, fierce, but not particularly powerful. Hunters traversing the wasteland could easily handle one or two. Hyena wolves only became a true threat when they gathered in packs. But even that was only a concern for ordinary hunters. For an expedition of Insa's scale, there was no need to fear a hyena wolf beast tide. Is this caused by the blood moon? Insa turned to Qin Shi again. Qin Shi had risen to his feet, rubbing his arm, where the skin still burned with pain. Strangely, aside from a charred hole in the serpent leather, his skin seemed unharmed. The glowing orb in old Canaan's hand had vanished. If not for the hole in his sleeve, Qin Shi might have thought he had. Indeed, Qin Shi had wanted to ask old Canaan what he had done to him, but he had a vague feeling that what old Canaan had given him was something good. Qin Shi even felt that he was somehow different from before, though he could not immediately articulate what had changed. The appearance of the blood moon makes all creatures in the wasteland bloodthirsty. They gather into packs and attack anything not of their kind. As the blood moon's influence grows, once there are no other creatures to attack, they will even turn on each other. Qin Shi had never witnessed a beast tide firsthand, but he had seen enough aftermaths to feel as though he were standing in hell. We need a safer place. This camp cannot withstand a beast tide. Qin Shi concluded. This area was suitable for camping, but poor for defense. If a mercenary group like Andrew's could easily find and raid the camp, a horde of countless beasts would be far worse. Kong, who call off the pursuit of those men. Take the prisoners and the bodies with us. We're leaving. Insa frowned after a moment of thought. Yes, miss. Kong, who nodded, dragged the mercenary's corpse off the stone pillar and, hoisting a body in each hand, headed toward the camp. He walked away. Impressive. Insa was in no hurry to leave. She cast a glance at the blood-drenched stone pillar, then at old Canaan, a smile spreading across her face. Old Canaan shrugged, offering no further reaction. The object that had tormented him for years had been removed from his body, leaving him feeling light and unburdened. Despite harboring deep wariness toward Insa's identity, he was not without contingency plans and could stay to bide his time. Insa turned and left, but Qin Shi stared at old Canaan with eager eyes and asked in a low voice, "Old man, what exactly did you put in me?" "Naturally, something good." Old Canaan patted Qin Shi on the shoulder and said, "This is the Mother Star. Well, I have no idea why this damn thing is called that. This thing is worth more than 10 Twilight Cities. Seeing that you have an extraordinary bone structure, I took a liking to you and bestowed this supreme treasure upon you. Its mysteries are boundless. You'll know how great the benefits are in the future." Old Canaan grinned and whispered, "But don't tell anyone. Otherwise, not just Insa, but everyone in the entire Star River will want to rip you open. The Babylonian Emperor would trade a province's governorship for this Mother Star." Qin Shi forced a bitter smile. Amidst old Canaan's rambling, the only phrase that registered was that everyone in the Star River would want to rip him open. With that, old Canaan gave Qin Shi another firm pat on the shoulder and pushed him forward. As they walked, old Kanan continued, "Of course the mother star has a temper. You need to communicate with it well, or you won't be able to keep it. Given your current frail frame, if it abandons you, you'll probably—" He paused. "What will happen?" Qinshir's heart leaped into his throat. Bang! "You'll turn into a pile of bloody." After removing the time bomb, known as the mother star, from his body, old Kanan's expression grew even more benevolent and composed. He looked at Qinshir with a hint of pity in his eyes. "If you survive, it's a great fortune. If you can't, that's fate." Qinshir's face turned livid. It wasn't fear, but immense rage. The old man was clearly harming him, yet he dared to speak of fate with such righteousness. Could there be anyone so shameless in this world? Hey, don't be angry. I believe you can make it." Old Kanan tightened his grip on Qinshir's shoulder slightly. "I also know that drunkard Martin of yours. The mother star was originally given to me by him. I've used it for 30 years, and I've reached my limit. This time I'm returning it to him. He'll probably pass it on to you. That old man always does things that way. You know Uncle Martin." Qinshir was quite astonished. Old Kanan was a notorious star pirate in the Star River world. How could the kind-hearted Uncle Martin know someone like him? And Uncle Martin had lived almost his entire life in Qingning Town. How could he possibly know old Kanan from the Star River? But upon second thought, Qinshir found it not so strange. Every year before the Dark Moon season arrived, some uninvited guests from the Star River world would appear in Qingning Town. Dressed in opulent clothes, they would visit Uncle Martin with utmost respect. Perhaps old Kanan was one of them. "It's more than just knowing him, kid." Old Kanan patted Qinshir's face. "You can ask him later who the Blood Knight Kane is. Of course, when you ask that question, it's best to run right after, or he might beat you to death." Qinshir wisely shut his mouth and ignored old Kanan. The blood moon hung in the sky, its crimson radiance completely enveloping the earth. Qinshir could even smell the blood from the blood moon. He was certain the scent came from the moonlight falling on him, not from the wounded and dead members of the camp or the raiding mercenaries. The smell of blood was not only thick and cloying, but also carried a putrid odor, as if it had stained the skin, leaving it sticky. The steam locomotive had already started rumbling loudly. The team members moved the wounded and dead onto the vehicles, quickly dismantled the camp, and withdrew methodically from the blood-soaked ground. In SAS view, even if the hyena wolves were powerful, they wouldn't dare attack the convoy. Protected by the force shield, no matter how many hyena wolves there were, they couldn't breach the locomotive. They would only be utterly crushed. Only Qinshir and old Kanan were in the carriage. Kong Hu and In Sa, whom Qinshir knew relatively well, were busy interrogating the captured mercenaries and didn't share the same vehicle. This suited old Kanan just fine. He barely said a word in front of In Sa and the others, but when facing Qinshir, he turned into a chatterbox. "What is Martin to you? Didn't he teach you how to awaken your force? What a waste of talent. If you had awakened your force early, you could have become a legend. But with the Mother Star, it doesn't matter anymore." Old Kanan seemed regretful about losing the Mother Star, but when Qinshir suggested he take it back, he waved his hand repeatedly, saying the Mother Star now rejected him, and keeping it would only lead to death. Listening to old Kanan's chatter, Qinshir gained some understanding of the Mother Star. As for the Mother Star merging into Qinshir's body, without any reaction, old Kanan explained that Qinshir hadn't activated it yet. He also gave Qinshir a warning: don't try to activate the Mother Star unless necessary, or when prepared. Once activated, if there wasn't enough power to bear the consequences, the Mother Star would detach from the body. This process would be extremely bloody, with the body exploding being the most vivid outcome. Old Kanan added that even if Qinshir could endure the pain of activation, the Mother Star would remain in his body for a number of years, depending on his physical potential. After that time, it would still flee. Old Kanan boasted that he was the one who had possessed the Mother Star the longest, and he had mastered the method of directly stripping the Mother Star from the body. When I'm in a good mood, he'll teach you how to pass that disaster star on to the next unlucky soul. Old Kanan said with a grin. That one sentence truly revealed his inner thoughts. Qinshir hugged his knees and buried his head in them. If he had enough strength, he would have punched old Kanan in the face long ago. But recalling how old Kanan had easily kicked a mercenary to death with one blow, Qinshir silently warned himself not to invite trouble. Beyond that, a peculiar feeling was spreading within Qinshir's heart. He seemed to sense something moving inside him, resonating gently with his breath and soul. At first, this feeling was uncomfortable, but as time passed, he confirmed that this thing wouldn't harm him. Little did Qinshir know that fate often makes its move when one least expects it. Because of the Mother Star within him, his destiny was already heading in a completely different direction. Old Kanan was still rambling, but Qinshir's attention had shifted from himself to his surroundings. The steam locomotive was winding around the mountain foothills, heading deeper into Qingwan Mountain. Before the relocation, Qinshir had advised In Sa to temporarily withdraw the team from the Qingwan Mountain area. After the blood moon appeared, this region had become a domain of beasts, and it was unsafe to stay. But In Sa ignored Qinshir, disregarding the risk of the blood moon and continuing to advance deeper into the mountains. In SAS view, any so-called beast tide would be crushed under the steam locomotive's wheels. Moreover, the team had plenty of ammunition and weapons. Under the suppression of firepower, Qinshi's concerns were negligible. What Insa worried about were the rivals who also coveted the Twilight City. The attack on the camp meant their previous lead was gone. Insa was well aware of her team's weaknesses. Encountering an attack from a stronger force would only increase the risk. At this moment, Insa naturally chose to take risks, using the Blood Moon's arrival to enter Qingwan Mountain. In fact, Insa even hoped that the beast tide triggered by the Blood Moon would block others interested in the Twilight. Qinshi naturally didn't understand Insa's thoughts. Watching the hyena wolves constantly drawn by the roaring locomotive, his heart sank little by little. In the darkness, pairs of green eyes surrounded the locomotive, chasing it relentlessly. Many hyena wolves pounced close to the vehicle, ignoring the disparity in size and bit at it. But these frenzied hyena wolves met a grim fate. Their sharp claws and teeth left no marks on the steel plates, yet they were crushed into pieces by the rolling wheels. It's useless. Qinshi was worried. A lone hyena wolf naturally couldn't harm the locomotive. But when thousands upon thousands of them gathered, the danger multiplied exponentially. Don't worry, these beasts can't do anything to that little girl, Insa. Old Kanan yawned, shifted his position to lean more comfortably against the carriage wall, and prepared to sleep. SAS famous gun Jingja was most terrifying in group battles. As long as she could fire a couple of shots, more than half of the hyena wolves would die or be injured. Even the most frenzied creatures would completely collapse when half of their companions died instantly. Qinshi shook his head. He knew nothing about the world of Force Awakeners and didn't hold much hope. The blood moon hanging in the sky grew fuller, its dark red glow deepening, painting the earth in an eerie. Under the deep red light, the hyena wolves had nowhere to hide. Seeing more and more of them outside the steam locomotive, Sa frowned as well. Miss, the identities of these people have been confirmed. They are Babylonians. They belong to the Wolf Fong mercenary corps led by Andrew, whom you have already killed. Kong Hu's voice came through the communicator, accompanied by the low groans of the captive. Understood. Insa responded. Upon hearing the word Babylonian, anger flashed across her face. What does that old hag want now? Insa thought to herself, gripping Jingja tightly. As force flowed into it, the green glow of Jingja began to flicker again. Insa wasn't as relaxed about the beast tide as old Kanan thought. Jingja was indeed a deadly tool for mass killing, but given SAS strength, firing it once a day was her limit. This was thanks to the efficient energy storage array within Jingja. Otherwise, a single shot would drain all her force along with the flesh and blood from her body. At this moment, Insa was using the auxiliary energy storage array on her battle armor to input force into Jingja, storing it for later use. With the increasing number of hyena wolves around, Jingja would soon be needed again. After the convoy had traveled along the mountain base for over an hour, Qinshi noticed the speed gradually slowing. The surrounding hyena wolves had grown denser, forming a thick mass. The fast-moving convoy was like a lone boat in a raging sea, cutting through the wolf pack and crushing the slow-reacting ones into bloody pulp. More and more hyena wolves began to pounce on the locomotives. Each vehicle activated its force protection shield. Hyena wolves equivalent to first or second level Force Awakeners couldn't breach the defenses of this convoy, which was fully armed to the upper limit of force in the Egyptian ancient continent. The beast tide of hyena wolves, enraged by the steam locomotives, charged recklessly, forcing the convoy. As the speed decreased, more wolves could catch up and pounce. Whoa! Qinshi gripped the handrail, staring nervously at the wolves around the locomotive. At that moment, a piercing howl drowned out the noise of the hyena wolves and the rumbling steam locomotives. Qinshi instinctively turned toward the sound and saw on a small hill not far away a massive snow-white hyena wolf howling at the blood moon above. Just as Qinshi looked at this wolf, it also stopped almost simultaneously and turned its head toward the convoy. A chill ran down Qinshi's spine. In that instant, Qinshi even had an illusion that this wolf had locked eyes with him. Not just Qinshi, but everyone who noticed the wolf at that moment felt the same. Old Kanan, who had been resting with his eyes closed, also shuddered and jumped up, cursing, "Damn, there's such a few." Undoubtedly, this white hyena wolf, the size of a steam locomotive, was the king of the hyena wolf packs on the ancient continent. With the appearance of the Wolf King, the hyena wolves instantly fell silent. They no longer rushed to attack the locomotive, but instead parted to make way. "Attention!" Kong Hu's voice blared through the locomotive's loudspeaker. "Prepare the force-heavy crossbows. Don't let that big guy get close." The Wolf King scraped the ground forcefully, carving a deep trench, then lunged heavily toward the locomotive, leaping dozens of meters through the air. It landed with a loud thud and leaped again. Huh. Qinshi rubbed his eyes vigorously, feeling that the Wolf King was charging straight toward his vehicle. Moved. Old Kanan's sense of danger was far sharper than Qinshi's. He knew full well that the Wolf King would target them as the primary attack. Several force-heavy crossbows from the convoy fired at the Wolf King, but the Wolf King mid-leap still had excellent control over its body, swishing its tail to dodge them. Boom! The Wolf King instantly landed on Qin Shi's carriage, colliding heavily with the force protection. The Wolf King was knocked back by the shield. After landing, a force-heavy crossbow struck its waist, but aside from scorching some of its fur, it achieved little else. Ouch! Under the Wolf King's impact, the steam locomotive overturned, and Qin Shi and Old Canaan crashed into each other. With the rollover, the vehicle's defense array failed, and the force shield began to dissipate. Seeing this, the wolves immediately pounced on the locomotive. Follow me. Old Canaan grabbed Qin Shi with one hand and punched out, sending a charging hyena wolf. Qin Shi also drew his bone blade and stabbed it into the eye of a hyena wolf. But the wolf in pain retreated, its thick hide dragging the blade from Qin Shi's grasp. The bone blade, which he had barely retrieved from where Andrew had discarded it, was now carried off by the wolf. From the locomotive's cab came the driver's scream. After the rollover, the cab's windows shattered, and without the force shield's protection, the cab offered no defense. The cab was too cramped for combat. Once the hyena wolf crawled inside, the driver's fate was sealed. With the Wolf King's attack, the convoy, which had maintained formation, was split in two. In's face darkened. She had previously considered the potential risks of continuing deeper into Qingwan Mountain, but she never expected a creature like the Wolf King to exist. The Wolf King's power shattered her understanding of the ancient continent. Ferocious beasts were not uncommon on the ancient continent, and they were rich in force, making them even stronger. But ferocious beasts were also suppressed by the force of the ancient continent. According to records, the most powerful beast was the Mammoth King, which could reach the level of 12th level force, but that was due to the mammoth's massive size and sheer physical strength. As for this Wolf King, Insa estimated it to be at least at the 12th level of force. With such power, no one in the entire convoy could contend with it. Jingzhe might have the power, but at her current level, she couldn't unleash its true potential. Gulp. The Wolf King made a swallowing sound, its amber eyes fixed intently on Qin Shi as it slowly approached step by step. Why me? Qin Shi's heart cried out in distress. Faced with a behemoth like the Wolf King, he was utterly powerless. The aura emanating from the 12th level ferocious beast also suppressed Qin Shi, rendering him immobile. Growling. The Wolf King made a gurgling sound as if swallowing saliva. Drool dripped from the corners of its mouth as it closed in on Qin Shi step by step. Qin Shi took as disaster loomed. The chaos in his mind was instantly suppressed. He fumbled at his chest and pulled out a bottle containing the venom of the nightmare serpent. Qin Shi instinctively hurled the poison bottle at the hyena Wolf King's face. But it was useless. Nightmare serpent venom only works when mixed with blood. Striking the hyena Wolf King's body would achieve nothing. Besides, given the hyena Wolf King's ferocity, even a full bottle of venom might not affect it. The bottle struck the hyena Wolf King's nose with a thud, bounced off, and shattered on the ground. The hyena Wolf King's eyes gleamed with disdain. It raised a paw and crushed the bottle into pieces. Then it arched its back and leaped toward Qin Shi, its forepaws slashing down at his head. Qin Shi tried to move his feet to escape, but throwing the poison bottle had drained all his strength. Locked in the killing intent of a 12th level hyena Wolf King, his entire body was paralyzed, unable to make any further move. Watching the hyena Wolf King pounce, he opened his mouth wide, clenched his fists to strike, but found his arms unbearably heavy. He couldn't even lift them. Kid, run. At that moment, a roar erupted from behind the hyena Wolf King. Old Canaan sprang from nowhere, grabbed the hyena Wolf King's thick tail, and dug his feet into the ground, holding it back. Howl! The hyena Wolf King hadn't noticed an ambusher behind it. As it leaped, its tail was caught. A tremendous humiliation. It arched in midair, kicking back with both hind legs. One aimed at Old Canaan's head, the other at his chest. With its immense strength, a direct hit would shatter Old Canaan's body. Old Canaan instantly let go and rolled on the ground, appearing clumsy, but dodging the hyena Wolf King's leap. After landing, Old Canaan grabbed a hyena wolf, attacking him from behind, and hurled it at the hyena Wolf King. Such an act was the ultimate provocation to the hyena Wolf King. It abandoned Qin Shi and fixed its gaze on Old Canaan. Qin Shi, having narrowly escaped death, was drenched in sweat. Living at the bottom of the Gulu world, Qin Shi walked the edge of death every day, yet never had he been so close to. The hyena Wolf King's attention was successfully diverted by Old Canaan, giving Qin Shi a chance to survive. Still, his situation remained grim. Now unprotected, he was exposed among the hyena wolves. Thousands of them surrounded them in an impenetrable ring. As soon as the hyena Wolf King turned, Qin Shi found himself trapped in the pack. Fight! Gritting his teeth, Qin Shi clenched his fists and charged forward. Walking the edge of life and death had erased his fear. The will to survive granted him unparalleled courage. Bang! In the instant his courage surged, a slight bulge appeared on his chest, accompanied by a faint sound. A warm current burst forth, flowing through every limb and bone. Suddenly Qinshi's strength and speed improved noticeably. Yet in his heightened tension, he didn't notice the change in his own body. As the anomaly occurred, no one observed that the blood moon hanging in the sky had begun to eclipse. But during the eclipse, the blood moon's color grew more vivid, like a drop of blood. Slap! Qinshi punched a hyena wolf that had lunged at him. The beast's claws were already on his body, its stinking jaws wide open, ready to tear into him. But his fists seemed to hold infinite power. With one blow, the hyena wolf tumbled backward, crashing into a horde of its kind. As it flew, its claws ripped Qinshi's clothes and left 2 bloody gashes on his body. Qinshi was momentarily stunned, ignoring the pain. He stared blankly at his hands, unable to believe the power of his punch. Before he could think further, a sharp pain shot through his shoulder. He knew the hyena wolf's habits well. One was perched on his shoulder waiting for him to turn his head. If he did, the next moment its jaws would snap his neck. Qinshi instinctively kicked backward, striking the hyena. The hyena wolf let out a mournful cry and collapsed backward. But its sharp claws raked several bloody lines across his shoulder. The scent of blood drove the surrounding hyena wolves into a frenzy. They surged toward Qinshi, but the space was limited. Those unable to reach him began tearing at each other. Good lad, you've been hiding your skills. As Qinshi caught his breath and punched another hyena wolf, Kong, whose voice sounded beside him. Kong, who wielded a heavy sword, swinging it fiercely to fell the surrounding hyena wolves. His gaze at Qinshi was complicated. He had tested Qinshi's strength before and knew the boy hadn't awakened his prime force. Yet against hyena wolves, creatures no less formidable than first-level human soldiers, Qinshi's counterattack was impressive. His strength and ferocity surpassed many of the team members. Reminded by Kong, who Qinshi realized that the power he had just displayed exceeded his normal capabilities. Without dwelling on it, he said with lingering fear, no choice. Since I couldn't escape, I had to fight as hard as I could. Kong, who nodded. Human potential is limitless, and he harbored no suspicion. Shielding Qinshi with one hand and swinging his heavy sword with the other, Kong, who slowly moved toward the returning steam vehicles. Insa had already noticed that Qinshi and Old Canaan were surrounded by hyena wolves. As soon as she realized they were in danger, she ordered the vehicles to turn around and launch a full rescue. To be fair, Qinshi owed his survival to Old Canaan. As a lowly native, he had no value. After Old Canaan agreed to cooperate with Insa, Qinshi lost even his role as a guide. He was expendable in the team if he died in the wolves' bellies. Insa and Kong, who might only mutter a regretful "what a pity." But Old Canaan was different. The entire expedition depended on him to reveal the location of the Sunset City. If he fell here, their mission would be cancelled. For Insa, such a loss was unbearable, so she had to go all out. Insa gave the order. The remaining vehicles lined up, mercilessly crushing the hyena wolves while all team members opened fire with their guns, suppressing the wolves' momentum. Kong, who and 2 6th-level members leaped ahead of the convoy to rescue the trapped. Kong, who protected Qinshi, while the other 2 went to relieve Old Canaan. He could have escaped if he wanted. The 2 only added to the chaos. The hyena wolf king's power was beyond. He could have escaped if he wanted. The 2 only added to the chaos. The hyena wolf king's power was beyond the combined strength of everyone present. Indeed, one member fired a gun at the hyena wolf king, only scorching its fur. But the act only inflamed the beast's rage. Its amber eyes turned bloodshot. With a sweep of its tail, it sent the member flying into the pack of hyena wolves. Ow! The blow not only knocked the member away, but shattered his prime force barrier. Falling among the wolves, he lost all orientation and was torn apart by the pack. His prime force still intact, he was no match for the pack. After felling the first few wolves, he was quickly Huff! Insa's face darkened. She had witnessed the member's death. Leaning on her Jingzhe rifle, she exhaled deeply. The matrix arrays on her battle suit began to glow, and her prime force started circulating. Her eyes locked onto the hyena wolf king. Only by severely wounding the hyena wolf king could the crisis be resolved. Without defeating it, even fleeing was impossible. Insa had witnessed the hyena wolf king's power. Given enough patience, it could stalk the convoy, overturn one vehicle after another, and kill the occupants. Insa had no choice but to activate the hidden prime force arrays in her armor. The energy stored in those arrays was one of her trump cards, if she hadn't planned to reveal them so soon upon entering the Galu region. But things didn't go as planned. The danger of the Galu region far exceeded her expectations. Now even if it pained her, she had to bleed. Damn Babylonians. Insa vented her fury on the already dead Andrew. If not for the ambush that forced her to consume one shot from Jingzhe, how could she be in such a predicament? The prime force patterns on Jingzhe glowed. After the 2 hidden arrays on her back, dim Jingzhe regained its full. Insa coldly loaded a null-energy sniper round into the magazine and began charging it with prime force. Jingzhe, a masterwork, had high energy absorption efficiency and charged quickly. The round was ready to fire in an instant. The Wolf King's pelt is sleek and thick, worth at least 10 null-energy rounds, not a loss. I could make a fine cloak for father. Through the scope, the hyena wolf king's majestic form filled her view. Thinking that stripping its pelt would cover her losses and yield a handsome profit, her discontent vanished. She didn't notice that old Canaan was being harried by the hyena wolf king, even diving into the pack to dodge its attacks. But the wolves feared their king more than the intruder, knowing old Canaan was the target. They dared not bite him and scattered, clearing the battlefield. Old Canaan had no escape. This is outrageous. He rose from the ground furious and on the verge of losing control. His prime force surged, his aura soaring. The hyena wolf king's eyes showed disdain. In this land, it was the absolute monarch. The fiercer the opponent's resistance, the more excited it became. Haha, there's a big dog down there. A young girl's voice suddenly rang out, cutting through the wolves' howls and the roaring steam engines. Hearing this, old Canaan froze. The hyena wolf king, about to pounce, bristled its neck, first snarling, as if facing a natural enemy, and retreated warily. Insa, who had been aiming at the hyena wolf king's forehead, held her breath and stopped her long-prepared strike. The Church of Radiance. They dare come here. Her expression was complex. Qin, who had been scurrying with Kong, who toward the rescue vehicles, suddenly stopped. Sensing something, he looked up and saw a slender dark gray airship hovering low overhead. The hull bore a blue six-pointed star, but when he looked directly at it, the star appeared golden. Dazed Qin hadn't yet recovered when he seemed to see a dark figure fall from the airship, landing on the hyena wolf king's neck. Such a big doggy. A childish, excited voice came from the hyena wolf king's neck. Roar. The hyena wolf king had lived in the Gulu region for countless years and had long awakened its intelligence. Though it couldn't speak human tongue, it understood the common language. Being called a lowly dog infuriated it. Instantly it shook off the pressure from the airship and turned to attack. The human on its back was light as a feather. It could crush the intruder with a single paw. Qin rubbed his eyes hard. He couldn't believe what he saw. A little girl no older than 7 or 8 was riding the hyena wolf king's neck, slapping its head with her small hands and laughing without restraint. The hyena wolf king tried to roll over and throw her off, but the necklace around her neck kept emitting a milky white light, protecting her. Each punch she landed on the hyena wolf king caused its body to go numb, and Qin even felt the beast was shrinking. At that moment, the airship extended dense rows of ballistae. They roared, clearing the ground of hyena wolves. Simultaneously, many ropes dropped from the airship, and armed warriors descended, slaughtering the wolves. With the ballistae firing, the hyena wolf pack began to break. The hyena wolf king, subdued by the girl, couldn't command its pack. Though the blood moon made the wolves fiercer, they couldn't withstand the concentrated fire of the ballistae and fled. It's Sophia indeed. Insa's face darkened. She removed her crow mask, took a deep breath to calm herself, then took a piece of jade from a hidden compartment on her belt, infused it with prime force, and crushed it in her hand. This was a distress signal device of the Intang royal family. The appearance of the Church of Radiance's saintess and her personal guard in the Egyptian Gulu region was a major event for both Intang and the entire Star River human nation. As a royal, Insa had to report the news immediately. Howl! The hyena wolf king let out a piteous cry. It now realized the terror of the small creature riding it. No matter how it jumped and shook, it couldn't dislodge Sophia. Every light punch on its head left it dazed, numb, and weakened. Sensing danger, the hyena wolf king tried to flee, but after a few steps it let out a mournful howl and collapsed, its limbs splayed. It trembled incessantly. At first, Qin thought his eyes were playing tricks. But as Sophia's silverbell laughter continued, the hyena wolf king's body shrank steadily. From a massive beast the size of a steam vehicle, it dwindled under her assault to the size of a tall horse, then a pony. Only then did Sophia stop, satisfied. Throughout the process, armored warriors kept descending from the airship, forming a circle around her. Qin couldn't identify the warriors' affiliation from their attire, but Kong, whose expression changed drastically. He glanced at Insa, then pulled Qin, retreating slowly, more cautious than when facing the hyena wolf king. Holy mother! Old Canaan, covered in dust, also looked grave. He trotted up to them and whispered to Kong what's going on. How did Intang let the church into the Egyptian Gulu? Kong, who gave him a strange look, but said nothing. The Intang royal family and the Church of Radiance were at odds, their conflict even deeper than with alien races. Naturally, they wouldn't allow church clergy to enter. But with the church's capabilities, smuggling a single airship into the Egyptian Gulu was feasible. As for why the church's influence had suddenly reached this barren land, Kong, who was certain it was old Canaan's doing. After all, the church was the most enthusiastic sponsor of expeditions seeking ancient ruins, spending astronomical sums every year. The church had been searching for divine relics. The relics of the ancient gods were no longer a secret. The church naturally would not overlook a legendary holy city like Twilight City. Yet no one expected that this time the church would personally intervene, and for some reason, it would be Saint Sophia herself who came. Although Sophia was only 9 years old, the Vatican already regarded her as the future pope, awaiting only her adulthood for coronation. Since the church's inception, there had never been a female pope. But with the papal seat vacant for nearly 2 centuries, and the Church's influence retreating under the pressure of secular monarchies, an authoritative leader was urgently needed. Sophia was born sacred, bathed in holy light at her arrival. Before her birth, 4 of the 5 cardinal bishops who governed the Vatican received an oracle that had been silent for 300 years, declaring that Sophia would be the incarnation of the radiant God walking among mortals, destined to revive the Church. With the oracle and the Church's precarious situation, all obstacles to Sophia becoming pope had been cleared. The papacy was merely a matter of time. Later, the Church discovered that the sole cardinal bishop who had not received the oracle was found guilty of severe blasphemy and was ultimately sentenced to life imprisonment in the Vatican's dark dungeon. Insa, gripping Jingja with a frosty expression, strode forward to meet Sophia. Before she could get close, a white-haired elder draped in a crimson cloak and wearing an ordinary monastic robe appeared before her, blocking her path. Insa pressed 2 large-caliber force pistols known as Giant Thunder in her hands. Crudely fashioned, they were ideal for close-range bombardment, unleashing countless force fragments that could shred an opponent to pieces. If the old man dared to take another step forward, Insa would not show mercy. "Your Highness, do not misunderstand," the elder monk said with a slight nod and a faint smile. He continuously released a milky white holy light that enveloped him, resisting the forced suppression of the ancient Egyptian land. "I am Nosan, deputy commander of the Church's Holy Temple Knights. We come with no ill intentions and have obtained permission from Emperor Tang." Nosan maintained a standard. Nosan. Hearing that name, Sa's heart sank. She slowly retreated 2 steps and said solemnly, "So it is, Lord Nosan." Yet she refused to believe that Nosan had been granted permission by Tang to enter the ancient Egyptian land. The Holy Temple Knights of the Radiant Church were renowned, or rather infamous. When the Radiant Church's influence dominated most of the human world, they were the executioners suppressing heretics. Many kings and nobles of the Holy Alliance were branded as heretics and had their kingdoms destroyed. After the divine radiance dimmed, the Temple Knights' blades turned toward alien races, conquering one alien star system after another for the Vatican, massacring and enslaving them on a massive scale. According to incomplete statistics, at least 30% of the alien slave trade in human nations came from the spoils of the Holy Temple Knights. Nosan in particular had his hands stained with the blood of aliens. For the past 20 years, he had been managing the most difficult colonial star system in Haishi for the Vatican, a place overrun by the fastest-reproducing orcs and insectoids. Yet after 20 years, few aliens remained in the entire Haishi system. Nosan had once bragged that he would lead the Holy Temple Knights to trample the Tang Empire, which had not yet been illuminated by the Holy Faith. Those words brought great disaster upon Nosan. The Emperor of Tang, enraged, sent Matrix Master Luo Xingfeng under the guise of a spar to provoke the Vatican, specifically challenging Nosan. Nosan suffered a crushing defeat in that battle and was subsequently dispatched to colonize the Haishi system. Despite his many achievements, he remained only the deputy commander of the Holy Temple Knights. Thus, Nosan and Tang had become mortal enemies. Even if the Vatican intended to make contact with Tang, they should not have sent such a figure onto Tang's territory. As Insa uttered that name, she restrained herself with immense effort from pulling the trigger. Yet she knew that even if both her shots struck Nosan's vital points, they might not penetrate his force shield. And Nosan could crush her with a single thought. The ancient land indeed exerted strong force suppression on powerful individuals, but reducing a powerhouse like Nosan to parity with her would take at least 10 days or half a month. At this moment, Nosan still possessed overwhelming strength far beyond her rookie level. "This is a personal letter from Emperor Tang to you." Nosan did not lose respect due to Sas Lo. The ferocious and brutal retaliation of the Tang people years ago still haunted him. Over the years, his patience and power had grown, and he no longer casually revealed his innermost thoughts. Indeed, before Insa could take the letter from Nosan, a soft, effeminate voice came from not far away. A shadow approached rapidly from afar and materialized beside Insa. "Captain of the Guard." Hearing the voice, Sa's anxious heart immediately settled. She recognized the newcomer as Tsang-ing, the captain of the Imperial Guard of the Tang Palace. Tsang-ing bowed slightly to Insa, then turned to Nosan and said, "Lord Nosan, since the saint has safely arrived in the ancient land, you may leave. But do not forget our agreement. If any accident befalls the saint here, Tang bears no responsibility." "Naturally." Nosan laughed darkly. "But Tang will do everything possible to ensure our saint's safety." During the negotiation between Insa and Nosan, Sophia had completely tamed the hyena wolf king. Whatever she had done to the hyena wolf king, its body remained the size of a pony. A halter was placed around its neck, a saddle on its back, and worst of all, a bloody 6-pointed star symbol was carved into its forehead. With that symbol, it was no longer the exalted king of the hyena wolf clan in the ancient land, but property of the Radiant Church, specifically Sophia's private possession. The hyena wolf king lay prostrate on the ground, seemingly on the verge of death, devoid of any will to live. Little brother, what is your name? Having finished all this, Sophia suddenly ran up to Qin Shi and asked with a smile. For some reason, she smelled a pleasant scent on Qin Shi. It was this scent that had driven her away from the Vatican's luxurious palace and prompted the church to propose nearly humiliating terms to Yin Tang, sending her to the ancient land. Qin Shi looked at the porcelain-like little girl before him, his eyes brightening. He opened his mouth, but found himself unable to utter a single word. That year Qin Shi was 13 and Sophia was 9. Looking into Sophia's crystal-clear blue eyes, Qin Shi felt a sense of inferiority. At that moment he was dressed in tattered clothes with wounds from the hyena wolf's claws still bleeding, and he reeked of the wolf's rank odor. When Sophia reached out her delicate little hand toward him, he was at a loss, not daring to grasp it. My name is Qin Shi. His face and neck burned red, his voice as faint as a mosquito's, and he dared not meet Sophia's eyes. Qin Shi. Sophia muttered his name repeatedly, a smile blooming on her face. He'll remember that. From now on we're friends. Qin Shi remained dazed. The word friend was not new to him, but being treated as one was a first. Your Highness. At that moment No-san strode over to Sophia, his gaze sweeping over Qin Shi with a hint of surprise, then turning to Old Kanan with an even more puzzled expression. Old Kanan showed no fear when No-san looked at him, as if unaware that the man was the Chuch's sharpest blade against the outside world. Kong, who clenched his fists, barely containing his inner tension. Nevertheless, he stepped forward to shield Qin Shi. If No-san attempted to harm anyone, Kong, who would not stand idly by. Even if his strength was nothing to No-san. My. Sophia tilted her head, looking at No-san with some. Your old servant cannot linger in the ancient land. Be careful on the journey ahead, Your Highness. No-san bowed, making sure Sophia could see him at eye level, maintaining absolute reverence. This showed that in his heart No-san already regarded Sophia as the Pope. I know. Sophia waved her hand, pointing at Qin Shi. With Big Brother here, nothing will happen. Qin Shi. He had no idea what was going on. Indeed, No-san did not dismiss Sophia's words as childish nonsense. Instead, he gave Qin Shi a deep look and said, Then I entrust Her Highness to you, young friend. The Holy Temple Knights will be eternally grateful. With that he bowed to Qin Shi. I dare not, I dare not. Qin Shi quickly stepped aside to avoid No-san's grand gesture. Though the ancient land was isolated, Qin Shi had heard of such a colossal entity as the Holy Temple Knights. He could not accept such a salute from a figure of that stature. Young friend, take this. No-san raised his hand, and a pistol appeared in his palm. Keep it for self-defense. Without waiting for Qin Shi to respond, he thrust the pistol into Qin Shi's hands, gave a knight's salute to Sophia, stepped back twice, then soared into the air, and quickly returned to the hovering airship. Apart from No-san, many guards also began to withdraw. Eventually, only 5 sword-wielding monks, apparently at the 5th level of force, remained behind Sophia. Sophia showed no reluctance at No-san's departure. Instead, she waved cheerfully at the airship. After it vanished into the sky, she planted her hands on her hips and, mimicking an adult, let out a worldly ha-ha and exclaimed, whoosh. Finally free. In's mood was the exact opposite of Sophia's. The news brought by Tsang Ying was a calamity to her. Her capture of Canaan and search for Twilight City had been a whim. Though she had considered that many in the Star Realm might covet the map on Old Canaan, she never expected it to attract such powerful forces. At that moment, above the ancient land, at least 20 vessels from different factions were lingering. Andrew, who had attacked In's camp earlier, was merely one of them. Compared to factions that had yet to act, Andrew's group was only mid to low tier, not even ranking in the top 10. For some reason, instead of expelling these intruders, Yin Tang sent envoys to gather the leaders of all factions present, offering them 1 month of access to the ancient land. Of course, the Emperor of Yin Tang was no philanthropist. Once Twilight City was discovered, Yin Tang would be the greatest beneficiary. Yet finding Twilight City was impossible for Yin Tang alone. Thus, involving other factions would maximize Yin Tang's gains. With the goal of maximizing profit, the Yin Tang envoy brought the Emperor's rules. All teams permitted into the ancient land must pay an entry fee and a deposit. Any violation of Yin Tang's regulations would result in expulsion and forfeiture of the deposit. Moreover, 1/10 of all expedition gains would be taxed, and Yin Tang had the right of first selection. Numerous other subtle traps awaited adventurers eager to enter the ancient land in search of Twilight City. In's unauthorized actions were naturally severely reprimanded, and she was also informed of more secrets about Twilight City. In fact, many had discovered Twilight City throughout history. Stain was neither the first nor the last. Stain's notes were not rare. According to records from past explorers, Twilight City had appeared in different locations. This ancient city could shift its position, and how it did so remained a mystery. Stain's greatest contribution was tracking Twilight City's traces in the ancient land and deducing the patterns of its movement. This achievement came at a price. For a time, he followed Twilight City for a full year only to be left far behind due to insufficient power. That year of hardship broke his health leading to his death, but he left behind a route map of Twilight City. The route map somehow fell into Old Canaan's hands. Whether by coincidence or through some hidden hand, Old Canaan was then captured by Sa, drawing the attention of the Tang imperial family. Had no other factions intervened, the emperor of Tang would have turned a blind eye, letting Sa have her way and allowing fate to decide whether she found Twilight City. But when the church suddenly approached the Tang court, seeking cooperation in finding Twilight City, the emperor realized that the city had become a target for all. Concealment was no longer possible. So he generously invited all capable factions to join the grand endeavor, setting numerous rules in an attempt to maximize benefits at minimal cost. Sa was ordered by the emperor to protect the church's envoy Sophia and ensure no harm came to her. Though the church had assured that the saint's safety was not a concern and that Tang would not be held responsible for any accidents, Tang did not agree. Necessary safeguards were still required to avoid giving the church any pretext and to have leverage in any verbal disputes. Is the church insane? Sa tapped her forehead, finding it hard to imagine the Vatican sending Sophia to the Egyptian ancient land. The enmity between Tang and the church was well known, and Sophia was the church's last hope for revival. If anything happened to her, the Vatican would go mad. Many wished to see the church and Tang destroy each other. They would surely seize this opportunity to keep Sophia in the ancient land forever, bleeding the two rival human factions in the Star River. With Sophia by her side, Sa knew her team would never know peace. What is father thinking? She gritted her teeth. Yet Song Ing had only told her this much, not revealing the emperor's full intentions. Perhaps even Song Ing did not know the ultimate plan of that deep-thinking man. Your Highness, may fortune smile upon you. Before leaving, Song Ying's gaze toward Sa carried pity. When the emperor learned that Sa had rushed to the ancient land with a motley crew of hired thugs, he flew into a rage. Ordering her to protect Sophia was in part a punishment. But this punishment was almost too much for Sa to bear. What a headache. Sitting on the roof of her vehicle, chin in hand, Sa watched her subordinates clean up the aftermath of the hyena wolf attack and sighed. When her gaze fell on Sophia, her head throbbed even more. After chatting with Qin Shi for a while, Sophia mounted the hyena wolf king and kept driving it across the wilderness, treating the noble wolf king as nothing more than a pony running wild. Sophia's guards did not stop her. They merely stood watch alertly, as if her behavior was also part of the radiant god's arrangement, perfectly sacred. This is the future of the church. Sa shook her head repeatedly. The church is doomed. She glared at Sophia, her eyes clearly filled with envy and jealousy. Her own childhood had never been so carefree. The lunar eclipse had vanished, but the blood moon was also dimming. The smell of blood in the air had begun to fade, and the blood moon's influence was weakening. Yet the worry on Sa's brow only deepened. She knew the blood moon's influence would wane. The Radiant Church had always claimed to be the natural enemy of all darkness, possessing the power to counter the blood moon's influence. When Nosan entered the ancient land, he had used. The mystic art blanketed the land about to be trodden upon, suppressing the influence of the blood moon as much as possible. When Sophia descended to the ground, the aura of the blood moon was further quelled. The title of the Radiant Church's saintess was no mere boast. Her innate aura of divinity and light further disintegrated the baleful presence brought by the blood moon. Sa even believed that if Sophia remained in the ancient land of Egypt long enough, the daylight hours there might increase for a whole year. Thinking this, Sa began to understand somewhat why his father would permit the tendrils of the Church's influence to extend into the ancient land. After pondering for a long while, Sa had Old Canaan brought before him, his tone unprecedentedly gentle. Old Canaan, we need to have a proper talk. Qin Shi averted his gaze from Sophia, who was gleefully riding on the back of the hyena king, and fondled the force pistol in his hand. He was not entirely unfamiliar with force machinery. In Qingning Town, he had occasionally helped out at Uncle Martin's smithy, watching him repair damaged force firearms and armor. Commonplace items, but enough to broaden one's horizons. Yet the craftsmanship of the short pistol in his hand surpassed anything he had ever known. The pistol was only slightly longer than his palm, almost small enough to be concealed in one hand. Its design was ancient and simple, resembling a flintlock firearm from humanity's dark age. It was entirely dark gray, equipped with a hammer, and the barrel was etched with a matrix of force arrays. All the lines of the arrays formed a matrix of climbing rose vines, among which were 3 lifelike golden-threaded buds. The number of buds signified it was a third-grade force firearm. The golden-threaded rose buds indicated that the short pistol was produced by the most renowned family for force weapons in the Star River world, the Golden Rose family. The Golden Rose family was in fact the royal family of the largest kingdom within the Sacred Alliance, the kingdom. They were blood related to the 2 other great houses, the Blue Rose and the blood rose, yet conflict simmered among them, each believing themselves to be the true lineage of the rose. 2 centuries ago, the three Rose families waged a century-long war known across the Star River world as the War of the Roses, which only ended when the Grand Council of the Sacred Alliance intervened to mediate peace. In principle, force firearms required force to operate and generally demanded a higher level of force. For standard-issue weapons, the ratio between force firearm and wielder was typically 1:2. This meant a warrior must possess second-grade force to wield a first-grade force firearm. This was only for standard force firearms. Custom-made ones were more powerful and demanded even greater force, usually with a ratio of 1:3 between the firearm and the user. The force pistol Norsun had given Qin Shi was a non-standard masterpiece, a limited production by a master gunsmith of the Golden Rose family. Named the Bud series, it was originally intended for the personal defense of talented young members of the family. It required at least 9th-grade force to operate. However, this force pistol in Qin Shi's hand had clearly been modified, with 5 energy-storing arrays inscribed on its body. Through a force matrix, it could draw ambient force from the air and store it within. This meant that even a person with no force at all could use this third-grade force firearm for an attack, as long as they had the strength to pull the trigger and cock the hammer. Such modifications slightly reduced the pistol's power, and after depleting its stored force, it would require a sufficiently long recovery period. Yet this flaw could not overshadow its advantage. Even someone utterly devoid of force now had a weapon for such an alteration could only be achieved by a master with profound expertise in force array crafting. It could be said that the short pistol in Qin Shi's hands was worth more than 10 times the price of the Golden Rose family's standard Bud series short pistols, and it was most suitable for a novice like Qin Shi, who possessed no force whatsoever. Qin Shi could not discern the true value of the short pistol, but Kong, who was a knowledgeable man, who explained it to him. Kong, who looked at the pistol in Qin Shi's hands, his eyes filled with naked envy. Even if he struggled for another 10 years, he still couldn't afford such a firearm. Qin Shi's heart grew more uneasy with trepidation. He had no connection with Norsun, yet upon their first meeting, he had been gifted such a generous present, making him feel deeply unsettled. As for Norsun's entrustment, he found it utterly absurd. Sophia had tamed the hyena king like a little dog. Such a formidable girl hardly needed his protection, did she? Qin Shi's heart was troubled, and he wanted to return the short pistol to Sophia. Although Sophia seemed close to him, in truth, apart from their initial meeting, he had not seen her since. Protected by the Chuch's guards, she had taken a vehicle from Een SAS convoy trailing far behind the main. Old Canaan had been called over by Een Sa for another talk. When he returned, he seemed dispirited, no longer having the energy to lecture Qin Shi as before. He kept clutching his hair, sighing deeply. How could this be? How could this be? The vehicle jolted across the wasteland. Qin Shi, utterly exhausted, bandaged his wounds, changed into clothes brought by Kong, who began to drift into a drowsy sleep. His consciousness first faded into darkness. After an unknown time, light began to glow in the depths of his silent mind. Qin Shi suddenly found himself staring at a colossal planet. Much of the planet was covered by blue oceans and green forests, while some areas were barren yellow deserts, all intertwined in a magnificent and resplendent tapestry. Where is this? Qin Shi blinked unconsciously. In that instant, he saw the planet before him transform. Huge fireballs kept rising from the surface, mountains, collapsed lava raged across the land, and ocean waves rose into towering tsunamis, destroying everything in their path. The entire planet disintegrated under the onslaught of catastrophe. Look over there. A slightly mechanical voice sounded beside Qin Shi. Qin Shi looked around, but saw no one. Then, as if guided by intuition, he looked up at the sky. A large, dark, gray, pockmarked, and ugly satellite was breaking free from the disintegrating planet's orbit, beginning to drift into the depths of the starry sea. The satellite seemed to have a massive engine following a predetermined course as it departed. After the satellite veered off course, Qin Shi saw a colossal star exploding, immense fireballs spreading and swallowing the other planets, orbiting it one by one. Qin Shi opened his mouth unconsciously. He did not know why he was here, but he was certain he was witnessing the destruction of a small star system. This is the day of revelation, the scene I always cherish most. The hoarse mechanical voice sounded beside Qin Shi again. When he lowered his head to search for the source of the mysterious voice, he found himself standing on a verdant grassy field. The grass stretched into the distance, the area was empty, but beside him stood a large tree, whose name he could not recall. The voice was coming from the tree. Could it be this tree that's talking? Qin Shi mused silently. What are you thinking? How could this silly tree talk? The mechanical voice seemed tinged with annoyance, and then a small dark head poked down from the tree. The head was small, but a pair of large pitch-black ears was very conspicuous. A rabbit. Qin Shi, you're the rabbit. Your whole family are rabbits. The creature that looked like a wild hare grew agitated and shouted urgently. Its voice had lost its earlier mechanical quality. Qin Shi was at a loss for words. However, once the creature revealed its full body, he was certain it was a rabbit. Big ears, red eyes, a short tail, and front paws noticeably shorter than the hind legs. What else could it be but a rabbit? But a talking rabbit. Qin had never seen one before. Well, I must be dreaming. Qin immediately recalled that he had just been in the vehicle. Seeing something so illogical now besides a dream, where else could such absurd things happen? Yet he had never considered that although he had dreamed before, he had never had such a clear scene. All his dreams were almost the same color as what he had seen in the ancient land of Egypt, a hazy gray with fragmented scenes, mostly nightmares. The beasts in his dreams were always ferocious creatures like nightmare serpents, hyenas, and wild bears, never such a gentle animal. This rabbit's fur is too black. Thinking it was a dream, Qin relaxed and began to evaluate the rabbit in his dream, not finding it strange. Normally when he realized he was dreaming, he would wake up instantly. It's a bit early for dreaming. The black rabbit hopped onto a branch closer to Qin, used its tiny front paws to grab a leaf, stuffed it into its mouth, and spoke with its cheeks bulging. You have to answer 3 of my questions. Answer correctly, and you unlock basic access. Answer wrong, and immediate annihilation. Unfortunately, you're the 9th one, so the easy questions are all taken. Only the last 3 remain. Good luck. What? Qin began to realize this dream seemed strangely ominous, and he vaguely felt a sense. He tried to wake himself from this bizarre slumber. He pinched his thigh hard, attempting to jolt himself awake from this. Don't waste time, let's begin. Hey race, a life or death question. Oh no, a freebie question. The rabbit's eyes grew redder, and its voice shouted with excitement. It had spent an immensely long time, and still couldn't find the final answer. Now throwing the question at someone else, the secret glee it felt was indescribable. How what? Qin was utterly bewildered. This sounded like an arithmetic problem using proper mathematical terms. He had never attended a formal school, and had no idea how to tackle such a question. But what Qin didn't know was that this problem had nothing to do with whether he had gone to school or not. It was unsolved. This is unfair. After pinching his thigh 3 times in a row without waking from the dream, Qin finally realized that something dangerous was happening. I've never learned such things. Asking me this is totally unfair. And why should you be the one asking questions? Why can't I ask you? The instinct to survive ignited Qin's courage. He stammered his rebuttal at first, but soon his words grew more fluent. Huh? You want to ask me questions? Fine. Go ahead. If you can stump me, you win. The rabbit stood on its hind legs and let out a laugh like a clanging bell. Interesting. Very interesting. After all these years, you're the first one to dare speak to me like this. Whether it was because it had been trapped in this mysterious space for too long out of boredom, the rabbit agreed, without a second thought. Yet it was by no means arrogant. There were few questions in this world that could stump it. The problem it had just posed was nearing completion in its own calculations, and it would soon have the exact answer. The rabbit was fearless. Very well. Qin took a deep breath. Can you read my mind? He suddenly recalled the rabbit's earlier agitation when he had thought of it as a rabbit. Of course. This is my domain. What you think is the same as what you say. The rabbit answered promptly. Don't worry, you'll grant you some permission now, so you can block me from peeking into your thoughts. I don't need to steal answers from your mind. Very well. Qin felt a barrier rise in his mind, isolating him from this world. Don't waste time, ask your question. The rabbit was getting impatient. All right. Qin's mind raced, and he quickly thought of a question. He took a deep breath and asked, Are you familiar with the history of the ancient land? You mean that damaged forward base you live on? I know it well. The rabbit tossed out a term Qin had never heard. Good. Qin patted his head, thought for a moment, and then said, It is said that during the Dark Age, to resist the enslavement of alien races, one of the 12 wise kings, the White King Chun-Qingji, fired the first shot of the uprising at the giant ocean port. So hey, raised the question, who fired the second shot of the uprising? The Dragon Spear King Bola. The rabbit glanced at Qin with its red eyes seeming a bit disdainful. According to your records, Bola led a slave uprising of 20,000 in the Eternal Flame City, echoing Chun-Qingji. Are you sure? Of course. The rabbit's voice was proud. This is exactly what your records say. This account comes from the Twilight Notes, personally written by Bola's student Mar. I've even met that unlucky kid. You're wrong. Qin clenched his fists, tightly excited, not even hearing the latter half of the rabbit's words. He laughed heartily. The second shot was also fired by Chun-Qingji. The Twilight Notes record, Chun-Qingji fired 3 shots into the sky, beginning humanity's revolt against alien enslavement. Chun-Qingji fired 3 shots in a row, so the second shot was naturally also fired by him. The rabbit made a sound like a human hiccup, froze on the branch, and nearly tumbled headfirst from the tree. It had never expected such an interpretation of the question. This is sophistry. A trap. A setup. It doesn't count. The rabbit's voice roared in Qin's ears, and for a moment, he trembled with fear, afraid the eerie talking creature might attack him. Thinking this, he quickly felt for the short pistol Norsun had given him for defense. A third-grade force firearm should be able to blast this thing into a pulp, right? But after fumbling in his bosom for a while, he couldn't find a short pistol. Fortunately, the rabbit was hopping up and down, but didn't attack. All right. Qin sure knew he was being sophistical, but it was a matter of survival. If you can't answer or answer wrong, you can't go back on your word. Unable to find the pistol, his anxiety grew. Without a clear promise from the rabbit, he dared not continue asking, as it would mean certain death either way. Of course. The rabbit bared its two large front teeth, gnashing them in frustration. Very well. Then let's continue this line of questioning. At the giant ocean poured a total of 48,000 people followed Chen Qingji in the uprising. Please tell me the names of all these people. List them one by one. Qin Shi was not as confident as the rabbit. He was trembling inside, afraid the rabbit would tear him to pieces in a fit of rage. The rabbit's eyes went blank. It had been ready to unleash a major attack, but it never expected Qin Shi to use such a sneaky question. Even if it could record most of the world's information, it couldn't possibly have recorded the names of those slaves from back then. Seeing the rabbit standing dumbfounded on the tree, neither speaking nor moving, Qin Shi felt a sense of doom. Yet he knew that if he gave the rabbit a question it could answer, he would die in this strange place. How about we change the question? The rabbit felt its old face couldn't take it. When Qin Shi asked for the names of those 48,000 people, it was on the verge of exploding. However, in this place it too had to abide by the basic rules. Besides, the question it had posed was a famous mathematical conjecture from another world, far more complex and time-consuming than listing 48,000 names. So what could the rabbit do? It could only forgive him. Qin Shi's expression grew solemn. He couldn't keep being obstreperous. If he angered the rabbit too much, the consequences would be dire. Yet upon reflection, if his question were answered, he would still face certain death. What am I to do? Qin Shi's anxiety was written all over his face. The rabbit, observing Qin Shi's distress, calmly crouched on a tree branch. In this place it cared not for the passage of time, nor when Qin Shi might pose his question. For it had all the time in the world. Qin Shi also squatted on the ground, and after a long struggle finally conceived a question. This was not a question he had thought of himself, rather it was one he had overheard when Uncle Martin drunk muttered to himself one day. Even now Qin Shi could not fathom why that question had stumped a hero like Uncle Martin. At the time he had offered an answer, but Uncle Martin said his thoughts were too superficial, not even touching the surface. Well, if even Uncle Martin found it difficult, it should surely baffle this eerie rabbit. Who are you? Qin Shi pondered, then added. Or to put it differently, who am I? He asked with difficulty, still believing the question was not hard to answer. Snap! The rabbit on the branch suddenly went rigid, tumbling to the ground, belly up, legs twitching, its four short limbs jerking spasmodically. No way. Qin Shi scratched his head. Could a mere question kill someone? Or rather kill this bizarre? If so, perhaps it wouldn't be such a bad thing. Qin Shi was clearly overthinking. After a few twitches, the rabbit quickly recovered, its eyes bloodshot as it glared at Qin Shi, as if ready to pounce and tear him apart. What do you think you're doing? Qin Shi blustered, then quickly changed the subject. If you can't answer, just let me go. What is this damned place? The rabbit belched again, staring deeply at him, before finally speaking. What am I? This question indeed exceeds the limits of my knowledge. I searched for ages, even short-circuited my mind, but found no answer. I truly cannot respond. The rabbit's tone carried a hint of shame, as if its pride had been deeply wounded. Though Qin Shi's three questions were cunning and opportunistic, they had on another level made the rabbit realize it was not omniscient. But granting you access now violates the rules. The rabbit stood on its hind legs and began pacing in circles around Qin Shi. Yet rules are dead. The rabbit pondered deeply on. And this little one hasn't reached the legal age. By protocol he cannot take the assessment. But he's already taken the last slot. What to do? The rabbit was in turmoil, and Qin Shi, listening to its muttering, grew dizzy from its endless circling. Rules are dead, but I shall buy him alive and wise. Perhaps I can keep him until the legal age. Legal age. Qin Shi heard another unfamiliar term. It's 18, the age for execution. The rabbit waved a paw irritably, signaling Qin Shi not to disturb its thoughts. Execution. A chill ran down Qin Shi's spine. He knew this well. Every year, Qingning Town executed many criminals in this manner, and Qin Shi was no stranger to it. In that case, I can mark him as an assessment candidate and re-evaluate him when he comes of age. If he fails, I'll handle it according to the rules. I can't punish without teaching. The base is already in ruins, and this boy likely has no one to teach him those things. That means I'll have to be his mentor, a fine title. But what if he's too stupid? The rabbit suddenly stopped raising its head to study Qin Shi. Yet even when it stood upright, it only reached Qin Shi's knees. It had to hop back several steps to take in his. What do you want? Qin Shi sensed malice in the rabbit's gaze. He backed away, eyeing it warily. Let's just check him first. If his talent is merely subpar, he might be salvageable. But if he's too stupid, there's no helping it. Ignoring Qin Shi's words, the rabbit's ears suddenly twitched. Rustle. The tree the rabbit had perched on trembled violently, and roots sprouted from its branches lashing toward Qin Shi's heart jolted. He tried to flee, but it was too late. The roots instantly coiled around his limbs, then yanked him back against the trunk, binding him tightly. The more he struggled, the tighter they squeezed. "Hey, what are you doing?" Qin Shi cried out in panic. "Didn't we agree? If you couldn't answer my question, you'd let me go." As he thrashed, a clump of roots stuffed into his mouth silenced him. Then a sweet and sour sap from the crushed roots flowed down his throat. No. As the liquid entered, he felt his body go limp and his mind grow hazy. "The roots are poisonous." "Stop yelling, it's not poison. It's a good thing." The rabbit folded its front paws, its eyes scanning Qin. On its retina, numbers and patterns flickered rapidly. Qin Shi felt a tingling, stinging pain as the roots sprouted thorns that pierced his skin. The agony made Qin Shi want to scream, while also keeping his consciousness in a fog. Each time he was on the verge of fainting from the torment, the thorns intensified their stimulation, jolting him back to awareness, with sharper pain only to repeat the cycle. The rabbit began muttering to itself. "Overall level is above average. At just 13, that's not bad." It appraised Qin Shi. "Intelligence exceeds the norm. Better than excellent, nearly genius level, but still insufficient to master the mother star. Fortunately, he's only 13, with 5 years to train to that level. Physique. Frail, no awakened primal force from this world's natives, but there's potential. Good. Affinity for primal force. Let's see how hot. Damn, 87 affinity. This kid could walk the path of a matrix calculator. I like that. Summoning a horde of number spirits to overwhelm opponents. Not bad, really not bad. Insight. Thinking ability. A complete mess. How can such logic serve a matrix master? Well, it's salvageable. This can be cultivated later. Finally, bloodline purity. If it's below 70, forget about driving the mother star. Oh my god. 97 purity. Who are this kid's parents? Could there still be descendants of the survivors? How can such pure blood exist? The rabbit, as if struck by a tremendous shock, leaped high into the air, soaring above the tree that bound Qin Shi. When it landed, its gaze toward Qin Shi had completely changed. Thankfully, this boy doesn't know the authority commands. Good. The rabbit's expression toward Qin Shi grew complex, filled with both elation and conflict. But if I teach him, he'll eventually uncover the authority, and then want he become my master. What do I do then? Life without freedom was so miserable before. The rabbit suddenly sat cross-legged before Qin Shi, its tiny front paws clasped together, head tilted, looking forlorn and helpless. "So what else can I do? This freedom isn't the kind I like either." The rabbit resignedly sighed. "Then let's follow the plan." The rabbit is eating people. Qin Shi, drenched in sweat, woke from his nightmare with a shout. He leaped high in the carriage, nearly jumping out of the unprotected vehicle. Old Kanan, snoring happily across from him, was startled awake. "What's happening?" Old Kanan wiped the drool from his lips, jumped up, and looked around. "What's going on?" Qin Shi was dazed. The image of the rabbit from his dream still lingered in his mind, but the events of the dream were already fragmented. He only remembered the rabbit asking him questions, and then he had asked some in return. It seemed those questions had angered the rabbit, leading to being bound and tortured, suffering all kinds of bizarre cruelties. Vaguely, Qin Shi recalled the rabbit trying to fry him alive, and he barely escaped screaming for help. "It's nothing. Just a nightmare." Qin Shi bit his finger hard, then repeatedly confirmed old Kanan's presence, and the still-moving convoy finally, sure he had awakened from the dream. "A nightmare?" Old Kanan shrugged and said, "Not scared by last night's wolves, are you? How can you be so timid? But it's fine. You'll get used to seeing blood after a while. This is nothing." Yawning, old Kanan nestled back into the carriage, hoping for a bit more sleep. The vehicle ahead gradually slowed. "There's no road ahead," Qin Shi said, rubbing his eyes. The convoy had been circling Qingwan Mountain all night. Though the wilderness was vast, as they ventured deeper, the rugged mountains finally blocked their path. "Get out, everyone out." Kong Hu's voice rang out. "Pack up, and we head into the mountains. Time is short. Several teams are already ahead of us." Kong Hu's words were not baseless. The Eagle had brought such news to Insa last night. While SAS team was chasing old Kanan, other adventurers had bypassed them and headed straight for Qingwan. These teams were backed by wealthy families with better airships capable of landing in more treacherous terrain. These aristocratic families possessed some secret information about the Twilight City, unlike Insa, who acted on a whim. With permission from the Intang authorities, these teams used their airship's speed to seize the advantage. SAS team had fallen far behind. Insa hadn't gone berserk because she knew that even if they found the Twilight City without the corresponding key, let alone take anything from it. That was why Intang had allied with the church. Sophia brought the key. The church, an ancient entity possessing a key to the Twilight City, was not surprising. Qin Shi gazed at the distant Qingwan Mountain, feeling his vision had become sharper. The dim, overcast sky seemed brighter too. He worried about the strange changes in his body, likely the result of the mother star old Kanan had placed on him. Thinking of the mother star, Qin recalled last night's dream again. Could my nightmare be caused by the mother star? Remembering the eerie rabbit in the dream and old Canaan's descriptions of the mother star, Qin felt as if a boulder weighed on his heart. He sensed a bomb had been planted inside him waiting to explode. Brother Stone. Sophia spotted Qin from afar, dashed over, and pounced into his arms. Qin caught Sophia stumbling back several steps before steadying himself, barely avoiding being knocked. Despite his awkwardness, Qin noticed that while Sophia showed no trace of primal force, her every move carried immense power. Qin couldn't explain it, but others knew it was due to divine power within Sophia. The ancient land of Egypt suppressed awakened primal force, but had a weaker hold on divine power. Though young Sophia possessed abundant divine power which was unrelated to age or cultivation, depending solely on divine favor. As a designated saintess destined for the papacy, Sophia, radiating divine majesty, was perfectly. Brother Stone smells even better. Sophia sniffed deeply. To her, Qin was a delectable dish requiring immense self-control to resist the urge to take a bite. Old man, you're so dirty, why do you have a sweet smell too? Sophia sniffed, puzzled as she looked at old Canaan. Little saintess, you jest. Old Canaan hasn't bathed in months. There's no fragrance. Old Canaan nearly blurted out, little demon, but quickly corrected himself. Truly one favored by the divine. Old Canaan chuckled, awkwardly wiped his beard vigorously, and said with a dry laugh, "He'll go wash up and change clothes. You two chat." Turning away, sweat beaded on his brow. That was close. Old Canaan patted his chest repeatedly, thinking, thank goodness the mother star is already with Qin, or I'd be done for. Others couldn't smell the fragrance Sophia mentioned, but old Canaan knew what it was. The mother star was a divine relic naturally carrying a divine aura. As a saintess, Sophia could sense it. For her, who had an insatiable need for divine power, it was a fatal tempt. Now Sophia only found the scent pleasant, but as she grew older, she would find it delicious. Old Canaan was relieved he had detached the mother star before meeting her. Poor child. Looking at Qin, old Canaan's eyes filled with pity. Either tame the mother star, or, well, maybe old Martin will lend a hand. Xiaohei, come here. Sophia hugged Qin until he was nearly breathless, then let go and waved into the distance. Hearing the name, Qin inexplicably thought of the rabbit in his dream. But to his surprise, he saw a pony-sized pure white hyena, loping toward them, its stiff tail wagging awkwardly, looking utterly dog-like. This is... Seeing the star-shaped symbol on the hyena's forehead, Qin's mind reeled. Wasn't this the hyena king? He hadn't expected Sophia to spare it, let alone tame it, and name it Xiaohei. The hyena king, which last night had seemed utterly despondent under Sophia's control, now perked up at her call, its eyes bright, tail wagging, and tongue lolling. Unrecognizable from before. It's the big doggy from last night. Sophia patted the hyena king's head and said, it was too wild. If I hadn't used a transformation spell, it wouldn't have been easy to tame. Last night, I had to use 8 rounds of holy light to suppress its savagery before it became disobedient. Tisk tisk, Xiaohei, wag your tail again. Yes, just like that. Qin stood by speechless. Insa slammed the mask firmly onto her face, turned to glance at the team behind her, and when her gaze fell upon Sophia, she shook her head. Her entire visage was concealed behind the mask, leaving no one to discern her expression. Yet it was easy. Sophia rode atop the hyena king, seated in a saddle on its back, clutching a small whip in her hand, while making whooshing sounds to urge the beast to keep pace with the column. This is the future of the church. Insa shrugged her shoulders. It seems the papacy is doomed. She thought with malicious glee. Qin, come here. Seeing Sophia clinging to Qin, refusing to let him stray a step away, Insa frowned. This was the guide she had invited. How could he be tasked with babysitting? Yes. Qin felt as if he had been granted a reprieve. He truly had no idea how to appease the young girl, and following Sophia, he was timid and hesitant. He would only respond to Sophia with a word or two. Though she seemed enthusiastic toward him, it was merely because she found his assent pleasant, as she had little to say to him. If it were only that, it might have been bearable. Yet Sophia was accompanied by 5 guards from the papacy who made no effort to conceal their wariness of Qin and the others. At every moment, at least 2 pairs of eyes were fixed on Qin. If Qin made any dangerous move, the consequences were predictable. Where are we now? Insa pointed ahead, addressing Qin, but her eyes were fixed on old Canaan beside her. She had called Qin over solely to keep him from getting too close to Sophia and the papal contingent. In her view, Qin was already on her side. How could he be mingling with the church? Qin scratched his head in distress. After a night of travel with the convoy, he had lost all sense of their current location. He was not particularly familiar with Qingwan Mountain. His title as guide was little more than nominal. This is the southwestern range of Qingwan Mountain. If we follow the ridge for 10 li, we'll enter the mountain's heart, one of the possible locations for the Twilight City. But we must act swiftly. We need to be there within 3 hours. Then what are we waiting for? Speed up. Insa waved her hand grandly. The Twilight City is mine. Only mine. Hearing Sas declaration, old Canaan nodded earnestly and said, that's certain. But my share must not be shortchanged. To think the Duke himself would appear in this star field, truly unexpected. In the opulent cabin of a massive warship painted with the Church's six-pointed star emblem, and hidden deep in the void, the deputy commander of the Holy Knights Norson sat opposite Duke Edward of the Blood Rose family. Their gazes clashed thick with undisguised hostility. The Church had always supported the Golden Rose family. During the War of the Roses, without the Church's backing, supplying the enemy with vast resources and manpower, how could the Golden Rose have gained the upper hand in the joint war against the Blood Rose and Blue Rose families? Moreover, after the war, the Golden Rose's strength not only remained intact, but surged, making it the most powerful faction in the Sacred Alliance, rising from a duchy to a kingdom. This effectively recognized the Golden Rose as the true lineage of the Rose family. How could Duke Edward not seethe with hatred? In those wars, the Holy Knights had fought as common soldiers for the Golden Rose, engaging in bloody battles against the Blood Rose. The enmity between them ran deep and true. Yet the War of the Roses had ended nearly a century ago, and this was not the time to settle old scores between the family and the papacy. Moreover, the Church and the family had certain intertwined interests. When Norson's invitation arrived during the return voyage, Edward had no choice but to swallow his pride and attend. Edward also sought to understand what deal the Church had struck with the Eantang royal family by appearing in the ancient continent. Others might overlook the subtleties, but Edward keenly sensed that things were far from simple. You jest, my lord. What could be more surprising than your appearance in the Eantang Star Sea? If you doubt me, I can spread the news right now and see if the entire Star Sea is stirred up. Norson smiled faintly, not pursuing the topic further. I've heard that the Lancaster family controls a trade route in the Metal Bastion galaxy. Norson picked up his coffee, took a light sip, and said, I have a business proposition for you, Duke. Oh. Edward's face creased involuntarily. The trade route in the Metal Bastion galaxy was a secret path the family had painstakingly developed over a century. It was the source of a third of the Blood Rose family's wealth and the cornerstone of their finances. The complete star chart was known only to the family head, and its name held significance only for core members. Norson's casual tone belied an expression of complete mastery. Though inwardly shocked, Edward revealed no further emotion. But this feigned composure did not escape Norson's notice. Yet Edward did not rush to deny or confirm the existence of the so-called star route, waiting for Norson to continue. Norson set down his coffee and said, I assume you are aware of the Church's plan to build a holy city on Dawn Star. Edward nodded. Years ago, the Church had leaked word that the papal throne, vacant for centuries, would soon welcome a new master. To celebrate this grand occasion, the Church decided to construct a holy city on Dawn Star, where the God of Radiance once manifested a miracle, to serve as the site for the Pope's coronation. The Church spared no effort in the city's construction, even declaring its intent to turn all of Dawn Star into a super metropolis. Its scale and grandeur were aimed at surpassing Babylon's holy city of St. Baron. Yet building such a monumental city could never be achieved overnight. Though the Church had amassed immense wealth over millennia, completing such a city in just over a decade was pure fame. The entire star world awaited the Church's failure. Edward was no exception. He nodded and asked, what does this have to do with our deal? The holy city plan is too vast, and we lack sufficient labor. We need a massive workforce. The Holy Knights, no, the Church, lacks labor. Edward sneered coldly. Norson bared his teeth in a grin, revealing stark, white fangs. Forgive my frankness, Duke, but outsiders claim the Holy Knights control a third of the slave trade. Pure nonsense. That's the work of unscrupulous merchants. In the Haishi region, with so many conflicts against alien races, the Knights issued a few privateering licenses to cover military expenses. Norson shrugged. Back to business. The Church needs labor, not ordinary workers, but a specialty of Metal Bastion metal giants. With that, Norson smiled lightly and drained his coffee. 100,000 metal giant slaves annually for the first 3 years, and double that each year for the next decade if possible. You may settle payment in any form you desire. Edward's breath grew heavy. The profit from trading 100,000 metal giants was secondary. What he valued was Norson's promise. Norson's mention of settlement methods subtly hinted at payment in territories, secret arts, warships, and even technologies beyond those of secular nations, not mere currency. After all, the Golden Rose family's rise to become the strongest in the Sacred Alliance was backed by Church-affiliated arms companies. New warships, personal battle armor, and original force matrix arrays were technologies the Lancasters desperately craved. In the star world of humanity, the Church was unrivaled in this field, with even the mighty Babylonian Empire admitting they lagged a century behind. This can be discussed. Edward struggled to contain his excitement, stirred by Norson's words. He knew that if the deal with the Church went through after a decade of trade, the Blood Rose family's power would more than double. They would not only dominate the Rose family, but also wield the strongest voice in the Sacred Alliance, securing more seats in the council. If we supply metal giants to the church on a large scale, our secret trade route will quickly be exposed, posing great risks. Edward quickly calmed down and began weighing the risks. He knew the consequences of losing that route. The potential war it could spark was more than he could bear. That is no great problem. Norson laughed heartily. Once Edward considered the risks, the deal faced no further obstacles. The sincerity he offered was enough to compensate for any losses Edward foresaw. Norson casually laid out his terms, and soon the deal was struck. Edward departed satisfied. Norson watched the departing Duke, a faint sneer curling on his lips. They say Duke Edward of the Blood Rose is a wily old fox, but he's nothing special. Norson sneered, coldly relaxing and slowly closing his eyes. The deal with the Blood Rose family was but a minuscule link in the Church's grand conspiracy against secular nations and alien races. When darkness descends from the throne, light shall emerge from the abyss. Norson suddenly recalled something, murmuring softly, his eyes glinting sharply. This was the dying prophecy of the Babylonian Empire's grand prophet Victor Hugo, and the foundation of all the Church's schemes. The only divine calculator in the human world, Master Hugo's prophecies came not from divine oracles, but from his extraordinary computational and deductive abilities, predicting the future from past and present events. For decades his prophecies had never erred. Under his guidance, the Babylonian Empire had never suffered defeat in wars against alien races. Thus no one dismissed Master Hugo's dying prophecy as mere superstition. Those privy to it each had their own interpretations and agendas. The Church was no exception. It interpreted the prophecy as a sign of humanity's decline and the resurgence of the radiant Church. This interpretation made perfect sense. Why else would divine oracles silent for centuries suddenly return and a holy maiden emerge? On the very night Master Hugo breathed his last, the holy maiden Sophia sensed a surge of radiant light in the star world, ultimately landing on the ancient continent of Egypt. And Egypt lay at the lowest edge of humanity's fragmented birthplace, perpetually sunless, perfectly matching the abyssal world described in the Church's scriptures. When the holy maiden requested to journey to Egypt, news came from the ancient continent that someone had found Stein's expedition notes, and the Twilight City was about to be discovered. The Twilight City held immense significance in the Church's scriptures, said to be the sacred ground where the God of Radiance ignited the divine flame. Thus the Church still preserved the key left by the God of Radiance to open this city. All these factors combined led the Papal See to believe that an era of Church revival was imminent. Having hoarded immense wealth and resources for centuries, the Church was determined to rise with a vengeance. This gave rise to Norson's meeting with Edward, the alliance with Eantang, and Sophia's expedition to Egypt, all stemming from this. This star world shall ultimately be bathed in holy light. Norson's eyes blazed with fanatical devotion. Old Canaan. Ainsa tore the mask from her face, turned to the panting Old Canaan, and wore a look of irritation. Is this the place you mentioned? She pulled out a pocket watch and checked the time. Only 2 hours had passed. Yes, this is the key location marked by Stein. Old Canaan heaved a deep sigh, grabbed his canteen, and gulped down water. After a moment he wiped the droplets from his beard and said, I'm 90% sure we'll encounter the Twilight City here. But we've arrived too early. I told you no need to rush. Entering the dense fog of Qingluan Mountain, the suppression of original force grew stronger. Old Canaan felt it more acutely than others, making the journey especially grueling. In contrast, Qinshe fared better. Original Force awakened individuals enjoyed more freedom and resources in the star world, but deep in the ancient continent, these advantages became liabilities. Unable to sense the suppression of Original Force, Qinshe naturally moved with greater ease. A lead to the left, someone is approaching us. Kong, who suddenly shouted a low warning, alerting the group to danger. The party was currently on a ridge that stretched across the landscape, slightly higher than the surrounding peaks, offering a vantage point to survey the area. Just then a gust of fierce wind swept through, dispersing the nearby fog. Kong, who ever vigilant, raised his binoculars and soon spotted a group stealthily advancing toward them. Ainsa's brows furrowed slightly, but she showed no more surprise. She had already assumed others had arrived before them, so encountering another group was hardly unexpected. Kong, who go check the situation. Ainsa decided to first make contact with the group, discerning whether they were friend or foe before making further decisions. Kong, who had no objections. He waved to Qinshe. Stone, come with me. Qinshe grunted in agreement and quickly followed. Though Kong, who offered no explanation, Qinshe understood by approaching with a burly man and a child, they signaled peaceful intent far better than sending a few towering bloodthirsty mercenaries. I'm going too. Sophia chimed in from behind. No. Ainsa refused flatly. If something happens, how will I explain to the Church? She then instructed the monks accompanying Sophia to keep the audacious little one in check. All right then. Seeing Ainsa's frosty expression, Sophia reluctantly gave in, shrinking her head. She waved vigorously at Qin Shi and said, "Then Brother Stone come back soon." "Got it." Qin Shi forced a smile and nodded to Sophia striding toward the mountainside. As soon as the two left, Insa waved her hand, and the team immediately assumed defensive positions. If Kong Huss negotiations failed to yield satisfactory results, Insa would not hesitate to use force. Though her men lacked extensive wilderness experience, they were battle-hardened elites selected for their 5th to 6th level original force, ideal for combat in the ancient continent. With Sophia and 5 papal experts now in the team, her confidence was bolstered, and she feared no challenge. She had also made her stance clear to Kong, who, as long as the other party had sufficient leverage, limited cooperation was possible. As for those seeking to exploit the situation, they were advised to stay far away, lest they meet an unknown end. "Who goes there?" Before the two could even approach, the group, a voice shouted to halt them, and a figure strode forward alert. Had it not been for the child Qin Shi by Kong Huss' side, they might have opened fire. "Don't worry." Kong, who grinned at Qin Shi, signaling there was nothing to fear. This was a minor matter, hardly dangerous. The fact that the other party hadn't fired warning shots was already beyond his expectations. Qin Shi nodded, his mind calm. In his arms, he held a 3rd-level original force weapon. The gun was sufficient to handle ordinary dangers. Through Sophia's introduction, Qin Shi learned that the short gun Nusin had given him had another name, Iris. The short gun was originally a Kamingafage gift prepared by Nusin for his most beloved adopted son, who could not awaken his primal force. The master gunsmiths of the Golden Rose family spent 2 years to complete it. Unfortunately, Nusin's adopted son met with an accident and died young, so the short gun remained with Nusin until he met Qin Shi and gave it away. Iris was a non-standard Tier 3 firearm. Even a primal force master of around level 10, when fully defending, would be severely wounded. In the AG ancient land, especially in places like Qingwan Mountain, its lethality would be even greater, and it could fire 3 shots in succession. Not far behind him, Insa ordered his men to set up primal force heavy crossbows. Since the enemy was within the fire coverage of their own camp, even if they wanted to break ties, they had to consider whether they could bear the consequences. Qin Shi felt quite at ease. Qin Shi gazed at the two adventurers dressed as mercenaries. From their equipment, he could tell that these two were genuine adventurers. They had no conspicuous gear. Whether it was their sabers or armor, everything was of the most ordinary style, without any primal force arrays. Although the guns in their hands were primal force firearms, they were all obsolete first-tier guns discarded by the military, worn and battered. The primal force patterns on the guns had long been abraded. Even if these arrays could still be activated, they would require additional primal force to fire bullets, naturally reducing their power. Though called primal force guns, their actual power was even inferior to the already commonly obsolete powder. The two adventurers' clothes were also quite shabby, with scars and bloodstains on their bodies. Qin Shi suspected that these people had already been in a fight before encountering them. "Are you adventurers?" Kong, who rubbed his bald head, looking down on them, even somewhat arrogant. "Who is your leader? Have him come out and talk to me now. Otherwise." Kong, who raised his hand, and at the position of their team, 2 primal force heavy crossbows were immediately pushed forward. The crossbow bolts glinted with cold light, clearly already fully charged, ready to attack at any moment. Our Blade Mercenary Corps is never afraid of threats." A hearty and weathered laugh emerged from behind a rock. He lightly patted an adventurer on the back, and the adventurer moved aside, speaking with concern. "Vice Captain, this place is not safe. We are mercenaries. Has there ever been a safe place?" The hearty voice occasionally let out 2 ha-ha sounds, as if not laughing like that would not be enough to show his boldness. Qin Shi's gaze was instantly drawn to this suddenly appearing man. Kong Huss' eyes also narrowed into slits. This man was interesting. The primal force aura on his body was maintained at the peak of level 6. This meant that the fellow was being suppressed by the ancient land, and his own strength was far greater than what he currently displayed. Qin Shi's focus was different from Kong Huss. What a sturdy man. Qin Shi felt that the man opposite was more like a stone statue. Nearly 2 meters tall, clad in a set of tattered armor covered in rust, he clanked as he walked. The armor was covered with numerous marks left by slashes and fist impacts. From this armor, one could tell that this guy was a battle-hardened veteran, the kind who was fearless of death. The man had a whole tobacco leaf rolled into a cigar between his lips, unlit, and it seemed he had been chewing it for quite a while. With a full beard, his age was impossible to tell. It would not be surprising to say he was 30, 40, or even 50. What most caught Qin Shi's attention was the weapon in the man's hand. A large copper tube-like object, pitch black, with a huge iron box-like thing on his back, and 2 metal pipes connecting it to the large copper tube in his hand. Steam hand cannon. Qin Shi's face was full of shock. The steam hand cannon was a weapon that appeared when the primal force steam engine first emerged. It had been obsolete in the mainstream world for centuries. Only in places like the AG ancient land could it occasionally be seen, but only on the turrets of small human settlements. Basically, no one was foolish enough to carry a 100-kilogram hand cannon around. "Good kid, you have good eyes." The man nodded appreciatively, patted the hand cannon in his hand, and said, "This is my weapon. Everyone calls it Old Cannon." Pausing, the man took the cigar from his lips and pointed at his own nose. "I am also called Old Cannon. You can call me the vice captain of the Blade Mercenary Corps." The atmosphere became somewhat eerie. If not for the tension in the air, Qin sure would have wanted to laugh, but he did not dare. The antiquated hand cannon in Old Cannon's hands was in a state ready to fire at any moment. If he were hit by it, he would have no way to survive. And Qin sure also noticed that although Old Cannon's weapon looked ancient and worn, the primal force arrays on it glowed with sharp light. It must have been modified by a master, and its power was far greater than the steam hand cannons Qin sure knew. Kong Hu, on the other hand, was calm. After introducing himself and Qin sure, he briefly introduced Yin SAS team. Naturally, Kong Hu would not tell the truth to Old Cannon. He merely claimed to be from a powerful clan of Yin Tang. This was also what Yin Sa had instructed earlier. Even if there was someone in Old Cannon's team familiar with the powerful clans of Yin Tang, they would not be able to see through Yin SAS story. "So you are nobles from Yin Tang?" Old Cannon's expression toward Kong Hu finally lost its previous carefree arrogance. He was originally from Yin Tang and knew well the influence of the powerful clans there. Especially in lawless places like the ancient land, the power of the clans was overwhelming. If they offended these clans, it would be difficult for them to leave this ancient land alive. Kong Hu maintained a calm expression while communicating with Old Cannon. On his lapel was a communicator, so Yin Sa could clearly hear their conversation. Listening to Old Cannon's words, Qin sure found it incredible. The Blade Mercenary Corps had appeared here, yet they were not after Twilight City. Instead, the Blade Mercenary Corps, based far away in Babylon, had received a major contract, sending Old Cannon with a group of subordinates to Qingwan Mountain to search for a rare medicinal herb. Old Cannon was also quite annoyed about this mission. Originally, he was at the Great Ocean Port, engaged in a big operation. The Golden Rose family had issued a recruitment order hiring 20,000 mercenaries to join the main force in attacking the Orc-controlled Tianhu Star, intending to capture it in one fell swoop as a forward base for a full-scale invasion of the Orc Empire. The Golden Rose family had always been generous, making them the ideal employer for all mercenaries. Old Cannon had just recruited 2 battalions of new recruits and planned to take them on this mission, expecting that after the battle, they would be transformed into 2 elite battalions. However, before he could board the Golden Rose family's warship, he received a notice from the Chief Lone Wolf ordering him to divert to the Ag ancient land to search for medicinal herbs. If the chief hadn't promised that the compensation after completion would be no less than the spoils from Tianhu Star, Old Cannon would not have been willing to do such a dull and thankless job. In Old Cannon's view, a man should fight in wars, eat meat, and drink wine heartily. That was the true pleasure. Climbing mountains and crossing valleys to find herbs was a life devoid of meaning. But the situation was somewhat beyond Old Cannon's expectations. The process of searching for herbs turned out to be just as thrilling. After entering the ancient land, Old Cannon's power began to be suppressed, eventually down to the standard level 6. Then, following the map, after entering the Qingwan Mountain area, he encountered an attack by a group of unidentified adventurers. After a fierce battle, the Blade Mercenary Corps succeeded in defeating the enemy, but suffered heavy losses. This was only the beginning of Old Cannon's nightmare. That night, a blood moon rose in the sky. Countless beasts lurking in the wilderness charged in. One battalion of Old Cannon's soldiers encountered a herd of maddened mammoths, which broke into the camp and wreaked havoc. Fortunately, Old Cannon's command was appropriate, and they drove them away. However, just as the mercenaries were exhausted, a pack of hyena wolves with red eyes pounced on their camp. An entire battalion of soldiers. In the end, only a little over 20 survivors managed to flee in disarray to Qingwan Mountain. The rest had perished in the wolves' bellies. After entering Qingwan Mountain, the team encountered no further danger. Moreover, Old Cannon found that in this legendary, terrifying, and silent place, traces of human activity were not uncommon. In fact, the human activities discovered by Old Cannon were mostly near their team, as if they were tracking them. Having experienced the attack, Old Cannon was extremely wary of these fellows. At the same time, he also wanted to contact these fellows to find out why they were being followed and shadowed, and not just. Therefore, when Kong Hu took the initiative to contact Old Cannon naturally could not hold back his questions and jumped out. Kong Hu vigorously rubbed his head, thought for a moment, and said, "Did you capture any survivors from the ones who attacked your camp?" "No, only a few corpses." Old Cannon slightly raised his head, looking at Kong Hu. From Kong Hu's tone, he seemed to sense that Kong Hu might know who attacked their mercenary camp. "Babylonians." "How do you know?" Old Cannon pressed one hand on his hand cannon, the muzzle sinking slightly, and the patterns on the cannon began to glow. "Because they also attacked our camp, and we captured a few survivors." Kong Hu laughed. "The leader was called Andrew, some squad leader of the Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps. I stabbed him through the heart with one strike, and he died on the spot. It was them. Those son of a bitches." Old Cannon's eyes blazed with anger. He believed Kong Hu's words at 80%. The Wolf Fong Mercenary Corps was powerful. Not only in Babylon, but in the entire human world, it was the strongest mercenary force. It possessed 3 organic army groups and 2 interstellar fleets, all main fleets capable of long-range strikes, far surpassing the strength of many small kingdoms and duchies. The Blade Mercenary Corps was not on the same level as the Wolf Fang. In earlier years, it even had to take on jobs that the Wolf Fang despised in order to survive. As the Blade Mercenary Corps grew, friction between them increased. The Wolf Fang Mercenary Corps pushed the Blade Mercenary Corps out everywhere. Within the Babylonian Empire, the Blade could hardly find lucrative contracts anymore and were forced to shift their focus to the Sacred Alliance and Intang region. In Old Canon's view, the Wolf Fang mercenaries attacked their camp, clearly to prevent the Blade from completing this mission. Old Canon was well aware of the importance of this mission. This was a commission from the Holy See. Once the mission was completed, not only would they receive a generous bounty, but also the support of the Holy See, which would surely elevate their power to a new level. It seemed the Wolf Fang Mercenary Corps did not want to see this happen and thus resorted to such despicable means. This is too much. Old Canon gnashed his teeth, but could do nothing. After all, the opposing force was far stronger than his. Looking for herbs. Kong, who rubbed his head again and shrugged. You guys are really lucky. To dare to enter Qingwan Mountain at this time, and still be alive, that's not easy. He did not think that the Wolf Fang Mercenary Corps target was the Blade Mercenary Corps. During the interrogation of the prisoners last night, he had learned the truth. The Wolf Fang Mercenary Corps had long been ambushed in the Qingwan Mountain area, preparing to intercept Old Canaan. Coincidentally, the Blade Mercenary Corps wandered into their territory and was mistaken for the team escorting Old Canaan, so a firefight was inevitable. During the assault, Andrew realized the mistake and ordered a retreat, which allowed Old Canaan and his men to survive. Otherwise, given the Wolf Fang's strength, wiping out Old Cannon's group would have been more than enough. Brother Hu, look over there. At this moment, Qin Shi jumped as if stung by a scorpion on his foot, almost letting out a cry. He quickly covered his mouth and pointed at the distant mountains. Quick, look over there. There's a city. Kong Hu, come back immediately. Ein Sas voice sounded from the communicator on Kong Hu's body. Qin Shi could see Twilight City, so naturally the others could too. This is Twilight City. Qin Shi stared at the castle standing on the distant mountains, his face full of shock. The castle was shrouded in mist. Occasionally the mountain wind would blow away the mist, allowing glimpses of parts of the castle's architecture. The castle towered into the clouds, and under the layers of mist Qin Shi could only vaguely make out the base of the castle. Yet even this part of the structure was already hundreds of meters high. The entire castle complex stretched endlessly, covering an unknown expanse far larger than any city Qin Shi had ever seen. What a huge city! Qin Shi's shock was beyond words. Damn! Kong Hu rubbed his bald head, unable to utter anything else besides this curse. He even forgot to obey Ein Sas order. Beside him, Old Cannon gulped down some saliva, unaware that the cigar in his mouth had fallen to the ground. He rubbed his hands excitedly. We're rich. We're made now. Being an explorer was far more lucrative than being a mercenary. If an explorer discovered a legendary ancient secret realm, even a broken brick brought out from it could fetch a satisfactory price. As for other antiques and treasures of ancient times, they could sell for astronomical sums, not to mention the honor and benefits of naming rights and ownership of the ruins, and even the possibility of obtaining a title and fiefdom from the country where the ruins were located or from other interstellar states. Mercenaries, on the other hand, got nothing more than commissions and spoils. Military merits could only be converted into money and could never bring the additional benefits that explorers enjoyed. Seeing such an ancient city now with the mindset of everyone who sees it gets a share, Old Cannon naturally believed that a great fortune had fallen into his lap. After the shock, Qin Shi picked up the monocular telescope Kong, who had given him, and looked toward the ancient city. Through the telescope's lens, the ancient city appeared a metallic gray, giving Qin Shi the first impression that the entire city was cast from metal as a whole. This thought had barely crossed Qin Shi's mind when he startled himself. If the entire ancient city was cast from metal, what kind of machinery, manpower, and resources would be required to build such a miracle city? Although Qin Shi had heard Uncle Martin say that the main motherships in the interstellar world were several kilometers in length, and the capital of the Babylonian Empire was a city built on an entire planet with countless primal force towers, abundant resources, and the ability to self-repair damage. But those were merely legends, nothing compared to the shock of the ancient city before his eyes. Qin Shi looked carefully and found that the city was not intact. Many places had collapsed and been destroyed, and ruins were almost everywhere. At this moment, Qin Shi also noticed countless tiny black dots around the ancient city, rapidly moving toward it. He was stunned for a moment, then realized that these black dots were all the exploration teams hidden nearby. These teams that had taken the lead were already ambushed around Twilight City, waiting for it to appear. Brothers, Old Cannon, not bothering with politeness, waved his hand and shouted, "Hurry and set up markers at the site. The discovery rights cannot fall into someone else's hands." Kong Hu and Qin Shi exchanged glances. Before they could react, Old Cannon had already leaped like a tiger across a mountain stream, heading straight for Twilight City. This guy. Kong Hu shrugged and said dismissively, he's rushing to his death. Old Cannon's behavior eliminated the last trace of doubt in Kong Hu's heart. At the same time, he felt sympathy for what Old Cannon would encounter next. Twilight City was not something just anyone could approach. According to Yin Tang's official confirmation, more than a dozen factions large and small were involved. Among the interstellar states, many families had revealed their hidden cards buried in the AG ancient land, all in order to obtain what they wanted from Twilight City in this operation. The strength of the Blade Mercenary Corps was nothing in front of these families. Although Old Cannon's combat prowess was not weak, he stood no chance against the clan elites vying for Twilight City. This expedition of theirs was doomed to end in failure. Kong Hu cast a pitying glance at the mercenaries, but had no intention of warning them to stay out of this troubled water. Speaking too deeply with those one barely knew, well-intentioned advice often sounded different to others. Returning to Yin Sa's side, Qin Shi found the team already packed and advancing toward Twilight City. Yin Sa too noticed the figures lurking around the city. At first she was frantic, but Sophia said slowly, even if Twilight City is discovered without the key, nothing can be taken out from within. Arriving early or late makes no difference. This calmed Yin Sa. Pondering the information about Twilight City brought by the Eagle, she finally confirmed the truth of Sophia's judgment. In truth, Twilight City could be divided into many parts. Those who possessed the corresponding key or token could take away some items from within. Otherwise, even if one obtained something, they could not leave. This was the most eerie aspect of Twilight City. It was also the true reason the Yintang Emperor was willing to open the ancient land, allowing the strong from the Star River to explore the ruins. No matter how much these clans ultimately took from Twilight City, Yintang could claim the portions they desired. It was far better than letting everything rot within the city. Thinking this, Yin Sa let out a soft sigh, gently touched the necklace around her neck, and finally smiled. That was one of the keys held by the Yintang royal family, capable of unlocking a corresponding area and allowing her to take whatever she could. Brother Qin Shi, come here. Seeing Qin Shi return, Sophia squeezed her legs against Little Black's belly, making the dire wolf king trot to Qin Shi's side. Once we enter Twilight City, you must not leave my side. It's very dangerous inside. All right. Qin Shi could only smile awkwardly as the dire wolf king shot him a disdainful glance. Yet Qin Shi knew he was indeed the weakest in this team. Entering an ancient relic like Twilight City, danger was inevitable. This ancient relic, which had existed for who knows how many years, likely harbored countless savage beasts and venomous insects. Even if none existed, the adventurers vying for the relic's treasures were no saints. When they encountered each other, a bloody fight was unavoidable. Yet for some reason, as he looked toward Twilight City, a place destined to be drenched in blood, he felt no fear, only a restless urge to try. Deep in Qin Shi's heart, however, an emotion he could not quite grasp flowed. Hey, I told you, once I figure out what the outside world is like, it'll definitely come back. A little white him back. A black rabbit perched on a translucent blue sphere deep in Qin Shi's consciousness let out a howl like a ghost. Yin Sa rubbed her hands, ready to make a big move. Calmed down, she no longer rushed, but methodically deployed the team members carrying sufficient supplies to enter. She allowed each person to carry only 2 days' worth of water and food, freeing up space to bring as many weapons as possible. The members around Yin Sa averaged a rank of 5 in primal force. Even starving for 10 days or half a month would not be fatal, but in a city surrounded by wolves like Twilight City, lacking weapons and ammunition meant a slim chance of leaving alive. One must guard against others, but harming others depended on one's mood. Moreover, Yin Sa thought that if things truly came to the worst, they could always plunder food from other expedition teams as supplies. In a world of the survival of the fittest, the strong possess everything and the weak nothing. This was no end. Leaving 2 members to guard the supplies, Yin Sa pointed forward, and the team plunged into the light mist, cautiously approaching Twilight City. Such a huge city. The closer he got to the ancient city, the stronger the shock in Qin Shi's heart. He could not find words grand enough to describe this relic. Every step closer made his soul seethe. For some unknown reason deep in Qin Shi's heart, he even felt that this ancient city was calling him, that it belonged to him. But the moment this thought surfaced, Qin Shi was startled by his own boldness. He secretly pinched his thigh, warning himself not to be bewitched by the city. If he could obtain something from the city, fine. If not, he should not force it. He already had the iris and should not cut. Thinking of the iris, Qin Shi recalled Norsen's instructions before leaving. The iris was essentially the payment for his deal with Norsen. He needed to protect Sophia throughout the journey. But Sophia's performance was so astonishing that Qin Shi had never felt like a bodyguard. In truth, he knew he lacked the ability to protect her. Not to mention Sophia herself, any one of the 5 cultivators around her could easily crush 100 Qin Shi. They were all ascetics from the Chuch's Iron Guard. These ascetics might not have high talent, and their primal force levels were low, but each was a standout within their own level, possessing multiple primal force abilities. They could not only crush opponents at the same level, but even kill those stronger than them. Kong, who could ignore a veteran like Old Cannon, in a fight, he had over a 70 chance of winning. If it were a life-or-death struggle, Kong, who was 100 certain he could kill an opponent like Old Cannon. Yet against the ascetic cultivators beside Sophia, his chances of winning were at most 30. In a death match, Kong, who knew he would surely die. His strength was useless before these ascetics. Rumble. Bang bang bang. When they were still less than a kilometer from Twilight City, Qin heard the sound of gunfire and cannon fire from within. Along with the gunfire, smoke rose from the city walls and buildings, and many places collapsed. Seeing this, Qin felt a pang of pain, as if someone had broken into his own home, wreaking havoc at will. His anger surged, and he roared, "Who dares to make a ruckus inside?" The valleys and peaks carried his voice far away, with echoes repeating. After shouting, Qin immediately realized something was wrong, and covered his mouth, but it was already too late. "Good lad, you've got guts." Old Canaan beside Qin seemed not to notice the grim expression on Qin's face, and slapped him hard on the shoulder. "I'm rooting for you." "Huh?" Qin forced a smile that was more like a grimace, knowing he had landed in trouble. Swoosh. At that moment, a piercing sound tore through the air from the direction of Twilight City, ripping through the thick fog and heading straight for their position. As the sound rang out, Little Black, the dire wolf king ridden by Sophia, refused to move forward, its first standing on end, emitting low growls. Sophia frowned. The necklace around her neck suddenly glowed, enveloping her in a milky white radiance. What a piece of work. At that moment, Old Canaan, who had been gloating, turned pale. He shoved Qin hard, pushing him behind a massive boulder, and shouted, "Everyone get out of the way." Then he stepped forward, let out a low roar, leaped into the air, and punched out. Kong, who finally understood what was happening. The expedition team that had entered Twilight City first had actually brought a light primal force cannon, targeting them based on Qin's voice. Primal force defense. Kong, who roared. His primal force nodes lit up, and he summoned a protective shield. He wanted to throw himself over Insa, but she pushed him away. SAS battle armor worth a fortune had formidable defensive capabilities. Once the defense array was activated, she simply ignored the attack. Insa was furious. Her anger was not directed at Qin, but at the attackers. She thought Qin was the ancient land was originally Yintang's territory. All discovered ancient relics rightfully belonged to Yintang, which meant they were her family's property. Seeing Twilight City, she had already claimed it as her wealth. In her mind, she had already planned to rename Twilight City to Insa City after returning to Yintang. And now these bastards were not only tearing down her castle, but also firing at her. This was intolerable. Kong, who kill them all. No, leave a few alive. I want to see who dares to attack me. Insa shouted with murderous intent, completely ignoring the incoming primal force cannonball. All along the way, she had been unlucky, attacked without provocation. Boom. The primal force shell exploded on the open ground nearby, leaving a shallow crater. Mount Qingluan was composed of hard rock rich in metal minerals, so even a primal force cannon could not cause massive damage. The primal force shell did not land among the crowd, as everyone expected. Old Canaan's reaction was too fast, and because the surrounding fog was thick, not everyone could see his move. Qin, being too close to Old Canaan, saw his reaction clearly, while Sophia and SAS perception had been locked on him all along. Seeing Old Canaan punch the incoming primal force shell away, neither of them was too surprised. In fact, both had some understanding of his true strength. Yes. Receiving SAS order, Kong, who waved his hand, and several companions followed him, charging toward Twilight City. You two go help too. Under the cannon attack, Sophia showed no panic, but rubbed her hands excitedly, pointing out 2 iron guards to join the assault. Use the heavy crossbows to suppress them. Insa was still not satisfied. Cover them. She did not realize that the power of the primal force heavy crossbows was no less than that of the cannon, and hitting Twilight City would cause equally significant damage. Soon, under the suppression of the heavy crossbows, the primal force cannon in Twilight City fell silent. Kong Hu and his companions quickly broke in, and the sounds of fierce fighting echoed. Before long, Kong Hu sent back a message that the obstacles had been cleared. Insa laughed heartily, waved her hand, and the team advanced rapidly. Qin soon arrived in front of the castle. Standing opposite the ancient city, he looked up, but still could not gauge the height of its main structure. Don't stop. Old Canaan coughed lightly and patted Qin on the back of the head. His face was pale, and faint primal force light flickered on his body. The moment he punched the primal force cannonball away, he had unleashed the power allowed by the ancient land. The consequences of that forced exertion were now manifesting. The ancient land had imposed another layer of suppression on Old Canaan, forcing his power from the peak of level 6 down to level 5. Old Canaan had not yet adapted to his lowered power, and his steps were unsteady. All right. Seeing Old Canaan swaying, Qin reached out to help him. When the primal force cannonball came flying, old Kanan shoved him to safety, which filled Qin Shi with gratitude. Details revealed character. Qin Shi knew old Kanan was not a bad person at heart. But Qin Shi couldn't understand why someone like him would be a notorious space pirate. Qin Shi could faintly sense that something beneficial, yet incomprehensible, was happening inside his body. If not for old Kanan's frank admission of what the mother planet might bring him, his gratitude would have been even greater. But recalling the situation, old Kanan had been cornered by the mother planet with no other way out, so he had dumped the blame on Qin Shi. Hey, this old brother's bones are still sturdy, no need for you to help. Old Kanan lowered his voice. If you really want to repay the favor of that fortune I gave you, do me a little favor. Flatter that little girl. Old Kanan's eyes darted slyly, his voice even lower. This old brother is not only on the wanted list of the Star River nations, but the church has also put me on the blacklist of blasphemers. That's even more dangerous than being wanted. See if you can put in a good word for me. Get my name removed. Qin Shi waved his hand helplessly. Old Kanan spoke with such conviction, but he didn't believe a word. Qin Shi noticed that old Kanan's way of addressing him had gradually changed. When they first met, he called himself Old Man, who later, when exasperatedly pushing his fortune, he claimed I am now, he called himself Old Brother. A warmth rose in Qin Shi's heart. From these self-references, he could sense old Kanan's growing close. The outer walls of Twilight City had been breached in several places, all blasted open by primal force cannons. The walls were not made of brick or stone, but a metal Qin Shi could not name. This metal was not particularly strong, but was extremely tough. When damaged, it turned into a liquid state and flowed back to its original position, repairing itself. Seeing this, more than Qin Shi was shocked. No one in the Star River had ever seen such liquid metal. Any of those present knew better than Qin Shi how much of a stir this liquid metal would cause in the Star River once it was revealed. It was a treasure that all weapons and even buildings dreamed of. Good stuff. Qin's heart leaped with joy even before entering Twilight City. Perhaps this metal was not particularly strong, but as an auxiliary ingredient in alloys, it could greatly enhance the toughness and combat power of metal components. If Yintang could obtain the formula and raw materials of this metal, it could rapidly boost its national strength in a short time. You go in. Yinsa shouted, signaling the team to seize the high ground. She herself bent down, took out a glass vial the size of a finger bone, carefully picked up a bit of the liquid metal, sealed it with primal force, withdrew slowly behind the wall, and called 2 members. Hurry to Qingning Town and hand this to Commander Eagle. Have him personally escort it to Chowga. Have him send a large force to seal this area and stop anyone from taking this metal. The member took the specimen bottle, swallowed it, and ran off. Twilight City might contain countless treasures, but to Yinsa, what could truly enhance Yintang's combat power was the real treasure. Adhering to the principle of securing the loot, Yinsa unhesitatingly sent away what she could obtain first. Who knew what would happen after entering Twilight City? She had no idea whether the self-repaired wall could be blasted open again to obtain this liquid metal. Your Highness, should we? One of the iron guards beside Sophia asked in a low voice whether they should follow Yin's example and claim some benefits first. Raise your sights. Sophia, though young, spoke with an air of maturity. The entire city will be mine. Doing that would be too embarrassing. The 3 iron guards bowed, acknowledging her decision. Climbing over the outer wall, Qin Shi saw a mess of a scene, a dozen corpses lying scattered. Among them were several mercenaries from the Blade Mercenary Corps he had encountered earlier. The deputy commander, Old Kanan, was not among them, presumably still alive. Was it them who attacked us? Qin Shi found it hard to believe. No. Kong, who shook his head, pointing to a few other bodies. It was these audacious fellows. We've killed some of them, the rest have retreated into the city. Qin Shi then understood. It seemed that Old Kanan and his men had rashly entered the ancient city, clashed with another group, and after a bloody fight, Old Kanan, seeing the situation was unfavorable, abandoned his fallen comrades and retreated elsewhere. During the battle, Qin Shi's sudden roar had angered the other side, drawing a cannon attack. Then Kong, who led his men to attack the city and defeat them. The matter, though it seemed simple, the entire process was far from easy. A fist imprint was stamped on Kong Hu's chest armor, and his left arm guard was shattered, leaving it bloodied and raw. One guy hid his strength, struck me from behind with a blade, and I traded a punch for it. Kong, who reported the battle to Yinsa. He was fast, couldn't hold him down. Kong, who spoke with a hint of regret. Yinsa nodded, indicating it was no matter. As long as the man remained within Sunset City, they would eventually drag him out and execute him publicly. Dress the wound properly. Yinsa casually tossed a medicine bottle to Kong Hu. Miss, this medicine is too precious. Kong Hu's hand trembled as he saw the bottle. The injury on his arm was not severe. Even if left untreated, it would heal on its own in a few days at most, leaving a scar. Yet the medicine Yinsa gave him was a sacred healing remedy of the Yintang royal family. With his income, he couldn't afford a single dose even after a year of hard work. Work well, this is nothing. Yin's method of winning loyalty came effortlessly, leaving no trace. Stay alert. Once we return to Eentang, it'll grant you all a fortune beyond imagination. Insa was brimming with confidence about the future. Qinshi was fascinated by everything in Sunset City. After getting up close to the place, Qinshi realized the ancient city seemed truly made of metal. Yet the entire structure was seamless, showing no signs of metal assembly. The ancient land of Egypt was a backward and isolated place. The large metal objects Qinshi had seen, like airships, were mostly pieced together from metal structures covered in dense rivets. Rough, clumsy, and crude, utterly incomparable to the craftsmanship of Sunset City. Qinshi wanted to verify his suspicions, but was urged to move on. He had no choice but to follow the group as they advanced slowly. Sunset City was like a labyrinth. After scaling the city wall, they were inside the castle. Looking up, the sky was no longer visible, blocked by layers of structures. Around them were paths of various sizes leading to different places. Perhaps at the ends or intersections of these paths lay the ultimate destination of the expedition. This is a maze. Insa cleared her throat, her voice slightly hoarse. Where should we go? Sophia had already ridden Little Black to her side. This little creature seemed unwilling to walk even a single step, always using the Hyena King as a... According to the Chuch's record, Sunset City is a miraculous city created by the Lord God with 12 layers, each representing a different world. During the Dark Ages, 12 warriors ventured here together, each gaining their own fortune, eventually becoming the brightest stars of that era. Insa nodded without questioning Sophia's words. This was one of countless legends about the 12 wise kings of the Dark Era which she had heard of. Information recorded in the Chuch's secret archives should be more reliable. After all, the first pope was one of these 12 wise kings. These 12 warriors each obtained a key. Only those with the key can enter the true world of Sunset City, otherwise they gain no real benefits, Sophia said, gently pulling off the necklace around her neck and shaking it at Insa. Sister Een, you must have a key too, right? Insa smiled faintly and nodded without speaking. She did have a key, but Eentang's tradition in this regard had long been severed. The token the Grey Eagle brought her she had no idea how to use before. Hearing Sophia's words, she suddenly understood why her father had opened Sunset City to outsiders. Even if the city was open to all alien races of the Star River world, they would gain nothing upon entering. Only families bearing the tokens of the 12 wise kings could benefit from this adventure. And no matter how much these families and expeditions gained, a portion would ultimately go to Eentang. One could say Eentang made a fortune by sitting back, a highly clever tactic. If they were bold and ruthless enough, they could dispatch a fleet disguised as space pirates to wipe out all the expeditions, reaping immense profits. But the consequences of such an act would be unbearable for Eentang. If the expeditions met with disaster in this star region, only Eentang would be suspected, and they would face hostility from the entire world. Separate or together? Insa asked Sophia. Together, of course. Sophia blinked, a hint of cunning flashing in her eyes. Since the church has decided to cooperate with Eentang, let's maximize both sides' benefits. Exploring these two layers together will surely yield more than going to our respective places. That makes sense. A satisfied smile spread across Eentang's face. My key should open the 6th layer. What a coincidence. I can open the 5th. Sophia laughed with feigned innocence. Then we can go to the 5th layer first, and then the 6th. Insa naturally had no objection. But as she looked into Sophia's eyes, she remained wary. Though the girl smiled like a flower, her gaze was as cold as ice. These church brats are all so ruthless. Insa thought to herself. As the two spoke, Qinshi's attention was fixed on the surrounding structures. After scanning around, he froze for a moment. Old Canaan had somehow left the group's defensive perimeter, standing before a wall of the ancient city, his hand caressing its surface, his back exuding a profound solitude. Uncle Canaan. Qinshi approached Old Canaan. At some point he had stopped calling him Old Canaan and instead used a title like Uncle Martin. Old Canaan didn't turn around, his rough hand still lingering on the wall. His expression was somewhat desolate. Indeed, no traces remain. He muttered with a hint of self-mockery. Qinshi didn't understand the meaning behind Old Canaan's words. Old Canaan offered no explanation. In this situation, Old Canaan couldn't tell Qinshi that he had been here before, carving the names of himself and a few companions on this very wall. Back then they were youths as swift as the wind. Those wind-like youths rose like the wind, leaving countless legends across the vast star sea. Never thought I'd return. Old Canaan felt a pang of sorrow. In his ears he could still hear the voice of that youth who once led him toward the stars. Big brother, where are we going? To the Elf Sea to kill Oder. What if we never come back? Then we won't come back. What about home? It will find a new master. Oh, my foolish brother. Old Canaan sighed to himself. I don't blame you at all. Why won't you see me? Your brothers all miss you. The youthful wanderer who left home back then was now weathered with temples gray. Uncle Canaan. Seeing Old Canaan growing more sorrowful, Qinshi quickly patted his arm. It's nothing, just recalling some old memories. Old Canaan snapped back, his expression and tone instantly returning to normal. He asked, When was the last time you saw that Luo Martin? Qin furrowed his brow, slightly puzzled as to why old Kanan was asking about Uncle Martin at this moment. But then he thought about it. Uncle Martin was nothing special, just a hunter. Besides that, he could smelt some crude metal tools. Calling him a blacksmith was already an overstatement, as most of the time he was drunk, and asking him to fix equipment took ages. His personality was decent, amiable with everyone, making it hard to become his enemy. After a moment's thought, Qin said, "It was the day I met you just earlier. I had parted ways with him." Qin gestured with his hands. "I had a broken little airship and wanted to learn some repair methods from him." After hearing this explanation, Kanan understood why Qin was on the wasteland that night. He had sought Luo Martin's advice on how to fix the broken steam engine of the little airship. Following Luo Martin's guidance, Qin went to the wasteland to find a certain ore that could be used to smelt a metal additive. Only by adding the right proportion of this, or could the engine's wear resistance be enhanced, preventing frequent breakdowns. Luo Martin had also told him where to find that, or instructing him that if someone came looking for him and showed a coin with a square hole in the center, he should lead them to him. Otherwise, he should ignore them. "Why didn't you say so earlier?" Hearing this, old Kanan grabbed Qin's arm in frustration. He was very agitated, certain that the person Luo Martin referred to was him. After realizing he couldn't control the mother planet, old Kanan sent the news to Luo Martin, hoping to meet, but Luo Martin, feeling guilty about past events, had no face to see his old comrades. He only offered to send a suitable person to take over the mother planet, and then leave gracefully. Old Kanan, known for his fiery temper, grew furious and used the name of Starn to spread news of Sunset City, attracting the greed of major forces across the Star River. He then sent news of the disaster he had caused to Luo Martin, saying he might be devoured by the big sharks of the Star. Luo Martin knew old Kanan wasn't afraid of these pursuits, but he also knew his stubborn nature. If left unchecked, the chaos would only escalate. Helpless, he agreed to meet him. So old Kanan hurried back to the ancient land, while secretly exaggerating and spreading more news about Sunset City. His old enemies paid as much attention to Sunset City as the families that had existed since the Dark Ages. Old Kanan sharpened his blade, eager to settle old scores here. If he didn't take revenge, soon his enemies would die of old age. Yet his meeting with Luo Martin was ruined. Without seeing Luo Martin or the person sent to meet him, old Kanan had to improvise, pretending to be captured, enduring considerable hardship. Thinking of this, old Kanan was furious. Qin looked at him innocently. This wasn't his fault. From the moment old Kanan met him, he had talked only about opportunities, never mentioning Uncle Martin or describing them. Even now, he hadn't seen the token. "You're driving me crazy." Humph. Old Kanan cursed under his breath, but secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Since Qin had appeared, Luo Martin must be nearby, just not showing himself for some reason. His absence might mean he had more plans. If those plans aligned with old Kanan's thoughts, he hoped Luo Martin would stay hidden as long as possible. Their conversation soon drew the attention of Sa and the others. Old Kanan patted Qin's shoulder. "Here, don't take anything you encounter. But if you hear a voice calling you, no matter how dangerous, step forward boldly. Remember my words." Old Kanan emphasized, slipping something into Qin's palm. "Look at it when no one—" "Stop dawdling, come over here." Sa shot old Kanan a glare and beckoned to Qin. "Stay away from that old man, oh he's no good." "All right." Qin grinned at Sa without arguing. In his heart, he knew old Kanan had been kind to him, and, of course, if Qin's evaluation of old Kanan spread to the Star River world, it would surely cause an uproar. When no one was watching, Qin glanced at the item in his hand. It was a coin with a square hole in the center. Made of jade, both sides were engraved with two ancient obscure characters that Qin couldn't decipher. 12. Old Kanan's voice was very soft as he passed by Qin. Qin's heart trembled. Sa and Sophia's conversation wasn't hidden from the group, so he had learned much about the ancient city. The number old Kanan abruptly mentioned made him immediately connect it to the coin in his hand. It was a key to one of Sunset City's layers. But how could old Kanan have such a thing? Qin couldn't understand. Yet upon reflection, he realized old Kanan seemed very familiar with this place, knowing everything about it. With this in mind, he decided to follow old Kanan's advice and not take anything from this place. Smart kid, old Kanan thought to himself, feeling a bit gratified. No wonder Martin chose him as the heir to the mother planet. But whether he can control the planet and master this fortress depends on his own fate. Old Kanan gave Qin a deep look, smiled lightly, and waved. "Little one will go ahead and wait for you at the top. Be careful, don't let yourself get killed." Saying this in front of everyone was indeed strange. Sa and Sophia were both bewildered. "Old Kanan, what are you up to?" Kong, who was a seasoned veteran, sensed the hidden meaning. He stepped forward, raising his force gun, slightly aiming at old Kanan's thigh, ready to blow his leg off if he made any rash move. Old Kanan spread his hands and stepped back. Behind him was a massive vaulted pillar. He pressed his back against it and shrugged. "This is just a game. Sunset City requires all 12 keys to unlock the ultimate secret gate. I just used a little trick to lure out the old turtles of the Star River." With that, old Canaan let out a hearty laugh, quite pleased with himself. You're lucky. Since the 12 wise kings, this place has never gathered all 12 keys to open the secret realm. How many treasures and opportunities await you depends on your luck. But old Canaan's tone suddenly turned grim. Once the entire Sunset City is unlocked, no more than 12 people will leave alive. I hope your luck is good enough to make it out. With that, old Canaan leaned back and vanished into the metal pillar, disappearing completely. Bang! Konghu instinctively pulled the trigger. The forced bullet struck the metal pillar, sending sparks flying and a thunderous roar. Yet under the forced bullet's impact, the metal pillar showed no damage, not even a scratch. Everyone shuddered and they didn't understand what had happened. But one thing was clear: old Canaan was extremely familiar with this place and had used some mechanism to send himself away. In a secret realm like Sunset City, anything was possible, though finding a reasonable explanation wasn't easy. Old Canaan. Insa gritted her teeth. At this moment, she finally realized that old Canaan had been playing the fool all along. He had toyed with her. Not just her, but all the expeditions coveting Sunset City and their families had been thoroughly outwitted by old Canaan. What was he trying to do? Insa slapped her forehead, forcing herself to calm down and think about every word old Canaan said before disappearing. Old Canaan's words were not groundless. Especially his claim that no more than 12 would leave alive. It was no empty threat. She knew the power of those words. For one thing, her current team already far exceeded that number. Even the most loyal subordinates would have their own thoughts when facing death. Old Canaan's. These words had actually sown the seeds of immense calamity for the team's subsequent journey. Insa's face turned ashen as she scanned her surroundings, and only after seeing that her subordinates' expressions remained unchanged did she nod in reassurance. After a moment's thought, she spoke. Canaan's words may be true, or they may be false. If any of you fear dying here, it's still not too late to withdraw. Between life and death lies great terror. I can understand that, and I won't pursue the matter afterward. However, Insa's tone grew heavy. Life and death are governed by fate, and wealth and honor depend on heaven. Thousands of years ago, those who walked out of this place alive all began their own legendary journeys, becoming eternal legends in human history. The tales of the 12 wise kings I'm sure you've all heard. As Insa's words fell, the atmosphere around them shifted dramatically. Several impatient team members found their breathing becoming rapid and heavy. Insa's speech was a blatant insinuation that if one were fortunate enough to survive to the end, they would surely gain something within the Twilight City, ultimately forging their own legend. Under the sway of such immense temptation, everyone believed themselves to be the favored darlings of fate, disregarding how high the risks truly were. If there was even a 1 in 10,000 chance to wrest power akin to the 12 wise kings from the brink of death, they would willingly take it. What a joke! Without the resolve to stake one's life, who would choose such a high-risk profession as an adventurer? We follow the young mistress' commands, ready to die for you. Konghu roared, and the other team members, deeply influenced, hurriedly pledged their loyalty. The few iron guards besides Sophia remained expressionless. Their faith was steadfast, protecting Sophia even at the cost of all their lives, and this place mattered little to them. There was no need to stir their hearts. Let's go this way. Sophia pointed to the side. The direction she indicated was a narrow stairway leading upward. The staircase was extremely cramped, clashing with the grandeur of the main structure. As Sophia finished speaking, she dismounted from Xiaohei and patted its head. Xiaohei flicked its tail and dashed toward the stairway, disappearing around the bend in an instant. Seeing that the hyena wolf king had taken the lead, Insa felt greatly reassured. Although Xiaohei's size was restrained by Sophia, its strength had not diminished much, still possessing the power of a 12th-level human powerhouse. In this ancient city, it was nearly impossible for any expedition team that entered to have a powerhouse capable of facing Xiaohei barehanded. With this thought, Insa's wariness toward the church deepened. Sophia was still a young girl, yet she wielded such miraculous power. What would happen when she grew up? The ones who should worry the most are the Holy Alliance and the Babylonians. Insa quickly cast her concerns aside. Although there was a severe schism in faith between Tang and the church, this had been a matter since ancient times, not something that could be resolved overnight. But other human nations were originally under the church's dominion. Over the long years, divine authority had always overshadowed royal power. Over the past millennia, these secular states not only broke free from the church's shackles, trampling divine authority underfoot, but also continuously eroded the church's assets, annexing vast swaths of its direct territories, forcing the church to abandon its lofty stance and personally roll up its sleeves to participate in colonial expansion. If Sophia could revive the church, the first thing it would likely seek to do was to retaliate against those states that had once betrayed it. Konghu follow-up. Insa waved her hand grandly, her tone bold and heroic. The team members she had just inspired were now all brimming with energy, firmly believing they could survive to the end. Most people were well aware of their own talents and abilities and didn't expect to gain some miraculous encounter in the ancient city to rival the feats of the 12 wise kings. However, they were still full of hope for obtaining treasures or secret manuals that could enhance their physical potential or ancient artifacts that could fetch sky-high prices in the Star River world. Insa had already stated that anyone could keep 2 items as additional rewards. This was a tangible benefit more heart-stirring than an elusive future. Qin took the iris from his bosom and held it in his hand. If danger struck, he could quickly counterattack. Old Canaan's parting warnings made him feel that danger was drawing infinitely closer. Beyond that, something strange seemed to be fermenting in the depths of his consciousness, an unease that filled him with a profound sense of dread. Qin blinked. He seemed to see some images that shouldn't exist. For a moment, he thought his eyes were playing tricks on him, but when he blinked hard, the images didn't disappear. Instead, they grew clearer. A blue light screen had appeared on the retina of his left eye with lines of strange, tiny text jumping across it at incredible speed, too fast for him to make out a single character. The speed of the light screen slowed from fast to slow, and the tiny text strips vanished, replaced by a universal 1. Beside the text strip, there were several large, archaic square characters. Although these characters were ancient, over the past few centuries, countless artifacts and vast troves of ancient texts had been unearthed in the ancient land of Egypt. Tang's treasury housed ancient dictionaries from before the Dark Age, and many square characters had been successfully deciphered. Tang had even launched an ancient script revival movement, promoting these old characters with some success. Thus, Qin could recognize the meaning of these characters. System updating, do not shut down. Qin couldn't understand what was wrong with his body, causing him to see these inexplicable texts. Although he recognized the ancient characters, he couldn't grasp their meaning when strung together. He blinked even harder and rubbed his eyes repeatedly. The more he did so, the clearer the images became. It was then that he realized the light screen might not be in his eyes, but in his mind. Once he understood this, Qin calmed down instead. It must be because of the Mother Star. Although old Canaan had been vague about the relationship between the Mother Star and the Twilight City, Qin understood that the Mother Star held extraordinary significance for this ancient city. 2. At this moment, the number on the light screen in his retina had jumped to a new figure. Qin noticed that as the number changed, his familiarity with the ancient city grew stronger. With this thought, Qin discovered a small black dot appearing in the depths of his consciousness. The number of dots gradually increased, connected by lines, forming line segments, and finally joining into planes, constructing various geometric shapes. As more solid and dashed lines emerged and interconnected, the diagram grew more complex, transforming from planar shapes into 3-dimensional images. The image continued to refine. In Qin's days, the picture in his mind had become immensely intricate. This is the Twilight City. Although the image in his mind wasn't fully displayed, yet Qin could already tell that what appeared in his consciousness was a 3-dimensional map of the Twilight City. Qin also noticed that the more progress the light screen showed, the more detailed the image in his mind became. Millions of lines crisscrossed, eventually forming specific pictures. As Qin focused on visualizing the details in the image, he felt a sharp pain in his mind. Almost simultaneously, a wave of hunger overwhelmed him, making his legs feel weak and his hands tremble slightly. At almost the same time, Qin found that the image in the depths of his consciousness began to fade from the edges, vanishing into nothingness. Fortunately, his memory was decent, and he roughly remembered the general layout of certain areas. While forcing himself to remember more of the image, Qin reached for the worn backpack. Behind him, pulled out an oil paper package, hastily unwrapped it, and gulped down a portion of meat. He then picked up his water flask and chugged a few mouthfuls of the nutrient solution supplied by SAS team, finally suppressing the physical and mental hunger. This feeling of hunger made Qin feel deeply uneasy. Living in the harsh environment of the ancient land of Egypt, hunger was something most people experienced. Enduring hunger was also the most common occurrence for Qin. So accustomed to hunger, Qin could go 3 to 5 days without food without major issues. He had even once gotten lost in the wilderness and gone nearly 10 days without eating, surviving on just a bit of water. Back then, his stomach was so empty, he almost wanted to chew on rocks, but even that didn't compare to the intense hunger he felt just now. As if all the energy in his body had been drained in an instant. Huff! Qin exhaled heavily. He bit his tongue hard to control the urge to keep eating. The team had no fixed return date, and everyone's food supplies were extremely limited. If they consumed all their provisions, it would be disastrous. After the hunger subsided, Qin noticed that the number on the light screen in his retina had reached 10. It seemed that the moment his physical energy was depleted, the number's change had accelerated. Could it be that it consumed my strength? Qin pondered silently. After a moment of thought, he grew more certain of his idea. But he couldn't fathom what changes the so-called system update would bring. Boom. At that moment, Qin felt a violent tremor beneath his feet. Everything in the ancient city, people and objects alike swayed and tilted. Is the city collapsing? The thought flashed through Qin Shi's mind. Don't panic. Insa stood at the front of the team, drawing her greatsword and planting it to steady herself. She had already noticed that although the castle trembled, there were no signs of collapse, not even a wisp of dust. This was likely just one of the castle's normal phenomena. Sure enough, in that instant a voice echoed in everyone's mind, the entry time for the Predator City has ended. All living beings in the city will automatically become assessment participants and will undergo a 72-hour trial and test by the Predator City. What a... Everyone exchanged glances, and this time even the Iron Guards besides Sophia couldn't maintain their composure. In their understanding, only legendary powerhouses had the ability to use secret techniques to project their voices into others' consciousness. This assessment uses a point system. Those who complete designated tasks will earn points. The 12 with the highest points will receive rewards, while those who fail will face the harshest punishments. The following are several rules that participants must follow, or they will be disqualified and deemed failures. One by one the rules appeared in the depths of everyone's consciousness, and once they appeared they were deeply imprinted, impossible to forget. This is just an illusion. Insa slapped her head vigorously, expressing doubt. But when she realized that everyone had received the information she thought was an illusion, that notion vanished. Most importantly, Insa found that a timer seemed to have appeared in her mind, starting to count down. It's not an illusion. Sophia didn't seem to notice the tense atmosphere. Instead, she grew more excited, clapping her little hands. Sisterine, don't worry. In this competition, we still have an advantage. Insa's eyes lit up, but her expression quickly grew more solemn. The rules stated that participants carrying secret keys into this place were listed as seated players with certain privileges and assistance. Not to mention, before the assessment tasks even began, these seated players all received 10 points. From the various rules, nearly 30 regulations, and the point earning criteria, it was clear that even earning a single point would not be easy. 110 points. Qin Shi suddenly noticed a line of red numbers appearing on the light screen in his eyes, stabbing painfully into his heart. What's going on? Qin Shi nearly screamed. He also had a key on him, so barring any accidents he should have received a 10-point bonus like Insa and Sophia. But instead of that privilege, he had been given an unacceptable negative number. Based on your personal will as a challenger for the highest authority of the Predator City, you are granted the exclusive title of Ultimate Challenger. According to regulations, the Hell-level difficulty challenge system has been activated for you. Activating this system requires consuming 17 of the Predator City's energy, thus deducting 110 points. When did I become the challenger for the highest authority? Qin Shi nearly fainted. He hadn't done anything. Why was this inexplicable and terrifying thing happening based on the system's judgment? Wasn't it my personal will? Qin Shi keenly caught the shift in the content of the voice echoing in his mind. The logic between the two didn't align. It is also your personal will. As the voice spoke, Qin Shi saw the light screen in his eyes begin to flash with many texts. The texts were all in ancient characters beyond Qin Shi's level of comprehension for seamless reading. Yet as he saw these texts, their meaning naturally manifested in his heart, allowing him to interpret them without any difficulty. Amid the myriad of extended rules, Qin Shi finally discovered why he had been designated as the so-called Ultimate Challenger. The Mother Star on him was actually the core control of the Predator City, taken out of the city countless years ago. Since then, the Predator City had been uncontrolled, becoming a ghost city. The one who took the Mother Star had also established numerous rules and permissions for the Predator City, maintaining its self-sustenance and opening up partial access. The 12 keys to open the ancient city were one such privilege. Those who held a key and came to undergo the assessment, if successful, would receive the Predator City's boon, even gaining partial authority over it. Anyone who entered this place holding the Mother Star would be treated as a challenger for the highest authority. If successful, they would become the master of the Predator City. If they failed, it meant that this self-aware ancient city would reclaim its core authority, becoming a complete... Qin Shi didn't know that once Old Canaan gave him the Mother Star, he became the would-be master of this Predator City and the challenger for its ultimate authority. If the challenge succeeded, Qin Shi would naturally become the master of this eerie city. However, if it failed, death was the only path. But what the Hell-level challenge entailed, Qin Shi now understood perfectly. The challenge settings within the Predator City were divided into 6 levels: Entry, Normal, Hard, Nightmare, Hell, and Inferno. Hard and below were used by the Predator City to train castle guardians. The Nightmare level was for cultivating elite warriors, the Predator City's external combat force. Challengers who passed this level were invariably among the best in the Star River world. As for the Hell level, it was designed for 1 in 10,000 challengers. These individuals generally had partial authority over the ancient castle, such as Insa and Sophia. In principle, the Hell level difficulty was already the highest. As for the so-called Inferno level, ever since its establishment, no one had ever applied for such a challenge. After all, the conditions for triggering such a challenge were virtually non-existent. Who could have imagined that one day the mother star would be taken out of the predator city and countless years later someone would actually bring it back? Worse still, although Qin Shi possessed the mother star, he had no idea what abilities it had or what it could do for him. What a scam. Qin Shi nearly let out a heart-wrenching cry. Ha ha ha. Just as Qin Shi was on the verge of losing it. In this state, he heard unrestrained laughter echoing in his mind. A pitch-black rabbit suddenly appeared on the glowing screen before his eyes. After the rabbit appeared, the scene on the screen abruptly transformed. The previously rigid numbers were replaced by a blue sky, white clouds, and towering trees. Beneath the tree, something was rolling on the ground. The rabbit let out an eerie laugh. Misfortunes never come singly. That was Qin Shi's feeling at this moment. In an instant, the fury within him vanished. What replaced it was a deep-seated terror. This rabbit, which had appeared in his dreams, was now manifesting in his consciousness, meaning that the terrifying experiences he had encountered in the dream might all be real. What is happening? Qin Shi suddenly felt the urge to cry. What an unlucky kid. An infernal level challenge. Only those who have completely and utterly mastered their home planet are qualified to provoke it. If you survive for even one episode, you'll lose. After laughing its fill, the rabbit finally stood upright, wiping the tears of laughter from its eyes in a human. Attention all challengers, due to the emergence of an ultimate challenger in this challenge, the difficulty for all challengers will be elevated from nightmare level to hell level. Any challenger who can identify the ultimate challenger within 24 hours and sees their nameplate will replace their identity and receive a reward of 100 points. The following are the privileges of the ultimate challenger. We will reveal the ultimate challenger's identity in 24 hours, with the point reward halved. Halved again after 48 hours. Qin Shi's face changed dramatically once more. In that instant, he felt the immense malice of the predator city toward him. Before this, even if he was listed as the so-called ultimate challenger, he still thought he could rely on Sa and Sophia's power to safely weather this crisis. But now he clearly realized that once his identity was exposed, the very people around him who knew him would be the greatest danger. What should I do? Qin Shi pondered secretly, trying to find a way to leave everyone here and hide first. But before he could even move a step, he noticed the surrounding environment seemed to warp, and one by one the people before him disappeared. Don't worry, this old fool may be foolish, but he won't put everyone in the same place. The rabbit on the screen wiggled its short tail, walked to the tree, leaned against it, and said lazily, "It will scatter everyone and assign you different tasks. Complete them and you'll earn points. You'd better work hard. There's an unspoken rule: if too many people join the challenge after 24 hours, it will start eliminating surplus challengers, kicking out the 3 lowest scoring ones every 6 hours. As of now, you're definitely the lowest scorer, so you need to grab points quickly." The rabbit somehow found a carrot, stuffed it into its mouth, and crunched away. The carrot wasn't long, but it took ages to eat just a small portion. Boring. The rabbit casually tossed the carrot aside. "Seeing you in such a wretched state, I'll give you a hand, but remember to repay me." Qin Shi no longer paid heed to the rabbit's sarcasm or its well-meaning reminders. At this point, he only wanted to leave this place alive. As for becoming the master of the predator city, he had no such delusions. In this world of the survival of the fittest, possessing something beyond one's ability to protect was not a blessing, but a source of disaster. Qin Shi was still clear-headed in this regard. The light before him dimmed, and Qin Shi realized his location had changed. He was no longer in the dark stairway, but in a much more expansive space. It seemed to be a massive machine repair yard. Various old, and even broken warships and vehicles were scattered haphazardly, with piles of metal waste towering high. The air was thick with the pungent smell of rust. Qin Shi could tell at a glance that these warships, hovercraft vehicles, and battle armors were clumsy relics from 50 to 200 years ago. Though no longer popular in the Star River world, aside from the warships, the rest were still practical tools widely used in the ancient land of Egypt. If these scraps were moved to the workshop in Qingning Town for repairs, they might still be of some use. At the edges of the space hung massive mechanical arms with steam pipes and giant gear wheels providing energy on both sides. However, everything was covered in a thick layer of dust, revealing that no human had set foot here for years. Where is this? Qin Shi quickly turned around, surveying his surroundings. Infernal level challenger task: within 3 hours repair any damaged machinery to restore at least 30 of its functionality. Success is determined by completion. The more machines you repair within the time limit, the more bonus points you earn. The base score is 10. Each additional machine earns 3 bonus points. Note there will be dangerous interference along the way. Eliminating hazards grants 5 extra points. Good luck. The information appeared directly in Qin Shi's mind and transformed into a voice that drummed against his eardrums, making them ache. He had to confirm repeatedly that he had received the information. Isn't it just repairing machines? Qin Shi spat into his palms, rubbed them vigorously, and let out a loud roar. If the mysterious voice had given him any other task, he would have worried, but repairing these old machines was his forte. He had been a laborer in Uncle Martin's repair shop for years. I hope steam power still comes in handy. Qin jumped onto the highest pile of metal scrap, took out a telescope, and scanned the surroundings. Despite the dim light, he took in everything and located the machine he decided to repair. Just as Qin rolled up his sleeves ready to dive into work, a group of people tumbled down from the castle's broken walls, with one person's battle armor gleaming. The moment they landed, the castle's shattered walls were repaired and sealed shut, completely cutting off those outside trying to break in. A gray haze descended from the castle's peak like an iron curtain, isolating the ancient fortress from the world. The leading man knelt on one knee, listening intently. He raised a thumb to his lips, signaling those around him not to disturb his focus. After a long while, he stood up, brushed the dust off his battle armor, and a blood-red rose on the collar glistened, as if dripping with blood. A calm smile spread across his face. I haven't miscalculated. Messer has indeed brought the home planet here. Does he really think he can become the master of the Predator City? All this is mine, only mine. Hey there. Qin's small face flushed red as he struggled to pull down a lever controlling a mechanical. Before this, he had found a bucket of lubricant that had evaporated by 2/3 and greased the machinery. Otherwise the rusted lever would have been impossible for him to budge. Qin operated the purely manual mechanical arm, placed it on the switch button of the steam power tower, gave it a heavy tap, and slapped the topmost lever down. Suddenly the entire repair base trembled. Woo! A low roar emanated from the power tower, and thick black smoke was expelled from the exhaust pipes, dyeing the entire space a hazy black. The oil fumes from incompletely burned coal mingled with the air. Qin took a deep breath and found it not unbearable. In fact, the ancient land world itself carried a strong odor, which was why outsiders liked to wear breathing masks on their faces. As a native, Qin was already accustomed to far worse smells. The smoke was child's play to him. Cough. Tui. After spitting out a black glob of phlegm, Qin wiped the sweat from his forehead with one hand, but his palms, stained with lubricant and rust, smeared his face into a big black mess. Let's fix this steam hand cannon first. Once the power tower had stored enough energy, he could operate the mechanical arm with much less effort. Using the mechanical arm, he quickly pulled a 500-kilogram steam hand cannon onto the repair table. The hand cannon Qin had selected was at least 300 years old. It was of the most primitive and clumsy type. When first created, such hand cannons were only used by the fiercest assault warriors of the human world. It required at least level 8 primal force to operate. In positional warfare, one cannon per squad could tear a gap, even in the toughest defenses. However, the steam hand cannon was too heavy, slowing down the squad's mobility, and gradually evolved from an offensive weapon to a defensive one. But in this role, it couldn't match the power of true light or heavy primal force cannons, and it gradually declined until it was phased out. Qin chose the steam hand cannon as his repair target for a simple reason: there were many damaged ones, so he could cannibalize parts. Moreover, he had repaired many machines of this type, and was very familiar with their components. These bulky, crude things were straightforward to fix. This would save him a lot of time. Another reason which Qin might not have noticed was that he had recently seen an old cannon in use, leaving a strong impression on him. Oh, not bad, kid. At some point, the black rabbit reappeared on the screen in Qin's eyes, watching him deftly drag the steam hand cannon onto the repair table, haul out a pile of tools, and start smashing the cannon's broken casing with a sledgehammer. The movements were clean and fluid, earning a rare compliment from the rabbit. But Qin had no mood to deal with this mysterious rabbit now. From the information he had, he knew his situation was extremely perilous. If he didn't accumulate points quickly, he would soon be judged a failure and die miserably here. I said I'd help you. The rabbit muttered to itself, pacing back and forth under the tree. Qin felt momentarily uncomfortable and blinked hard. By now, Qin had smashed open the protective cover of the steam hand cannon. Taking a deep breath, he pulled a charging cable from under the repair table and connected it to the cannon's energy storage tank. Crack! A sharp sound came from the storage tank, and a puff of black smoke escaped. Qin quickly yanked out the charging cable, a bitter smile spreading across his face. No luck with shortcuts. Qin had hoped the cannon's storage tank was intact, so he could fix it quickly, but reality proved that cutting corners here was impossible. You won't survive like this. The rabbit was gloating again on the screen, having somehow retrieved the half-eaten carrot and stuffed it into its cheek, puffing it up. Then what should I do? Qin grabbed a wrench from the floor and began disassembling the storage tank. From its reaction, the energy conversion matrix array inside seemed damaged, unable to store or use kinetic energy. In this case, either replace the matrix array or take it out for adjustment. There were plenty of steam hand cannons around, but Qin was fairly certain that finding an intact matrix to salvage was impossible. The only right way was to disassemble and repair it. However, doing so would inevitably consume more time. Finishing this single steam hand cannon within 3 hours would already be lucky, let alone earning bonus points. With things as they were, Qin had no choice but to cautiously seek help from the rabbit in his mind. Though mysterious and eerie apart from the torment in the dream, he hadn't suffered much loss. After waking up, Qin had also carefully analyzed the math problem the rabbit had asked. Not analyzing it was fine, but once he did, he realized that the problem wasn't meant for humans to solve. He had considerable talent in arithmetic. Uncle Martin even said that with luck he might become a mental arithmeticist. Becoming a mental arithmeticist meant entering the ranks of the nobility, as calculations for Star River's routes, industrial production, warship design and maintenance, and even primal force masters seeking cosmic tide passages all relied on them. But after repeated checks, Qin found that the problem the rabbit had given him was unsolvable, not just by ordinary mental arithmeticists, but even by the greatest divine calculator in the Star River world, Victor Hugo. Qin instinctively knew the answer to the rabbit's question was certain. However, in mathematics, instinct and feeling cannot serve as proof. It required logical reasoning through numbers to arrive at a general calculation method, a basic formula that anyone could use to solve the problem. Only then could it be considered proven. This meant countless calculations seeking general computational laws from infinite numerical relationships, requiring enough time and perseverance. It was akin to counting every star in the universe. Qin understood that this rabbit was no ordinary being. A creature that could stump all the calculators of the Star River world with a single problem must possess immense power. And the rabbit seemed to have some connection with the home planet in the Dusk City. Perhaps it could offer him some help. The old man loves games, so he hates me the most. Why? Qin waved his hand. This talk was useless. If this rambling creature kept this up, he'd better get practical and fix the steam hand cannon. He gave a perfunctory, because hear him the cheat. The rabbit uttered words Qin couldn't understand at all. Qin had no desire to get to the bottom of it. Faced with the strange words from the rabbit, he had no time to dwell. Silently, he picked up a wrench and began dismantling the storage tank. Humph, underestimating your master. The rabbit was very displeased. Close your eyes. The rabbit on the screen suddenly vanished. Hearing this voice, Qin instinctively shut it. Open them in 3 seconds. The rabbit's voice echoed in Qin's mind. He silently counted to 3, then opened his eyes. He blinked hard. His eyes felt somewhat uncomfortable. After blinking forcefully, he suddenly noticed that the glowing screen in his left eye had disappeared. And when he looked elsewhere with that eye, he could see through thick metal. Without disassembling, he could see the inside of the storage tank. Every metal plate, every primal force line, even the tiniest component was clear and distinct. What's happening? Qin was stunned. But the scene in his vision kept changing. After another blink, he saw marks appearing in the image. The faulty areas of the steam hand cannon storage tank were accurately highlighted. Qin could clearly see the broken primal force conduits and the blocked primal force lines. These were exactly the issues in the storage tank. Without needing to eliminate possibilities one by one, he knew the root cause, saving him most of his time. Qin was overjoyed. But just then the vision in his eyes suddenly faded. The rabbit with a carrot stuffed in its mouth reappeared in his field of vision, smugly saying, "This is the truth-seeking vision. Now you've seen your master's power, haven't you? Amazing. Truly amazing." Though the image in his eyes disappeared, Qin's hands didn't stop. Now that he knew the steam hand cannon's faults, he began disassembling parts, cleaning the grime from the primal force lines, and quickly removed 2 undamaged conduits from other hand cannons to replace them. The rabbit on the screen seemed dissatisfied with Qin's perfunctory response, feeling somewhat frustrated. He sat down, gloomily glaring at Qin with 2 big red eyes. After Qin finished replacing the 2 energy conduits, he finally noticed the rabbit's terrifying expression. "What's wrong?" Qin asked nervously. He was well aware of his dire situation. Without this rabbit's help, he would have no chance of survival here. "You ignored me." The rabbit's voice was gritting its teeth, even carrying a murderous tone. Qin was so startled that he let out a loud burp, thinking anxiously, "Ancestor, how would I dare ignore you at a time like this?" Just as he was about to speak, the rabbit, crouching in the light screen, bounced up. Ancestor. I like that title." Qin was left speechless again. This rabbit's uncanny abilities were indeed formidable, but it seemed somewhat foolish still, trying to take advantage of him at such a critical moment. Seeing Qin bury himself in work again, the rabbit finally stopped its exaggerated laughter and said seriously, "Do you want the illusion-piercing vision?" "Yes." Qin nodded repeatedly. He had already witnessed the rabbit's mysterious abilities. If he could master this skill, even temporarily, it would enable him to accomplish a great deal. At the very least, it could increase his repair efficiency by more than tenfold. For Qin, this efficiency was the key to securing basic points and earning an additional 30 points. "You must promise me one thing." "Speak." Qin's reply was decisive. "Once you take control of Predator 1, you must hand over all the dark energy black gold in the reserve warehouse to me." The rabbit bared its claws and fangs, practically screaming through gritted teeth when mentioning the dark energy black gold, highlighting its importance. Predator 1. Dark energy black gold. Qin frowned. The former is what you call Twilight City. It calls itself the Predator City. Its designation is Predator 1. As for why you don't have the clearance to know, As for the latter, you have even less clearance, you just need to promise to hand it over to me. All right. Qin nodded, repeatedly agreeing immediately. He had no interest in knowing what dark energy black gold was at the moment, nor did he harbor any thoughts of controlling Twilight City. His only goal was to earn enough points within the allotted time to save his own life. Then it's a deal. The rabbit's ears perked up excitedly. It leaned back and began rolling around, eventually reaching a tree where it pulled out a carrot and started nibbling. The rabbit's image began to fade, replaced by the scene Qin had seen before. The metal structure before him was now crystal clear under his left eye's gaze. But at this point Qin realized that the so-called illusion-piercing vision was not as clear as before, nor was its range extensive. It could only penetrate a meter of thickness in front of him, and beyond 5 meters it completely failed. Just as doubt arose in Qin's mind, a line of explanatory text appeared on the light screen in his left eye, deeply imprinted into his consciousness. The illusion-piercing vision was actually a rare primal force ability, one that only legendary-level experts or higher could awaken. Although the rabbit had endowed Qin with this special skill, Qin lacked the capability to use it. Being able to see a range of about 1 meter was already due to the rabbit utilizing the reserve energy of the mother star within his body. Qin was frustrated for a while, demanding to know why the rabbit hadn't adjusted the vision to be broader and clearer. The rabbit's response was assertive. Its help was already cheating for Qin. Small-scale adjustments were fine, but if the cheating were too obvious and discovered by Predator City, death would be the only outcome. Don't worry, I've got your back. Nothing will happen. The rabbit's voice appeared lazily, then fell silent. Qin stopped dwelling on the illusion-piercing vision. His left eye scanned the steam hand cannon before him, identifying hidden flaws and obstacles one by one. He dismantled useful parts from a nearby broken hand cannon to replace them, quickly repairing it. After connecting it to the kinetic tower, the primal force matrix in the energy storage box began to slowly activate, emitting a low roar. Finally done. Qin checked the time and found that only half an hour had passed since he repaired the primal force hand cannon. When all the primal force patterns on the steam hand cannon lit up in a circle, a number suddenly jumped into Qin's consciousness. Damaged machinery repaired, functionality restored to 46. Challenger awarded 10 points. Watching the 110 in the corner of the light screen turn into 100, Qin let out a heavy sigh. Anticipating the trouble that might come, Qin quickly adjusted the mechanical arm's position, dragged the steam hand cannon to the ground, aimed its muzzle outside the repair yard, and covered it with a layer of iron sheet. Seeing that the energy storage box was still charging, Qin took a deep breath, and a smile appeared on his face. He didn't slack off, but instead turned around, using the illusion-piercing vision to search this vast metal graveyard for machines that could still be repaired. Soon Qin manipulated the mechanical arm to drag a damaged battle armor onto the repair table. "Stone, keep it up." Qin whispered his own nickname. In the vast repair yard, the clanging of metal and hissing of steam intermingled constantly. Qin remained focused on repairing the abandoned machines. Watching the repaired equipment piling up beside him, his confidence grew. He even believed that if he stayed in this place for 3 days, he would definitely accumulate enough points. He had figured out the rules set by Predator City and was becoming more adept at repairing these worn-out devices. He had started finding easier to repair equipment. Amidst a pile of scrap metal, he discovered many These were standard military-grade items with a first-level primal force array, many of which were broken and needed to be remelted and re-etched to restore their combat capability. But some greatswords only had nicks and could still be used for combat. However, their primal force arrays were damaged, losing their enhancement effects. These were the weapons Qin planned to repair. On the repair table, there was a machine for re-etching repair array. In fact, etching a primal force array was far more difficult than reinforcing a primal force matrix. Only mechanical artisans knew how to do it. The more advanced and powerful the primal force array, the greater the artisan's understanding of the array and their primal force ability. Qin knew nothing about primal force arrays. Fortunately, the greatswords used in the ancient land were still the old models found in the scrap heap. When Qin worked as a laborer in a smithy, Uncle Martin, who often drank to excess, created a new and simple first-level array to slack off. He taught it to Qin, requiring almost no primal force from the artisan. As long as one could operate the etching tool using the kinetic tower's energy, the primal force array could be etched onto. However, this simplified primal force array couldn't support an energy storage matrix. Warriors had to input primal force during battle to activate the array, making the greatsword lighter, sharper, and armor-piercing. The biggest drawback was that activating the simplified array consumed an extra half of the user's power. Yet from another perspective, the simplified primal force array was a great invention. Weapons with primal force arrays were scarce not only in the ancient land, but also in the Star River world. Even weapons with just a first-level primal force array were in high demand. Ordinary weapons could be mass-produced in the Star River world, but primal force weapons could only be made in smaller workshops. The scarcity of artisans capable of etching primal force arrays limited the spread of primal force weapons. The etching technique Qin Shi mastered, once widely adopted, would inevitably spark a revolution in primal force weapons across the Star River world. Since this simplified primal force array could be applied to greatswords with modifications, it might also be applied to guns and cannons. Elite legions of the Star River nations might look down on such first-level primal force weapons. But if ordinary legions could be equipped with first-level primal force weapons, their combat effectiveness would more than double. Qin Shi had no idea that the patterns he was etching on the greatsword held such value. As he dragged a greatsword off the repair table, 3 sneaky figures arrived outside the repair yard. Hearing the sounds from the vast space, excitement flickered across their faces. The leader waved his hand, and the 3 immediately formed a triangular combat group, slowly advancing forward. At that moment, Qin Shi was operating the mechanical arm to drag a rust-covered battle armor onto the repair table. Through the illusion-piercing vision, he found that the armor's damage rate was only 54, caused by a powerful slash that destroyed the primal force defense array on the back. Qin Shi also noticed several other armors nearby, with varying damage rates. By salvaging parts from them, he could piece together a complete set of armor. Clang! Suddenly a metallic sound came from a distance. Qin Shi jerked his head up, stopping his work. Finally here. After repairing a few simple weapons, Qin Shi had set up several small traps in the surrounding pathways. If accidentally triggered, heavy objects would fall onto metal scrap, making a loud enough sound. Rabbit enemies are coming. Qin Shi didn't forget to alert the rabbit in his consciousness. When he was setting up the traps, the rabbit had reappeared in his sight, praising his actions, and saying that traps weren't necessary, since it could detect nearby enemies and warn him in time. But now the alarm had sounded, and the rabbit had given no indication. Got it. Don't be nervous. 3 guys, none of them strong. One's only at level 4, the other 2, at level 5 primal force. Don't tell me you can't handle these 3. The light screen popped up again, and the rabbit said lazily, I told you my name is Xiao, but don't call me rabbit. Qin Shi was speechless. This black rabbit, calling itself Xiao, by casually told him that 3 enemies who could crush him with a slap had arrived, and he shouldn't be nervous. This guy is unreliable. Qin Shi finally confirmed his suspicion. But he didn't just wait for death. From the beginning, he knew danger would come, and the equipment he repaired was mostly prepared for this impending threat. Although the 3 primal force awakeners exceeded his expectations, their arrival was later than anticipated, giving him more preparation time. Casso, be careful. A middle-aged man with blonde hair and an eagle-like nose kicked his companion beside him. The companion, called Casso, accidentally bumped into a piece of scrap steel, which fell onto a metal plate below, producing a dull sound. If you alert the target, he'll kill you. The blonde man, still not satisfied, threatened his companion in a low voice. All 3 had received a mission to hunt down a target in the repair yard. The target's details were unclear, and the difficulty wasn't high, but the points offered were very tempting. The 3 were originally members of an exploration team. After encountering each other on the way and confirming they weren't each other's final targets, they agreed to temporarily join forces to hunt the target. But the alliance among them was unstable. The point system didn't allow for splitting points, meaning the rich reward from the hunt would ultimately belong to only one person. It was a miracle that the 3, each with their own agenda, hadn't started fighting among themselves yet. In reality, none of them had fully understood what was happening to them or where they were, so they acted with relative restraint. I know. Charlie, try kicking my ass again. Casso, the weakest of the 3, could only swallow his pride when bullied. He turned to the other man. Old Peter, if I help you get the points, how will you compensate me? Casso. Charlie's face darkened. He knew Casso was retaliating. If the 2 joined forces, Charlie would likely lose or even die. Let's survive first. Old Peter ignored Casso's provocation and Charlie's suspicious look. In a place like this, it's better to set aside personal gain. Through binoculars, Qin Shi had already seen the 3 arguing. The rabbit, using some unknown method, even let him hear their conversation. Realizing they weren't united, Qin Shi let out another sigh. Dealing with 3 strong enemies who each had their own plans was definitely easier than facing a unified front. This was Qin Shi's experience. Once they knew he was their target, they might start fighting among themselves before even capturing him. Of course, Qin Shi wouldn't foolishly expose himself. While their weaknesses could be exploited, relying on them to kill each other and eliminate the danger was unrealistic. Only the power in one's own hands was truly reliable. From the start, Qin Shi had no intention of simply fleeing. He prepared to attack. When Uncle Martin was drunk, he often shared secrets of warfare, and his most revered saying was, the strongest defense is offense. Qin Shi picked up a repaired primal force crossbow and carefully set it up in a concealed spot. With the illusion-piercing vision, he could clearly aim at the 3. Without any primal force, Qin Shi couldn't activate the crossbow. But he wasn't worried. Earlier, he had successfully repaired a primal force matrix, which could store energy for an attack. Closer, just a bit closer. Qin Shi had no intention of showing mercy. He understood the law of the jungle in Predator City. These three were tasked with killing him. To survive, he had to kill them. He knew that if he attacked from too close, they could find him within 30 seconds and crush him with a single slap. Casso danger. Old Peter, walking at the rear, suddenly felt a chill. Years of adventuring had honed his instincts, and he sensed danger approaching. Bang! At that moment, the veins on Qin Shi's forehead bulged, and he pulled the trigger. The primal force matrix flashed energy, surging through the erased patterns. The bolt shot instantly, hurtling toward Charlie in the middle of the three. To ensure accuracy, he aimed at Charlie's chest instead of his head. After doing this, Qin Shi was drenched in sweat. He quickly detached the matrix from the crossbow, and regardless of the attack's success, decisively left his position. Damn it! Charlie sensed the danger targeting him. With no time to dodge, he instantly conjured a primal force shield, covering his body, with both arms raised to brace for the impact. Boom! The bolt slammed into Charlie's primal force shield, shattering it. Its power slightly diminished it, then struck Charlie's arm. With his level 5 primal force, Charlie's flesh was incredibly tough. Reinforced by his primal force, the bolt only managed to pierce his skin and flesh. It failed to penetrate through. However, the bolt's immense force sent Charlie crashing into a pile of metal scrap behind him. Rumble! The towering heap of metal waste collapsed under Charlie's impact. Despite their quick reactions, Casso and Old Peter were also buried under the avalanche of scrap. Damn bastard! The three roared in unison. The moment Qin Shi launched his attack, they had already locked onto his position. Casso and Old Peter were about to pounce on Qin Shi, but were buried by metal debris, losing sight of him in an instant, and they realized that everything was within his calculations. Good. Hearing the sound of collapsing metal in the distance, Qin Shi breathed a great sigh of relief. He leaped onto the control panel and pulled down the lever of the kinetic tower with all his might. Woo! The energy transmission pipe of the kinetic tower instantly doubled its power, channeling energy into the steam hand cannon that Qin Shi had repaired. It's a brat. Charlie, who had crawled out of the trash heap, was furious. Following the direction from which the crossbow bolt had struck, he spotted Qin Shi's figure and recognized his appearance. His first thought was astonishment. The target he was hunting was actually a scrawny boy. But then, recalling how he had suffered such a great loss without even a face encounter, the anger in his heart only burned fiercer. You want to escape? Ignoring the bloody wound on his arm, Charlie strode forward, determined to tear Qin Shi limb from limb. Beep! Whoosh! Just as Charlie was consumed by rage, he heard the sound of a cannon blast. Old Peter, who had just emerged from the metal wreckage, turned pale at the sound. His protective force field glowed brighter, and he fled into the distance without a second thought. Boom! Yet the force cannon shell had already struck down, landing within 10 meters of the three. First came shouts of surprise, then screams of agony. The fleeing Old Peter was hurled far away by the explosive force. As the blast struck him, his protective force field shattered, and he was hit by flying metal fragments, landing heavily while groaning in pain. Charlie and Casso, positioned at the epicenter of the explosion, had their combined force fields shattered instantly. But they were more resourceful, crouching down and using the metal debris to shield themselves from additional impact, avoiding secondary injuries from the flying shards. However, their injuries were no less severe than Old Peter's. While Old Peter suffered external wounds, they sustained internal injuries, and it was hard to tell which was more serious. Ugh! Casso's face was blackened, and he opened his mouth to spit out a mouthful of dark blood. In his hand, he held a grade 3 force gun. The force array on the weapon had been damaged by the explosion, and it was uncertain whether it could still unleash its full power. This damned bastard! Casso trembled all over, not from his injuries, but from the heartache of his property. The grade 3 force gun in his hand was his most precious asset, and also the strongest deterrent against his two companions. His own force power was insufficient to drive the grade 3 weapon, but after investing heavily in modifications, he had added 3 auxiliary matrices, allowing him to fire its force bullets with only grade 4 power. If not for this gun, he would have been eliminated by the other two long ago and turned into points. Now that his greatest security was compromised, even if they didn't act immediately to balance each other, they would surely implement their plans in the near future. At the thought of this, Casso's hatred for Qin Shi grew even stronger. Charlie was no better off than Casso. He had taken a crossbow bolt first, and before his defensive capabilities could recover, he suffered a heavy blow. The power he could currently exert was no better than Casso's. Old Peter, who appeared the most miserable, was actually the strongest of the three. This made it even more crucial for Casso not to side with the old man. Charlie pondered secretly how to strike first, either to eliminate Casso or find an opportunity to get rid of Old Peter. Each of the three had their own schemes, and for a moment they all forgot to deal with the culprit who had harmed them. Qin Shi. Taking advantage of this opportunity, Qin Shi ran toward the other side of the repair yard. With Xiao Bei's reminder, he knew there was another kinetic tower there. Besides that, there were also the remains of several old hovercraft. Xiao Bei kindly advised Qin Shi to use the space within the wreckage to evade the trio's pursuit. As long as he could hold out for the remaining time, he would complete the mission. Qin Shi took the advice. He never harbored the illusion of killing 3 force powerhouses. The reason he had managed to catch them off guard and leave them disheveled was that he had planned with foresight. It was merely an unexpected gang. Once they regained their composure, it would become a one-sided slaughter. I hope those traps will work. As he retreated, Qin Shi secretly wished. Deal with the brat first. Old Peter's voice was hoarse. He shook off the remnants of his damaged armor, wiped the blood from his face, and channeled his force to expel the metal shards embedded in his body. For a moment the ground clattered with the falling debris. Old Peter did not hide his weakness, but as his force circulated, the bleeding wounds on his body tightened and began to heal slowly. After witnessing this display of power, the small schemes in Charlie and Casso's minds ceased. The two nodded in agreement with Old Peter's words. This time the 3 became more cautious, spreading out their positions. If Qin Shi launched an attack from a hiding spot, he would inevitably reveal his location. Then while one dodged the assault, the other 2 would counterattack, and Qin Shi would have no escape. However, Qin Shi, who had outwitted countless beasts and hunters in the wasteland, knew all too well that his tricks could only work once. Having gained an advantage, he immediately chose to retreat. By the time the 3 arrived at the spot where Qin Shi had launched his attack, he was already gone. This kid fled pretty fast. Soon the 3 were drawn to the repair bench that Qin Shi had left behind. Whether it was the steam hand cannon that Qin Shi had repaired and even fired, or the 2 repaired force greatswords, armor, and other items, all of them stirred a mixture of emotions in the 3. Qin Shi's single strike had actually destroyed most of their weapons. Although these weapons were crude, they could still be put. Seeing the repair bench, the 3's eyes lit up. Their weapons and armor were standard-issue items, and they carried a few spare parts. They could use the repair tools to make simple adjustments, boosting their combat capabilities. The 3 understood that Qin Shi was merely a minor annoyance. The real danger lay in the days ahead. Without sufficient combat strength, even if they killed Qin Shi, they would be unable to survive until the end. Maintaining their power was their top priority. Around the repair bench, the 3 quickly reached an agreement. Old Peter and Charlie would stay to repair their damaged armor and weapons while Casso would search for Qin Shi. This arrangement wasn't meant to bully Casso, rather the repair bench couldn't fix his grade 3 force gun, and his armor had not sustained obvious damage. Thus it was reasonable for him to search for Qin Shi, while the other 2 repaired their own weapons. Casso was only too eager to distance himself from the 2. Although they only instructed him to find Qin Shi's hiding place, Casso intended to use this opportunity to strike first. He didn't believe a snot-nosed brat could be a match for him. Once he discovered Qin Shi's trace, he would kill him, complete this inexplicable mission, and earn generous points and rewards. With this thought, Casso grabbed the force hand cannon left by Qin Shi, slung the energy storage box over his back, picked up the repaired greatsword, and strode heavily in the direction Qin Shi had fled. When I kill that kid, I'll give you 2 a blast too. Casso laughed darkly. Old Peter had already removed his armor, kicked the armor Qin Shi had placed on the bench aside, and began repairing. Charlie, watching Casso's retreating figure with a sinister glint, seemed tempted to make a move. But he held back in the end, instead examining the equipment Qin Shi had repaired. This kid is really something. Charlie could also perform basic maintenance on his own weapons, so he knew how difficult and complex it was to repair damaged force weapons. Yet Qin Shi had repaired 5 or 6 pieces of equipment. Could it be that he didn't sneak in with the adventurer team, but is a native of the castle? Charlie pondered, but soon dismissed the possibility. This vast machine graveyard showed no signs of. If Qin Shi had been here long enough, the entire graveyard wouldn't look like this. But if Qin Shi had entered around the same time as them, how could he have repaired so many weapons in such a short time? This kid is a talent. What a pity. Charlie sighed inwardly. The galaxy was a world teeming with geniuses, and skilled craftsmen like Qin Shi were not rare. They were usually courted by various factions. Yet not every genius could grow up smoothly. The more brilliant the light, the higher the chance of falling. Kid, I found you. Casso's force nodes shimmered with light. Carrying the cumbersome steam hand cannon on his back, he approached the dilapidated hovercraft, where Qin Shi was hiding, sneering coldly. After setting the greatsword aside, Casso held the cannon with both hands, its dark muzzle aimed at the hovercrafts, as if eager to fire. He really brought the hand cannon. Qin Shi was overjoyed. After repairing the steam hand cannon, he had used the kinetic tower's power to fire one shot, achieving considerable results. However, the steam hand cannon had been abandoned for years, and its barrel was already riddled with cracks. The energy storage box, subjected to Qin Shi's double-strength energy infusion, had been damaged to the point of being completely unusable. Under these conditions, the steam hand cannon was on the verge of exploding. Using his illusion-breaking vision, Qin Shi assessed that it could withstand at most 1 or 2 shots before detonating. Once the steam hand cannon exploded, the user would either be killed or severely injured and immobilized. This was why Qin Shi hadn't destroyed it before leaving. He wanted them to use this weapon against him. Yet Qin Shi was also aware of his own gamble. Theoretically, the steam hand cannon could explode at any moment. But he couldn't be sure if the explosion would happen when Casso pulled the trigger. And if he got hit by the steam hand cannon, he would die without a doubt. Qin was betting his life. However, he hadn't lost his mind to the point of a simple life-or-death game. He had kept a backup plan. Under the gaze of his illusion-breaking vision, Qin saw Casso approaching his hiding spot. He held his breath and gently pulled a thin rope beside him which connected to a discarded hovercraft not far behind. On the other end of the rope was a piece of metal. Dong! The metal piece fell, hitting the metal plate below and producing a sound like an accidental knock. "Haha, I've got you." A cruel grin spread across Casso's face. He hesitated for a moment, but still pulled the trigger of the hand cannon toward the source of the sound. Rumble! Under the close-range bombardment, the already dilapidated old hovercraft collapsed, turning into a ball of fire and then a heap of debris. This damned bastard. In the distance, old Peter and Charlie heard the sound and immediately understood Casso's intention. They grabbed their weapons and charged toward the source of the cannon fire with murderous intent. "Come on." Casso's face twisted with a savage grin. Once he fired the first shot, there was no turning back. Charlie and old Peter were already wounded, their armor removed, and their combat strength greatly diminished. If one shot from the steam hand cannon couldn't finish them, he would fire another. Bang! Casso raised the hand cannon and fired at the two. The forced bullet roared toward them, and they cursed while dodging the attack. They had already been hit once and had no desire to experience it again. Rumble! The machine graveyard was in chaos. Casso's shot nearly struck the kinetic tower. The kinetic tower had been neglected for years, and it was uncertain how much fuel remained inside. If it was hit, the consequences would be dire. Casso broke out in a cold sweat and dared not act recklessly. If the kinetic tower exploded, the entire machine graveyard would be affected, and he would not escape death either. Casso lowered the cannon's muzzle, avoiding the kinetic tower, and fired again. This shot was effective, landing near Charlie. The force of the blast sent Charlie tumbling to the ground, coughing up blood. Charlie let out a furious roar, got up, and his force nodes blazed with light as he accelerated toward Casso. My God! Qin's back was soaked with sweat, and his legs trembled uncontrollably. Although the force cannon wasn't aimed at him, his heart was in turmoil. The steam hand cannon had been fired twice by Casso and still showed no signs of exploding. If Casso realized he had missed and aimed at the nearby area, Qin was certain he would be torn to shreds by the force cannon. This ancient relic is so damn durable. There's no justice, Qin thought to himself. Yet he had to admit that the primitive steam-powered machinery from the old continent, though bulky and crude, were incredibly durable. Even after years without maintenance, they still chugged along, belching black smoke. Unlike the delicate gadgets from the galaxy, which broke down after a few uses and were scrapped. After severely wounding Charlie with one shot, Casso grinned and turned the cannon toward old Peter, ready to add more punishment. But old Peter's sudden burst of speed exceeded Casso's expectations. The moment the cannon was turned, old Peter was already within 10 meters of him. Old Peter, dragging one of the repaired greatswords, moved with unprecedented speed. His wounds burst open again, blood streaming like threads as he channeled his force. But he ignored his injuries, consumed by rage, wanting only to cleave Casso in two. Old bastard, you're asking for death. Panic flickered across Casso's face. With no time to think, he gritted his teeth and pulled the trigger, firing the force bullet. Old Peter was already less than 2 meters away. He swung the greatsword, bringing it down. Rumble! A sound 10 times louder than the cannon blast erupted, and a blinding white light instantly swallowed Casso and old Peter. The force of the explosion radiated from between them, covering an area 100 meters in circumference, hurling nearby metal debris into the air. Charlie, who had also rushed to within 10 meters, was caught in the blast and flung away, crashing heavily into a pile of metal scrap, unable to move. Ugh! Qin, hiding under the cabin of the broken hovercraft, felt the world spin. The hovercraft flew backward and slammed into a metal heap before landing. The violent impact caused Qin to see stars, a sharp pain in his chest, and he spat out a mouthful of blood with a wah. It exploded. Finally exploded. Qin was badly hurt, but he nearly cried out in excitement. After 3 shots from Casso, the steam hand cannon finally couldn't take it and exploded. Although the residual blast inflicted considerable damage on Qin, the 3 at the epicenter of the explosion would only be worse off. Qin had originally thought the steam hand cannon would at most severely injure one of them, but he never expected such a pleasant surprise. Qin struggled to crawl out of the wrecked cabin. The machine graveyard in this area was a mess. At the center of the steam hand cannon's explosion, many metal fragments had melted. It turned into liquid metal flowing across the ground. The areas farther away were also scorched red by the intense heat. The air was thick with the acrid scent of molten metal, nauseating to inhale. Under the influence of this odor, Qin felt on the verge of fainting. The gas was toxic. Aware of this, he tore off a piece of his clothing, dampened it, and covered his face. Still alive. After crawling out of the hatch, Qin discovered that the three men lying in the molten metal were still breathing. Casso and old Peter struggled to their feet. Both were a bloody mess. Casso in particular bore the brunt of the explosion as the steam hand cannon's power cell was strapped to his back. Thus Casso was in worse shape than old Peter. His left arm was completely blown off, his back was nearly obliterated, and a gaping hole was torn in his abdomen. For an ordinary person, these would be fatal wounds. However, Casso, a fourth-level primal force wielder, possessed a rather remarkable primal force talent. He had awakened a unique ability when he reached the third level. His talent was thick armor defense. This granted him superior defensive capabilities, allowing him to survive the blast. Unfortunately, his power was only at the fourth level. Had he reached the sixth level, this explosion would have been a minor threat at best, causing some injuries that would heal over a year or so. Half of old Peter's body was charred. He glared at Casso with burning hatred. If Casso didn't look far more miserable than himself, he would have suspected the explosion was Casso's scheme. The Primal Force Greatsword had survived the explosion undamaged. Using it as a crutch, old Peter hobbled toward Casso. With such severe injuries, he realized he couldn't survive this strange place. In that case, old Peter was determined not to let the culprit who caused his downfall off the hook. Charlie shared the same. After the blast shattered his primal force shield, the residual force flung him onto a metal spike. The spike pierced his lung, leaving him gravely wounded and with little strength remaining. His once promising situation had been ruined by Casso, whom he despised. How could Charlie not harbor a deep-seated hatred? Now, with no thought of completing the mission, he only wanted to tear Casso apart. "Hey kid, you can't let them kill each other." The light screen suddenly flickered, and Little White popped out, spitting at Qin. "If they don't die by your hand, you won't get the points." "What a..." Qin was taken aback. He had planned to watch the fight from the sidelines, never expecting this twist. Killing was a cruel act. Yet young as he was, Qin had done such things before. Struggling to survive in the wasteland, he had killed many scavengers who tried to rob and murder him. For these hyenas and carrion eaters of the wasteland, Qin showed no mercy. He knew that being kind to such soulless brutes was cruelty to the innocent. But killing 3 defenseless humans still weighed on his conscience. Yet that barrier could be overcome. He struggled to lift a broken sword. It was also a primal force greatsword, but after being struck by a sharper weapon, only a third of its length remained. The broken sword had lost its primal force array enhancement. Fortunately, Qin didn't need it. He only wanted the sharpness of the heavy steel. The flesh of awakened primal force experts was incredibly tough. Ordinary blades couldn't harm them. Only weapons forged from fine steel and reinforced with primal force arrays could barely manage it. Clang! Qin leaped down from a height, landing heavily on a piece of sheet metal with a loud crash. The 3 men about to tear each other apart instinctively stopped and turned toward Qin. Casso in particular cried out in a hoarse voice, "You're not dead." His voice was raspy and mechanical, and he spat out blood as he spoke, his injuries spiraling out of control. He had been reduced to this state in his desperate bid to claim the points for killing Qin. He had thought the steam hand cannon blast had completely obliterated Qin, never realizing that Qin had been hiding farther away, not at the point of impact. Seeing Qin, Casso nearly choked and died on the spot. Haha. Old Peter let out a grim smile, but half his face was charred, making the smile even more grotesque, and his laughter sounded like a leaking bellows. Seeing the half-sword in Qin's hand, Charlie halted. He noticed no primal force fluctuation from Qin. He was just an ordinary kid. He could even see fear, tension, and unease in Qin's eyes. Yet Charlie didn't let his guard down. He knew this kid had repaired the steam hand cannon and the primal force greatsword. If they hadn't interrupted him, he might have even fixed a suit of armor. And perhaps even the battered hovercraft here. This same kid had shot a crossbow bolt at him before they even met and fired a hand cannon at his companions. Barring any accidents, the explosion of the steam hand cannon in Casso's hands was likely a carefully engineered accident by Qin. Otherwise, Qin would have had enough time to destroy the hand cannon completely rather than leaving it to be found and used by Casso. What a terrifying kid. Charlie grinned, revealing teeth stained red with blood. Seeing Qin also reignited a glimmer of hope for survival in Charlie. He had assumed Casso had killed Qin and the points were lost. Now discovering Qin was alive, it meant he still had a chance to earn the points. These points could be used not only to accumulate scores in exchange for rewards, but also to trade for necessities with the mysterious entity that issued the mission. Life-saving medicine and weapons were all available. The points for completing the mission were generous enough to help him survive this ordeal and still have plenty left over. Of course, Charlie wasn't the only one with this thought. His 2 companions also saw this as their last hope. "No wonder I didn't see the points before." Casso gasped for breath, his dim eyes flickering with renewed hope. He wanted to live. With a low growl, Casso abandoned the menacing old Peter and turned to lunge towards "Still trying to steal my points." Old Peter roared, raising his greatsword and bringing it down heavily toward Casso's back. But at that moment, Casso swiftly sidestepped, dodging old Peter's strike. He spun around and drove his fist into old Peter's head. The lunge toward Qin Shi was a feint to bait old Peter. He then dodged the attack and, catching old Peter off guard, landed a decisive blow to his head. Old Peter was already at his last gasp, holding on by sheer will. Struck in the vital spot by Casso, he lost his fighting strength. His greatsword clattered to the ground, and he collapsed, wheezing and unable to move. Old fool. Heh. His scheme successful. Casso laughed triumphantly despite his labored breathing. Always acting superior, I've hated you for a long time. After kicking old Peter, he cast a deep glance at Charlie nearby. Charlie, however, showed no intention of attacking him or Qin Shi. Instead, he stepped back. Casso took this as a sign of submission. Pleased, Casso thought, outsmarting the strong requires ruthlessness. But being smart won't save you. Once I'm done with this kid and get the points, I'll deal with you. Little did he know Charlie was sneering. Qin Shi was most concerned about old Peter on the ground. If old Peter died before he could act, he'd lose the points. Little White Hat explained the rules. The three of them counted as only one set of points. Charlie smiled as he watched Casso approach Qin Shi. Little brat, just stick out your neck and let me snap it. Don't worry, I promise it won't hurt a bit. Casso licked his charred lips and slowly advanced toward Qin Shi. He had little strength left and had to stay wary of Charlie behind him, who might attack at any moment. But when he was less than 10 paces from Qin Shi, Casso suddenly froze, his sinister grin stiffening. Qin Shi was leaning on the broken sword with his right hand and holding a short pistol in his left, its barrel aimed directly at Casso. When the gun's muzzle locked onto him, Casso felt death whispering in his ear. At a distance of 10 paces, he could clearly see the patterns on the pistol and the matrix embedded within it. This was a primal force firearm that didn't require primal force to fire. A primal force pistol. A level 4 gun. Charlie, standing farther back, also saw the weapon in Qin Shi's hand and screamed. His judgment was flawed due to the distance. A level 4 primal force gun would require level 8 primal force to operate. Not only was there the primal force suppression in the ancient land, but Qin Shi also lacked the primal force to drive such a weapon. In Charlie's eyes, such a fine weapon was useless in Qin Shi's hands. It's a level 3 gun. Qin Shi could hear the ecstasy in Charlie's voice. He replied calmly, his gaze fixed on Casso. If he so much as twitched, the primal force round would blast him to ash. The gun is called Iris. Qin Shi stared at Casso, his eyes devoid of fear, now sharp and piercing. It was a trick he'd learned from facing beasts in the wasteland. When facing a wild beast, the fiercer your gaze, the more likely it would be scared off. If you've heard the name, you know not to do anything stupid. Although Iris was only a level 3 primal force gun in the Star River world, there were very few primal force firearms that could be fired without primal force. The Iris in Norsen's hands was somewhat famous. This primal force firearm was not only embedded with a matrix that bypassed the need for primal force to fire, but also enhanced with skills like precision lock-in and guaranteed hit. This meant that once Qin Shi aimed at him, Casso had no way to escape, and his broken body couldn't close the distance in an instant to subdue Qin Shi. It's actually Iris. Casso and Charlie were both shocked. They had heard many stories about this gun. Ever since Norsen failed to give this primal force gun to his short-lived adopted son, many noble families in the Star River had tried to buy Iris from him. The power of Iris was of course beneath the notice of these lofty nobles. But who among them didn't have a favored child or concubine with poor primal force talent? Yet no matter the offer, Norsen remained unmoved. The buyer's promotion inadvertently served as indirect advertising for Iris. Facing Iris, both knew that if Qin Shi fired, they were dead. If you want to live, you have to listen to me. Qin Shi smiled at Casso. Only one of you and that blonde-haired guy can leave alive. He circled around to the fallen old Peter. After Casso's punch to the crown of his head, old Peter's primal force could no longer coalesce. He was barely clinging to life, his previously suppressed injuries erupting with excruciating pain, making life worse than death. Seeing Qin Shi approach, old Peter weakly raised a hand. Save me. Save me. Don't speak. He'll send you on your way. It'll be over soon. He'll be quick, it won't hurt a bit. Qin Shi hesitated, then raised the broken sword to slash at old Peter's neck. From start to finish, Qin Shi didn't look back at Casso or ahead at Charlie. But in that instant, old Peter's outstretched hand fell heavily to the ground, and he breathed his last. Damn it. Qin Shi was on the verge of tears. He had finally steeled himself to give old Peter a quick end, but old Peter couldn't wait for his deliverance, and passed on his own. Old Peter's death was too hasty, and Qin Shi had lost the extra points. His expression shifted rapidly before turning icy cold. Seeing Qin Shi in this state, Charlie, standing not far away, felt a chill rise from his feet to his head, making Qin Shi's grip on the sword was unorthodox, and his strength was insufficient. Yet facing two still capable opponents, he was so composed. Charlie had never met such an adversary. This kid is a devil, Charlie thought. When Qin Shi bent over, leaving himself wide open, Charlie didn't dare to pounce. Charlie didn't know what he was afraid of. Perhaps it was the iris in Qin Shi's hand, but after a moment's thought he knew it was. The iris could kill him, but Qin Shi would also pay a heavy price. Sigh. Old Peter's death brought Qin Shi a sense of relief. Killing a defenseless person, even with good reason, still troubled his conscience. It's just points. He'll earn them back with more effort, Qin Shi consoled himself. Then looking at Casso and Charlie, he straightened his back, his expression brimming with confidence, as if everything was under control. He didn't naturally possess such an aura, but the rabbit on the light screen told him to do this, claiming it would make dealing with enemies easy. It's all about presence. Cold, cruel with a hint of disdain. These two are already scared of you, see. I told you so. The rabbit babbled in his mind, while Qin Shi's legs felt weak. But he didn't want to waste 2 primal force rounds in this situation, especially since he was sure he wouldn't get the points. So he followed the rabbit's advice. Unexpectedly, it worked, cowing the 2 men. Casso slowly backed away, exchanging a glance with Charlie. Charlie's gaze also shifted from Qin Shi to Casso. He had clearly heard Qin Shi's words and understood that Qin Shi wanted them to fight each other. A primal force gun that didn't need primal force to fire was indeed powerful, but its weakness was just as obvious. Qin Shi didn't want to waste bullets on them, so he used this tactic to force their. Charlie was in much better shape than Casso. If killing Casso meant survival, he would gladly do it. But he knew that even if Qin Shi didn't kill him now, he would still have to kill Qin Shi. The two couldn't coexist. Based on this reasoning, Qin Shi couldn't possibly let any of them go. It was the task given by the mysterious message. Once he and Casso were both weakened, Qin Shi would hunt them down. Casso, you don't actually believe this little brat, do you? Charlie sneered coldly at Casso. Even if you did, do you think you can still kill me, eh? Shut up. Qin Shi raised the iris, slightly pointing it at Charlie. My patience is wearing thin. He actually wanted to say that if they gave up hunting him, they could scram now. But before he could speak, the rabbit on the light screen launched into a tirade. If they failed the mission, they would die anyway, and would eventually come back to trouble him. Rather than letting the tiger return to the mountain, it was better to eliminate the root cause. There was no room for soft-heartedness. Of course not. Casso grinned. But what can I do? As he spoke, he suddenly twisted a dark green ring on the ring finger of his left hand. The ring hadn't been destroyed in the previous explosion. As he turned it, a metal object the size of a fist appeared in it, a primal force grenade. Seeing the unexpected grenade in Casso's hand, Charlie bellowed and quickly dove behind a pile of metal scrap. Qin Shi was dumbfounded. He hadn't. It occurred to him that Kazuo actually possessed a ring with spatial attributes, and within it he had stored a force grenade. Force grenades were not uncommon. Even a standard-issue force grenade possessed at least 20 times the destructive power of a gunpowder grenade, capable of inflicting lethal damage on battle soldiers below the 6th rank. However, storing force was difficult. Most force grenades on the market were actually empty shell grenades requiring force to be manually infused through kinetic towers or by the warrior himself just before use. Thus, aside from battlefields, such devices were rarely employed elsewhere. As for a spatial ring, such a high-grade item, Qin Shi had only ever heard of it, never seen one. He never expected that an adventurer with merely 4th-level force would possess such a treasure. I underestimated him. Subconsciously, Qin Shi aimed his gun at Kazuo, intending to prevent him from detonating the force grenade. But at that moment, it was already too late. Once Qin Shi drew out the iris, he knew there was no turning the tables. Since he was about to meet his end, he might as well drag these two down with him. Boom! The force grenade exploded, instantly reducing Kazuo to ashes. The power of the force grenade was not far inferior to that of a steam hand cannon's explosion. The scene was once again plunged into chaos. What a troublesome mess. The instant Kazuo pulled out the force grenade, the rabbit in the light screen seemed to sense something amiss. Its ears shot straight up, and it vanished from Qin Shi's field of vision in an instant. It's over. Before Qin Shi could even pull the trigger, a blinding radiance erupted before his eyes. He was momentarily unable to see anything, his vision plunged into total blindness. Accompanying that flash of light was a thunderous roar that tore at his eardrums. Almost simultaneously, Charlie's scream merged with the detonation of the force grenade. In an even earlier instant, a colossal metallic white object enveloped Qin Shi, shielding him from the explosive force of the force grenade. Rumble. The piercing pain in Qin Shi's ears vanished abruptly, replaced by a series of muffled thuds that left him dizzy and disoriented. He collapsed to the ground with a thud, gasping for air. At that moment, Qin Shi had no idea what was happening around him. He opened his eyes but could see nothing. The blinding light of the force grenade had temporarily robbed him of his sight. After the force grenade's power subsided, the enormous metallic object that had enveloped Qin Shi vanished without a trace. The light screen reappeared before Qin Shi's eyes, but he noticed that the rabbit looked somewhat different. Its fur seemed slightly singed, and some patches were stained with dust. Surprised to find yourself alive. Surprised. The rabbit's voice rang out smugly. You owe me one. Next time you find something delicious like dark energy black gold, don't forget to share it with me. Qin Shi blinked furiously, tears streaming down his face. Under the moisture, the stinging and dry sensation in his eyes finally eased, and his vision began to recover. When he could clearly see his surroundings, a chill ran through his heart. He and Kazuo had not been far apart, and the explosion had left the area in utter disarray. Although the force grenade's coverage area was smaller than the steam hand cannon's energy storage tank, its power was Kazuo had been blown to pieces, dying a miserable death. Charlie too suffered further misfortune. Caught in the blast's residual force, several metal fragments embedded in his body as he lay gasping atop a pile of scrap metal barely clinging to life. Was it you who saved me? Qinshi quickly realized that what the rabbit had said was true, but how the rabbit had managed to rescue him remained a mystery. Judging by the traces at the scene, the rabbit must have set up a defense within a 10-meter radius around him, preventing the explosive force from reaching him. Who else could it be? The rabbit, puffed up with pride, shook off the dust and instantly became pristine again. Qinshi naturally believed it without a doubt. In such a fatal situation, aside from this creature, who else had the ability to save him? Seeing was believing, and at this point Qinshi became deeply convinced of some of the rabbit's earlier words. As long as I have something to eat, I'll never let you go hungry. Qinshi thumped his chest and vowed solemnly. He wasn't speaking idly. The rabbit had been gnawing on the same carrot in its paws for ages without finishing it. Just how short on food was this rabbit? It was plain to see. And the rabbit constantly talked about food. What exactly was dark energy black gold? Qinshi had never heard of it, but from the name he figured it must be some kind of food in this place. But shouldn't rabbits eat greens and radishes? Seeming to read Qinshi's thoughts, the rabbit angrily tossed its carrot far away. I don't like carrots at all. That thing was forced on me by the guy who set up the system. Good thing he died early, or I would have gnawed him alive. And he called me treacherous. I'm clearly white, okay? The rabbit grew more furious, pacing back and forth, muttering things Qinshi didn't understand, all the while cursing. Qinshi dared not respond. He blinked hard, but he confirmed one thing: this rabbit named Xiao Bai, who was pure black, was indeed black. Letting the rabbit vent, Qinshi walked toward Charlie. Charlie was now on his last breath. As Qinshi approached, his face was filled only with fear. You. When the force grenade in Kazuo's hand detonated, unlike Qinshi, who was blinded, Charlie had witnessed everything that happened in that instant. It was precisely because he was stunned by the unbelievable sight that he lost focus, and the force blast pushed him into the abyss of death. Seeing Qinshi approaching unharmed, Charlie was filled with regret. I should never have taken this job. Do you have any last words? Qinshi dared not get too close to Charlie. Even though Charlie seemed on the verge of death, Qinshi wasn't sure if he might suddenly pull out another force grenade and drag him down to the grave. After the rabbit vented its rage, it told him that for the next 24 hours it couldn't act again when danger arose, or else the Predator City system would detect it, and Qinshi would face certain death. Thus Qinshi realized that the trump card he had just acquired could no longer be used, and he had to be even more cautious. You are so vicious. Charlie glared at Qinshi with indignation. Although in Charlie's eyes Qinshi still appeared to be a little brat with no detectable force, he was now convinced that this was a wolf in sheep's clothing, a master of disguise. He looked like just a child, but the power he could actually display was far beyond what a fifth-rank warrior like Charlie could match. Such a formidable opponent, yet he had schemed to lead them into a death trap, making them die so ignominiously. It was utterly infuriating. Qinshi, however, was utterly bewildered. He couldn't understand where Charlie's accusation came from. I just want to survive. There's no viciousness in that. Frowning, Qinshi said, the reason you failed isn't my fault. It's because you weren't united among yourselves. A look of anger flashed across Charlie's face. What Qinshi said was true, but he couldn't accept it. Still feeling the life force ebbing away from his body, he had no strength to retaliate. Having convinced himself that Qinshi was a formidable expert, he abandoned any thought of revenge. As for last words, what use were they when one was about to die? Charlie slowly closed his eyes and passed away. Seeing Charlie breathe his last, Qinshi let out this was only the beginning of the slaughter. He wondered how many of those who entered Predator City would walk out alive. After Charlie died, his corpse quickly vanished from sight. Qinshi was greatly astonished. He looked back at where old Peter had lain. Nothing there either, let alone Kazuo, who had been blown to pieces. It was as if the three had never existed. Though startled, Qinshi understood that this was a display of Predator City's power. Everything here was indeed under the city's control. However, traces of their belongings remained. Qinshi picked up Kazuo's spatial ring from the ground. Items with spatial attributes could often fetch enormous prices in the Star River world, with the exact value depending on their capacity. But even the smallest spatial item could be traded for at least a hovercraft. For Qinshi, this was a windfall. Apart from that, Qinshi found the trio's luggage near the repair bench. Searching through it, he discovered some food, medical supplies, and a sharp dagger. Qinshi didn't stand on ceremony. He first ate a hearty meal to replenish his strength, then sorted through the remaining usable supplies and packed them into his backpack. Calculating the time, he had about half an hour left. He was about to use the repair bench to earn more points when the surrounding light suddenly dimmed, and the metal floor beneath him began to tremble. The first elimination round has concluded. The strange, terrifying voice echoed in Qinshi's consciousness. The elimination rate for the first round is 66. The remaining challengers have advanced successfully. Hearing the 66% elimination rate, Qin, though he had completed the task, turned pale. Most of the eliminated had only one fate, death. Qin couldn't help but worry secretly about Insa, Sophia Kong, Hu, and the others. Though their acquaintance was brief, he was deeply grateful for the kindness Insa and the others had shown him. The elimination round is over. The rules for the upcoming tasks will see minor adjustments. Qin listened intently to the information appearing in his mind, careful not to miss any detail. Soon he learned of the new changes to Predator City's rules. After the bloodiest elimination round, the subsequent tasks seemed less brutal. Challengers who completed the task would receive the specified points. The top 3 finishers would receive an additional half of the base points as a bonus. Those who failed would be deducted double the designated points. The rules appeared milder than before, but the underlying essence remained the same. Every round, the 3 lowest scoring participants would still face penalties and pay a heavy price to advance to the next round. But the specific penalty had not yet been announced. Fortunately, the first elimination round did not deduct points, or else Qin, who was at the bottom of the scoreboard, would never have been able to close the gap. Qin completed the basic task, earning 10 points. He also repaired 11 large and small devices, earning an additional 33 points. However, he failed to claim the 5 points from Charlie and his 2 companions. Qin was already satisfied. He had earned 43 points in the first round. Still 67 points to go before I break even. Qin clenched his fists. After carefully studying the rules, he realized that the tasks ahead would be even more difficult. To survive this game orchestrated by Predator City, he had to finish in the top 3 in every subsequent task to earn the bonus points. Only then could he offset his point disadvantage and also endure the penalties for the bottom 3. Qin believed that in the coming rounds it would be nearly impossible for him to overtake others in points, and the punishment from Predator City would be severe. Moreover, once Predator City revealed his identity as the ultimate challenger, earning points would become even more. Keep going. Before plunging into the deepest darkness, Qin thumped his chest hard to boost his morale. When light returned, Qin found himself in a completely new and unfamiliar area. Unlike the previous machine graveyard, there was no metal here. All around was a lush green expanse, a vast grassland stretching as far as the eye could see. At the edge of the grassland lay a deep, verdant forest with dense towering trees, many of which soared into the clouds. What captivated Qin most was the dazzling sun hanging high in the sky. Qin squinted at it for a long moment, until his eyes stung, then averted his gaze from that brilliant, warm source of light. What a beautiful place! He glanced around and was deeply impressed. He had never seen such a beautiful place. The ancient continent was perpetually shrouded in darkness, and the world was mostly a single shade of dull gray. Even if plants existed, they were mostly gray-black or purple. Verdant green and other bright colors were rarely seen on the surface of the ancient continent. Yet Qin never expected to witness such a scene within Predator City. He even felt a sense of familiarity, but it was unlikely he had seen such a scene before. After a moment's thought, he recalled that the environment where Xiao by the rabbit appeared in his consciousness was similar to this place. Maybe this is even Xiao Bei's hometown. Hey, where's Xiao Bai? Qin was about to call out to the rabbit when he noticed that the rabbit had vanished from the light screen, replaced by the original data. Additionally, the number indicating the system update had silently jumped to 17. Qin was about to observe the changes this number might bring when a voice echoed in the depths of his mind. A new task had appeared. Qin took a deep breath. The new task seemed simple. In the forest at the edge of the grassland, there was a tree called Ironwood. Looked like a tree, but bore no leaves. Instead, it condensed a dark red fruit called the blood crystal fruit. Qin's task was to enter the forest, find these ironwood trees, and pick the blood crystal fruits. One blood crystal fruit was worth 1 point. The task seemed straightforward, but after learning the details, Qin realized it was extremely perilous. The forest was far from peaceful. It was teeming with ferocious beasts and poisonous creatures that would actively attack any human who entered. Around the ironwood trees, even more formidable beasts stood guard. Killing these beasts also earned points, and the rewards were not low. Some guardian beasts were worth even more than the blood crystal fruits, reaching as high as 5 points. What surprised Qin most was that upon entering the forest, the first person he encountered could choose to form an alliance. Once an alliance was established, the points earned would be split equally. During the alliance, neither party could harm the other, or it would be deemed a failure. However, if either party was unwilling, both would lose the chance to form an alliance and would have to explore the forest alone. What weighed heaviest on Qin's mind was that hunting other teams or lone challengers also earned points, and the rewards were far higher than collecting blood crystal fruits or killing guardian beasts. The reward was 6 points per kill. The task duration was 18 hours. Qin took a deep breath. Before even entering the forest, he sensed that a brutal slaughter would unfold within. He would need extraordinary luck to survive. Qin Shi hurriedly adjusted his state, pulled out some healing medicine from his backpack, and stuffed a handful into his mouth. Earlier during the fight with Charlie and his companions, he had been injured by the blast's residual force. Though he had taken some medicine before, he figured he wouldn't have much time to take more once inside the forest, so he seized the moment to eat some. After drinking some water to wash down the bitter taste, Qin Shi grabbed 2 handfuls of grass, twisted them to squeeze out the juice, and smeared it over his body to mask his scent. He scanned the surroundings with binoculars, and seeing no signs of activity, he approached the forest. If viewed from above, the entire forest appeared circular, spanning dozens of miles in radius, a deep green, veiled by a faint mist. Beyond the forest lay the boundless green fields stretching to unknown horizons. But within the fields, many tiny black dots were moving swiftly or slowly toward the forest. These black dots were the challengers of Predator City. They maintained a sufficient distance from each other, making it impossible to detect one another's presence. Qin Shi was among them. Upon entering the forest, Qin Shi drew his dagger and advanced cautiously. The ironwood grew in the core region of the forest. It would still take some time to reach the place where the ironwood flourished. The image of the ironwood had vanished from his mind along with the general map of the forest. These were provided by the Predator City to all participants. The map also marked several particularly dangerous zones where not only did ironwood grow, but the points for each blood crystal fruit soared to 8 points. Qin Shi had no interest in the dangerous zones. He knew his own limits all too well. Those areas offered not only higher points for blood crystal fruits, but also greater points for the guardian beasts. Qin Shi mused that if he went there, he would only become a sweet treat for the guardian beasts rather than successfully obtaining the blood crystal fruits. The forest was silent save for the rustling sound of a gentle breeze brushing through the treetops. Qin Shi was extremely careful with every step he took, wary of both the beasts lurking in the jungle and the challengers he might encounter. The beasts were one thing, but the challengers entering the jungle would surely be unwilling to form an alliance with a child who possessed not a shred of primal force. It would be more worthwhile to kill him and exchange him for some points. Qin Shi realized that these rules seemed deliberately designed to target him, the so-called ultimate challenger, adding extra danger to his path. I will not lose. Qin Shi clenched his fists. Just then a chill ran through his heart as he instinctively sensed danger approaching. Without hesitation, he exerted force and his legs leaped instantly and sprang away from his original position. In that instant, a colorful venomous snake arched its body on the trunk of a large tree behind Qin Shi, lunging at his neck with its jaws wide open. At the critical moment, Qin Shi sensed it and escaped just before the snake's attack. After landing, he quickly turned back and fixed his gaze on the venomous snake. That was close. Cold sweat broke out on Qin Shi's back. In that instant, he activated the illusion-piercing vision of his left eye, and within a 10-meter radius, every living creature was laid bare before him. Only then did Qin Shi truly notice the danger of this place. Within 10 meters, there were 3 venomous snakes. Hiss, hiss. The snakes flicked their tongues, emitting a metallic crisp sound. They slowly slithered down from the tree, seemingly unwilling to miss out on Qin Shi as their prey. But how could Qin Shi let the snakes succeed? He dared not boast about many things, but when it came to catching snakes, he had considerable expertise. Even the most elusive nightmare snakes on the ancient land, which possessed invisibility, were frequent targets of his hunts, let alone this foolish creature. With a tiger-like lunge, Qin Shi shot out his hand like a phantom and seized the snake by the neck. Then with a swift slash of his right-hand dagger, a cold gleam flashed, and the snake's head fell to the ground. When the snake's head hit the ground, it was still unaware that its head had been severed. It rolled around, flicking its tongue. By the time it realized what had happened, Qin Shi had already stamped his foot down, crushing the head. With the snake completely neutralized, Qin Shi breathed a sigh of relief. He dug a hole on the spot, buried the snake, cleaned up the bloodstains, then scraped some fallen leaves from the side, and spread them evenly over the spot, before continuing forward. Insa thrust her long sword into the soil, and upon pulling it out, the foul blood on it had vanished without it. Around her lay the corpses of 3 beasts resembling hyenas, but more robust and ferocious in build. How dare you mess with me? You're just asking for death. Insa raised an eyebrow, kicked the beast at her feet with her riding boot, and advanced with her sword in hand. Despite her light tone, her condition was far from optimistic. Her cloak bore several scorched bullet holes. Her battle armor showed signs of slashes. The primal force patterns on it were blurred, and the energy storage matrix was dimmed considerably. After being abruptly separated from her subordinates, she was randomly thrown into an ancient arena and killed numerous unknown beasts. Upon successfully slaying them, she was besieged by several challengers. Insa's luck was not good. Among the challengers, one was the scion of a prestigious family from the Sacred Alliance, and his companions were his subordinates on this journey. Insa ultimately relied on her Jingja sword to unleash a group-killing skill, completely annihilating the enemy. However, this nearly drained all her strength, leaving her greatly weakened. The only consolation for Insa was that this fellow carried a key to the second layer of the Twilight City. At least it made her arduous efforts worthwhile. After completing the task, Insa received additional rewards for killing a seeded contestant, earning a substantial number of points. Now having slain 3 beasts in one go, her mood grew even heavier. She had been in the forest for less than 10 minutes, and was already encountering a second attack. Insa thought for a moment, reached for her belt, pulled out a vial of potion, and drank it down in one gulp. After drinking the potion, the fatigue on her face vanished, and she even let out a burp. Scanning her surroundings, Insa sneered coldly, thinking, trying to wear me out. Am rolling in resources, I'll outlast you. Want to compete with me for the Twilight City? Dream on. Not far along, Insa suddenly stopped, pressed her hand on her primal force pistol, and stared at a small slope not far away. Insa's gaze was sharp. Soon a dirty little head emerged from a clump of wormwood on the slope. Hiding in the grass was Sophia, covered in filth and tatters with several blood streaks on her face, clearly having endured much hardship. Sister Insa. Upon seeing Insa, Sophia's eyes lit up, and she scrambled out of the grass, rushing toward Insa. Insa remained unmoved, her pistol aimed and locked onto Sophia, and said sternly, an alliance. Sophia's survival through the brutal first round of elimination was proof enough that she, as the holy maiden of the Radiant Church, lived up to her reputation. More importantly, Insa had just sensed a strong hostility. Sophia seemed to be deliberating whether to strike her down, which was why Insa had detected it. Sophia stopped in her tracks, looking at the gun in Insa's hand with a pitiful expression, tears welling up in her eyes. Insa remained unmoved, but inwardly she was alarmed. This girl was so young, yet already so expressive. When she grew up, many would fall prey to her deception. Insa felt a strong urge to pull the trigger. The church and the Intang dynasty had never been on good terms. If she could eliminate the holy maiden whom the church regarded as its future and hope, even at some cost, it would be worthwhile. All right, well, form an alliance. Sensing Insa's hesitation and murderous intent, Sophia's expression instantly shifted. She broke into a smile through her tears and said firmly, Sister let's form an alliance. Insa was speechless. The moment Sophia uttered those words, a notification reading, Alliance Successful, appeared deep in her consciousness. With the alliance now a reality, Insa had to suppress her malicious intent. If she fired a shot and finished off Sophia, she herself would also be dragged down. Insa was unwilling to make a losing deal. She took a deep breath, holstered her gun, and said, all right, we're allies now. She forced a dry smile at Sophia. Sophia slowly unclenched the small hand hidden behind her back, and a milky white radiance dissipated into nothingness. In the jungle, stories like Insa's and Sophia's continued to unfold, but not every encounter would end like theirs, with a temporary truce and a choice to cooperate. Haha, if it isn't Mr. Nash of the Rose family. Dre of the Stag House. How about we form an alliance? Dre, holding a heavy sword, kept his distance from Nash while extending an invitation. In the Star River world, Nash had some renown in certain circles, not only as the third heir of the Lancaster family, but also bearing the title of Grand Calculator. It was said that he had already sensed the existence of the number spirits, and would soon earn his own exclusive calculator title in the Star River world. As for Nash's level 16 primal force, Dre paid it little heed. Dre had been a level 16 primal force warrior for years, and had awakened several primal force abilities. Among peers of the same level, he had never met his match, let alone someone like Nash, a primal force awakener leaning toward a scholarly path. But Nash's intellect was exactly what Dre needed now. He was eager to understand where they were, how to ultimately gain enough points to leave, and how to maximize the benefits. This was the calculator's area of expertise. After being separated from his companions, Dre urgently needed an ally. An ally? Nash revealed a smile. That's worth considering. But we need to discuss the division of interests beforehand to avoid a falling out later. After all, the Lancaster and Agamemnon families are still at war. Hearing Nash's candid words, Dre actually breathed a sigh of relief. The two families were indeed at war, but within the framework of the Sacred Alliance, conflict and cooperation between kingdoms and noble houses could coexist without contradiction. The war between the Rose and Stag families was merely a struggle over the import quota for a batch of ores between the Sacred Alliance and the Babylonian Empire. If Nash could provide enough help here, Dre might even use his influence within the family to persuade them to abandon the fight for the ore import quota. Dre smiled warmly, straightened his disheveled battle armor, and said, if we work together smoothly after we leave this place, the conflicts between our families will surely disappear, and you will gain the friendship of me, Dre Agamemnon. Oh. Dre's smile suddenly froze on his face, replaced by a pained expression. As he spoke, a gray shadow abruptly coalesced behind him, taking the form of a humanoid monster wielding a sword which pierced through his back and emerged from his chest. Despicable. Dre let out a low growl, swung his fist backward, and struck the monster, dispersing it. However, the monster's blow had severely damaged his heart and lungs, leaving him mortally wounded and unable to sustain himself. Number spirit. Dre roared in a low voice. So you can already summon the number spirit. That's right. The moment the number spirit launched its attack, Nash strode forward. He had been able to successfully summon the number spirit half a year ago, but this was a highly confidential matter unknown even to his father Duke Edward. This was Nash's secret weapon and his greatest reliance for entering the Twilight City. An alliance. Let a fool like you take half of my points for nothing. Do you even deserve it? Nash slammed his fist into Dre's chest. Dre's battle armor caved inward, and he was sent flying high, crashing heavily into a large tree. When he fell, he had already lost all signs of life. Trash. Nash pulled a white handkerchief from his pocket, gently wiped off the bloodstains, and casually let it flutter down, covering the face of the unseeing Dre. A bunch of trash. Watch me take care of you all. Muttering curses under his breath, Nash drifted away. After activating his illusion-piercing vision, the dangers Qinshi encountered were greatly minimized. Upon detecting the presence of snakes or beasts, he would detour around them, not actively provoking these creatures. The snakes were manageable. As long as he didn't enter their territory, they generally wouldn't attack him. But the strange-looking beasts, upon catching the scent of a living human, would bare their fangs and strike proactively. Fortunately, Qinshi could sense their presence in advance. The beasts on the forest's periphery were not particularly formidable in attack, and after a standoff, Qinshi always found the right opportunity to deliver a fatal blow. In less than 20 minutes, Qinshi had killed 3 beasts, and the countdown deep in his consciousness had 18 hours seemed like a lot of time, but when it came down to it, the time available to complete the task was actually limited. Traveling and dealing with various beasts would inevitably consume the most time, and he also had to be wary of the people he might encounter. Moreover, after finding the ironwood, there was the issue of how to pluck the blood crystal fruits from it. The beasts guarding the blood crystal fruits were not easy to deal with. Thinking of this, Qinshi touched the iris in his bosom. The iris had not yet fired a single shot, which gave him considerable comfort. This meant that in this forest the iris could at least help him through 3 dangerous situations. Still too few. Qinshi clicked his tongue. But he soon smiled bitterly and lightly slapped himself. Such thoughts were indeed too greedy, he mused. The silent forest was somewhat oppressive. Fortunately, Qinshi had originally lived in the sunless ancient land world, wandering and scavenging on the wastelands for years, accustomed to even harsher environments. In his view, the current situation was still easier than surviving on the ancient land's wilderness. After a stretch of travel, Qinshi noticed that the environment seemed to have changed. The trees ahead were darker and more robust, with few shrubs visible on the ground, and the trees maintained a relatively reasonable distance from one another. Nature could not produce such orderly trees. Clearly, these trees had been deliberately planted, leaving enough room. These trees were also extremely dominant, allowing hardly any other plants to survive within their growing range. The ancient trunks were entwined with countless gnarled roots, many of which hung from the canopy down to the ground, taking root and absorbing sufficient nutrients. Looking at these trees, Qinshi instinctively felt a sense of awe. He noticed that the roots of these trees were moving, yet there was not a breath of wind around. He had heard plenty about demon trees that hunted on their own. The ancient land was inherently an unreasonable world where the existence of unreasonable flora and fauna was perfectly normal. Thus, upon seeing these giant trees and their self-moving roots, Qinshi instinctively thought that these trees must be the demon trees spoken of by adventurers. He picked up a stone from the ground and threw it at a cluster of hanging roots in the distance. The moment the stone struck the roots, the dormant ancient tree suddenly trembled all over. Dense roots quickly coiled around the falling stone, twisted it tightly, and dragged it toward the base of the tree. Well, Qinshi's face turned pale. He could now confirm that the forest blocking his path was indeed made of man-eating demon trees. Fear crept into Qinshi's heart. He thought of detouring around this grove and walked a considerable distance to one side, only to find that the way ahead was still blocked by dense, massive trees. He'll just have to be extra careful. With no other choice, Qinshi steeled himself, chose a relatively open area, and cautiously stepped forward, gripping the iris tightly in his hand. If danger arose, he would fire and create chaos. As Qinshi concentrated, he noticed that the range covered by his illusion-piercing vision seemed to have expanded. The area it could cover had increased from a 10-meter radius to about 50 meters. Moreover, Qinshi discovered that in his illusion-piercing vision, each demon tree he saw bore a strange blue hue. But he noticed a distinct difference. The root he had struck with the stone earlier had turned red, along with the trunk glaringly bright red. However, as the root's movement gradually slowed, the red color also faded, turning into pink, and eventually shifting back toward blue. The trunks of several trees near the stone's landing spot also appeared pink under the illusion-piercing vision, but the color disappeared quickly. Seeing this, Qinshi marveled inwardly. He had already understood the meaning of the colors displayed by the trees in his illusion-piercing vision. Blue indicated that the tree was in a normal state, pink meant it was alerted by nearby movements, and crimson signified that the entire tree was in an attack mode. What luck! Qinshi finally realized that he didn't have to rely on luck to get through this place. The illusion-piercing vision is an excellent ability. He'll have to find a chance to thank the rabbit, no little white. He'll find more of its favorite food in the future. Qin sure thought to himself.